This will be a sequence of 14 talks on Shakespeare's 7 major tragedies: Romeo and Juliet, Julius Caesar, Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, Macbeth, and Antony and Cleopatra. My prime purpose in these 14 talks is to emphasize Shakespeare's unrivaled greatness in creating utterly persuasive human beings, people whom we all feel somehow existed in nature, even though Shakespeare brings them into being. We find that so astonishing that it is almost difficult to give it credence. Therefore, though I am dealing with 7 very complex structures, 2 of them in particular, Hamlet and King Lear, may well be the most complex literary works ever created, and they may well call for both such astonishing intellectual apprehension in relation to them and overwhelming need for an emotional response to such shattering intensity of human suffering. Nevertheless, I wish, even with Hamlet and Lear, as with all the other of the 7 major tragedies that I will discuss, I want to focus on human beings, and in each case on the major personalities, the major characters of each drama. Thus, with Romeo and Juliet, most certainly with Juliet. With Julius Caesar, one needs to spend almost equal time on Brutus and on Julius Caesar, because there is a hidden relationship between the two that I think is at the heart of the play. With such extraordinary figures as Hamlet, as Othello and his nemesis Iago, with King Lear, with the overwhelming intensity of Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, and with the extraordinary personalities of Antony and Cleopatra, one is dealing with mixtures of good and evil, not figures of absolute virtue like Juliet. And that is where I think both the difficulty and the power of Shakespeare most deeply reside. I think, for me, Shakespeare's greatest distinction, aside from what I have elsewhere called his invention of the human, that is to say, so representing human personality as to affect all of our personalities, the most remarkable of all Shakespeare's achievements is that he is the only dramatist that we have in the entire history of Western drama who is equally excellent at comedy and at tragedy. But he was more naturally, you might say, a comic dramatist than he was a tragic one. Some of the earliest of the comedies, The Comedy of Errors and The Taming of the Shrew, are already Shakespeare upon his heights. In tragedy, he begins with Titus Andronicus, which I can only rescue by asserting that to me it seems a send-up. It seems a satire upon such blood and gore pieces as those by George Peele, Thomas Kidd, and Christopher Marlowe. It is with Romeo and Juliet, his second tragedy, that Shakespeare truly discovers himself. And here I want to emphasize, as I will throughout this discussion, the extraordinary greatness of Juliet herself. Aristotle, in his Poetics, discoursing upon tragedy, not upon comedy, had said that there were 6 elements, including plot and character, which were of the greatest importance for the tragic dramatist. Shakespeare tended, in general, to be terribly uninterested in plot. He would steal a plot wherever he could find one, and that is what he is doing in Romeo and Juliet, and indeed in all of the major tragedies. But in Romeo and Juliet, he is inventing character in a new kind of way. And in the character and personality of Juliet in particular, he is giving us what to this day is the most persuasive and impressive representation that we have of a young woman in love, or indeed of any woman in love with a man. And I want, therefore, to begin with the extraordinary scene in which Juliet's greatness is first fully revealed to us. I am in Act 2 of the play, and I am in Scene 2. And Romeo, who is very young, of course, Juliet is very young also. She is not quite 14 years old, but emotionally speaking, humanly speaking, she has developed in consciousness and in total range of human capacity far beyond Romeo, though he is a very promising young man indeed, perhaps no more than 2 years older than she is. They have fallen in love with one another. They are declaring their love. She is on the balcony. This is the famous balcony scene. He is down below. Their love is a prohibited love because their respective noble houses in Verona are ferociously and murderously opposed to one another. Romeo is protesting, "Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I vow that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops," and sensing that his language is still too conventional and is not authentically expressing what it is that he feels, she replies magnificently, "Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable." And Romeo, being at this point a rather baffled young man, says, "What shall I swear by?" And she replies most beautifully, "Do not swear at all, or if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self, which is the God of my idolatry, and I'll believe thee." And the poor fellow, still not understanding the kind of direct and original expression of his heart that she desires, starts in again, "If my heart's dear love," and she interrupts him with this extraordinary speech, and then a wonderful dialogue takes place between them, which I wish to discuss with you. Juliet resignedly says, "Well, do not swear. Although I joy in thee, I have no joy of this contract tonight. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden, too like the lightning which doth cease to be ere one can say it lightens. Sweet good night, this bud of love by summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night, good night. As sweet repose and rest come to thy heart as that within my breast." And he is completely confused. He says, "Oh, wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?" And she replies, and now she is rather puzzled, "What satisfaction canst thou have tonight?" And he says, "The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine." And again, most exquisitely and maturely, she says, "I gave thee mine before thou didst request it, and yet I would it were to give again." And he misunderstands her completely and cries out in anguish, "Wouldst thou withdraw it? For what purpose, love?" And magnificently she replies, and these are my favorite lines in the play, and I think Shakespeare himself must have been quite overwhelmed at what he had suddenly created. She says, "But to be frank and give it thee again, and yet I wish but for the thing I have, My bounty is as boundless as the sea. That's a most extraordinary line. My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite. I hear some noise within, dear love, and she says, good night to him. But consider how extraordinary those lines are. Nietzsche once said, and we will find Hamlet exemplifying this, and indeed most of Shakespeare's tragic protagonists exemplify this. Nietzsche once wrote, and he was thinking of Hamlet, that for which we can find words is something already dead in our hearts. There is always a kind of satire. There's always a kind of torment. There's always a kind of falsity in the act of speaking. That certainly would be true of Hamlet, who never quite says what he means or quite means what he says, but it is totally untrue of Juliet. What she is finding words for is something absolutely alive in her heart. And I want to repeat those lines one more time. My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite. Shelley, writing very much under the influence of this in his Epipsychidion, cries out, true love in this differs from gold and clay, for to divide is not to take away. And he is emulating and echoing Juliet. She has declared her extraordinary greatness, and yet also, in a very deep sense, she has told us what her tragedy is to be about. It is not, as Aristotle said, a tragic flaw which is going to mark this great tragic heroine, but far from it. Her tragedy is indeed her greatness as a human being. Her tragedy is the totality of her love, the fact that she loves without reservation. And you can see throughout the play how Romeo, in spite of the fact that they have so little time to spend together, is learning from her and is trying to raise himself up to the level of her love. I once made the observation that what Shakespeare shows us is that, in a sense, all women must marry down, because I think that Shakespeare truly believes in the natural superiority of women, particularly where the whole question of the significant human emotion of love and selflessness attendant upon it are concerned. One way of seeing how beautifully he has learned is to look at the other of the two really great scenes between them, the Orbaid or dawn song that they in effect chant together, you might almost say sing together. It is so extraordinarily lyrical. After they have been secretly married and they have spent the single night of love together that ever they are to enjoy. This is Act 3, the beginning of Scene 5. Romeo and Juliet are at the window looking out on the dawn, and Juliet is desperate to prolong their time. Romeo, who has been schooled by her in reality and who knows that it is death for him to stay and be discovered there by his enemies, her parents and her kin, nevertheless is trying this time to bring her to reality. Juliet says, "Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale and not the lark that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Nightly she sings on yon pomegranate tree. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale." And Romeo, with a kind of tragic intensity of truth, says, "It was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east." And then lines of astonishing beauty. "Night's candles are burnt out, and Joconde stands tiptoe on the misty mountain tops. I must be gone and live, or stay and die." That extraordinary moment shows not so much a reversal of greatnesses on their part, but shows indeed how he has begun to be transformed by her extraordinary influence upon him, which is in the end a lesson in love and nothing but a lesson in love. But I mustn't, in my remarks, concentrate only upon these two figures, though I will come back to them at the close. There are two other extraordinary characters in Romeo and Juliet. Mercutio, the best friend of Romeo, who is an extraordinarily witty but foul-mouthed fellow. He can scarcely open his mouth except to utter some sexual innuendo or obscenity. And the nurse, who has raised Juliet, but who turns out to be someone who cannot be trusted and who in the end seems to be as unstable as Mercutio. They are great comic figures, but there is a very curious edge to them, and I do not think finally that we get to like either of them very much. But they both provide very great parts, and the moment of Mercutio's death is an extraordinary indication of Shakespeare's skill in the play. Romeo has come between Mercutio and one of the kinsmen of Juliet, desperately trying to prevent a fight between them, and in the course of it, Mercutio has received his death wound delivered under Romeo's arm by Tybalt, and Romeo speaks to Mercutio, I'm in Act 3, Scene 1, and says to him, "Courage, man, the hurt cannot be much." And Mercutio answers magnificently in prose, and it's hilarious, it is courageous, but at the same time, it brings forth that tradition of theatrical history which says that Shakespeare kills off Mercutio so early because otherwise Mercutio would kill the play by capturing all the male interest from Romeo. Mercutio says, "No, 'tis not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door, but 'tis enough, 'twill serve. Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man. I am peppered, I warrant, for this world, a plague of both your houses." And with that, you have the disappearance from the play of this very great figure whose, I think, function in the play is to show what Romeo is getting away from, a kind of lightness in erotic matters of which he has been cured permanently by falling deeply and with utter conviction in love with Juliet, who represents a higher order of existence than he has ever known before this time. And indeed, I believe she represents that for the audience also. And I want to say something more about her greatness well before I close. But I want at this point to contrast the two of them in their reaction to the wedding, which is about to take place. This is at the very end of the second act. Friar Lawrence is about to marry them. Listen to the difference between them. Romeo says, "Ah, Juliet, if the measure of thy joy be heaped like mine, and that thy skill be more to blazon it, then sweeten with thy breath this neighbor air, and let rich music's tongue unfold the imagined happiness that both receive in either by this dear encounter." He is utterly intoxicated still by what is happening to him and is being caught up into a world which simply departs this earth. Juliet, a deeper nature and more powerfully attuned to reality, indeed more attuned to reality than surely almost all among us, says, "Conceit more rich in matter than in words, brags of his substance, not of ornament. They are but beggars that can count their worth. She is again finding another way of saying, my bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. And she goes on to say, again magnificently, but my true love is grown to such excess, I cannot sum up some of half my wealth. She is saying that language, like the ornate language in which he has just delivered his wonderful declaration of happiness, is not adequate to convey the full reality of what is breaking upon the two, a reality in which they share, but again, he is neither mature enough humanly nor adept enough emotionally to fully meet her greatness. I want to pass now to moments that take us towards the close of the play. And I want to involve very much the figure of the nurse and the rather extraordinary brutality that she manifests. This is something I think that is frequently misunderstood when people read this play or see a good production of it, or indeed listen to most critical discussions of it, because the nurse is, after all, a very vivid figure, rather like Chaucer's wife of Bath, very passionate, like Mercutio himself, very given to sexual innuendos and intensities, but something about her is ultimately hollow. When the nurse tells Juliet that she must forget Romeo and take the County Paris, who has been set up by her parents, to be her husband, Juliet reacts angrily. What devil, this is speaking to the nurse, whom she has loved since she was a child and who has loved her. Juliet says, what devil art thou that dost torment me thus? This torture should be roared in dismal hell. Hath Romeo slain himself? Say thou but I, and that bare vow I shall poison more than any deaf darting eye. I am not I, if there be such an eye, or if those eyes shut that makes the answer I. The nurse lies and says, I saw the wound, he is dead. Juliet cries out, oh break my heart. And then suddenly she realizes that the nurse is getting things mixed up and that it is Tybalt who is dead, slain by Romeo in vengeance for his having killed Mercutio. And Juliet comes to understand this. And finally, Romeo is banished, and the nurse says, there's no trust, no faith, no honesty in men. It doesn't matter which man, after all, you married, all perjured, all forsworn, all naught, all dismembers. And Juliet says, blistered be thy tongue for such a wish. The nurse says, will you speak well of him that killed your cousin? And Juliet replies, shall I speak ill of him that is my husband? And when the nurse finally says to her that this is simply the way things are and you will have to accept this, then Juliet says, thou hast comforted me wondrous well, and totally dismisses the nurse. But I want now to return to what I think is the heart of this drama, which is indeed the heart of Juliet herself. In all of the Western tradition of literature that leads up to Shakespeare, there is no comparable portrait of a young woman, really a young girl. As I say, she is just going on 14, but she is extraordinarily mature of what it means to be a young woman, or indeed any young person, deeply and authentically in love. And in Shakespeare's way of showing the constant generosity of Juliet's nature, in his technique for unveiling the ultimate secrets of the human heart, he teaches us, I think, a wisdom that no one has surpassed throughout Western tradition. The great modern philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein once coined an extraordinary aphorism. I will translate it from the German. Love is not a feeling. Love, unlike pain, is put to the test. One does not say that was not a true pain because it passed away so quickly. That's so subtle that I want to repeat it a second time. And while he did not mean it to have direct application to Juliet, it is one of the best characterizations I know of the authenticity and the permanence of her love for Romeo. Her love is not a feeling. Her love, unlike pain, is put to the test. None of us would say, after a really intense pain was over, that was not a true pain because it passed away so quickly. But that defines the difference between love in the high sense of Juliet and a mere pain, a mere negative affect of any sort. Now, there is a question that has always fascinated me, which is, what precedent did Shakespeare have for Juliet? And the answer is that he has no precedent. There is no figure in Western literature or in anything he could ever have read that would have taught him how to create this amazing representation of a warm, generous, overflowing, all but selfless personality, giving herself away absolutely and completely in love for a young man, and doing it permanently, and knowing indeed that it is permanent and is going to be permanent. And I want to use Romeo and Juliet now very much as an introduction to this whole course of talks that I shall be giving on the 7 major tragedies. In one sense, as the first of the 7 major tragedies, in one sense, it is necessarily the least. Shakespeare is learning his art as he goes. And yet with Juliet, he has taken a kind of quantum leap and given us something not only unprecedented, but not surpassed ever since. And that, I think, takes one very deep into the tragic world as Shakespeare conceives it. All of us know that we can say of a particular person, he or she has an extremely pleasant personality, but I do not trust his or her character. All of us also know that we can say of other persons, she or he has a remarkable moral character, but I am not at all pleased by his or her personality. Before Shakespeare, character and what we would now call personality are very different entities. Shakespeare, and I believe he does this in Juliet before he does it anywhere else with anyone else. And I believe that in doing so, he teaches himself, as well as all the rest of us, something extraordinary, which we could not have learned without him. Though I want to be very clear about this. I wrote a huge book on Shakespeare, a commentary on all of his plays, including all of the tragedies, called Shakespeare, the Invention of the Human. And there were many protests of people saying, well, you can't literally mean that Shakespeare invented the human. There were human beings before Shakespeare. There was great literature from Homer through Virgil to Dante on to Chaucer's Canterbury Tales well before Shakespeare. In one sense, do you mean that Shakespeare invented the human? And I think it has a very clear sense, and I think that Juliet gives me a wonderful illustration of it and teaches me a great deal about how to sharpen and make more precise my own critical metaphor, if one wants to call it that, of Shakespeare's invention of the human. It is not that Shakespeare brings something into the world that was never there before him. It is that Shakespeare so handles reality, finds different ways and modes and means of getting on all sides of reality at once, as he does with the reality of the character and personality of Juliet, that he enables us to see things that were always there, but that we never would have been able to see without him. There have doubtless been young women in reality, in nature, in human life, in human history, in all ages since the world began, as magnificent as Juliet, as generous, as absolutely capable of falling completely and permanently in love with the right person, and intuitively knowing exactly who that right person is. This must always have existed in reality. And perhaps Shakespeare himself, who was a keen observer of humankind, because who else could have written the plays, let alone the 7 major tragedies, perhaps Shakespeare had met such a person, though we do not know that that was the case, or if it was the case, we certainly do not know who that person was. But because Shakespeare wrote the role or part of Juliet, if you wish to call it that, though I think we cannot ever speak about the great Shakespearean roles simply as parts or scripts for an actor, because to an amazing extent they have usurped reality itself. It fascinates me that I have had students from all over the world and have myself attended performances of Shakespeare all over the world, that I have taught Shakespeare in many, many different countries on several continents. I have sat with audiences watching productions of Shakespeare in many, many languages. And quite frequently, the bulk of the audience have been people who were not actually literate in their very own languages, who could not read it. And yet I have seen them swept up again and again by Shakespearean tragedy, by Shakespearean comedy, by Shakespearean romance, by Shakespearean history or tragicomedy, because they are firmly persuaded that Shakespeare has put themselves, their families, their neighbors, those they have fallen in love with, those they might fall in love with, has put them there on the stage. This is such a miracle that there is nothing comparable to it in the history of literature. If you consider the authors since Shakespeare, and they're all of them deeply influenced by Shakespeare, perhaps in English only Jane Austen and Charles Dickens have successfully created a number of vivid, intense, and permanent human beings as Shakespeare has. But it is the rarest of gifts. And it comes, I think, from what I want to emphasize in the concluding minutes of this brief talk on Romeo and Juliet. Shakespeare's art is certainly an art of language, of an enormous control over the resources of language. Indeed, Shakespeare can be said to have reinvented the English language. He has the largest vocabulary that we know of any author who has ever written. Of that vocabulary, he invented fully 1,800 words himself, and 1,200 of those words are still in common usage in England and the United States, or wherever English is spoken in the world today. And of course, English has now replaced French as the international lingua franca. You go to Indonesia or you go to Denmark, and you are not asked to speak French, you are asked to speak English. So certainly Shakespeare's enormous control of language, his ability to reinvent language, is an enormous element in his art. But there are two elements that I think are even more important and even more powerful. And in this he goes beyond anything that Aristotle prescribed for the tragic dramatist. One element, most certainly, is the creation of personality added to the representation of character. And I do not believe we can find that before Shakespeare. Personality in our sense, though he does not use the word, is a Shakespearean invention. But finally, and I want to emphasize this as I close, there is the entire question of cognitive power, of capacity for thinking. Shakespeare thinks more originally and more inventively than any writer before him or since in any language I am able to read. He is unique among the world's authors in that regard. And in giving us Juliet, he has not only found a way of integrating a superb personality with a deep and immensely moving character, he has not only found language of absolute eloquence and memorability for her to speak, but most of all, he has thought his way into her mind, so that in a very deep sense, we can say he is Juliet. The great romantic critic William Hazlitt once said of Hamlet, "It is we who are Hamlet." I would say that in some sense, though we cannot live up to Juliet, in some sense there is something in every one of us, female and male, that is Juliet.
This ends Lecture 1. Shakespeare, The Seven Major Tragedies, Lecture 2, Julius Caesar.
I want to begin now the second lecture of this course on Shakespeare's remarkable political tragedy, Julius Caesar. This is a beautiful example of a well-made play. Indeed, when I myself was young, it was the standard way in which in junior high schools and high schools you began the study of Shakespeare. It is a beautifully clear drama with four major characters, the tragic protagonist Marcus Brutus, and in some sense, though the play has to be called Julius Caesar because he is the greatest personage in it in terms of rank and ultimately, at least formally, of character, it is the tragedy of Marcus Brutus, and the other two principal characters are Caius Cassius, who first brings Brutus into the plot to kill Caesar, and Mark Antony, who survives to help destroy the conspirators and who will eventually be the hero of Shakespeare's last great tragedy, which we will look at in the final two lectures of this course, Antony and Cleopatra. The greatest Shakespeare critic whom I know of is also the greatest Western literary critic still in my judgment, the 18th century Dr. Samuel Johnson. And in his prefaces to Shakespeare, he confessed to a certain reservation about Julius Caesar. He said it was a cold play. And indeed, there is something stoic and slightly chilly about it. We are not given any completely sympathetic character. I think that Shakespeare wants all of us to fall in love with Juliet, but no one could fall in love with Julius Caesar himself, with Marcus Brutus as Shakespeare portrays him, or with Mark Antony, at least Mark Antony at this stage of his career, or with Cassius. But this highly deliberate on Shakespeare's part because he wants to put the emphasis elsewhere. And indeed, this is one of the most enigmatic and powerfully, subtly worked out of his plays. His source, and it's his total source, is the standard English translation of the ancient writer Plutarch available in his day, the lives of the eminent Greeks and Romans, the so-called parallel lives. He is using Thomas North's English translation, which interestingly enough had been made from a French version of Plutarch. It fascinates me, and I think it has by no means been sufficiently emphasized by Shakespeare scholars and critics, and I've never seen it really conveyed in any production of Julius Caesar that I have attended, but I hope that I yet will be able to confront such a stage presentation. Plutarch says, and he follows the ancient Roman historian Suetonius in this, that all of Rome, including Julius Caesar and Marcus Brutus, fully believed that Marcus Brutus was the natural son of Julius Caesar. Shakespeare does not give you any explicit reference whatsoever to that in the entire play, and yet it haunts the play in a very complex kind of a way. It raises the very fascinating question of the elliptical element in Shakespeare, particularly fascinating because Shakespeare is the richest of all writers. And I would like to explain at just this point in this course of lectures what I mean by this contrast between the richness of Shakespeare, the sense you get that he is putting everything in, and the elliptical quality, the sense that he is reserving something or leaving something deliberately out, on purpose indeed, so as to provoke thought and speculation on your part. We do not know, and Hamlet does not know, at what point the relationship between Claudius and Gertrude, Hamlet's mother, whose first husband was Hamlet's father, King Hamlet, how far back that relationship goes. There is a possibility that Hamlet, who does not much resemble his father, the warrior King Hamlet, though he does not much resemble Claudius either, somewhere buried in his extraordinary and comprehensive consciousness must be the uncomfortable possibility that he could well be the natural child of Claudius, depending on how far back this relationship goes, a relationship which he specifically, at the opening of the play, refers to as adulterous. But Shakespeare does not seek to develop this, and yet that celebrated reluctance or delay on Hamlet's part in killing Claudius may have a hidden source in this elliptical element. The great modern Irish novelist James Joyce was once asked the desert island question. That is to say, if you were thrown off on a desert island and could have one book only, what would you choose? And Joyce replied, and I believe this is verbatim, he said, I should like to answer Dante, but I would have to take the Englishman because he is richer. And that's a wonderful use of the word richer in regard to Shakespeare. But throughout this course of lectures, I will keep pointing to extraordinarily elliptical elements in the play. And the elliptical element in this play, to which I will certainly make some reference, is the question of what is the full relationship between Julius Caesar and Marcus Brutus. And that indeed raises the question of what are Brutus's motives in not only joining, but then in leading the conspiracy and in striking the particular blow against Julius Caesar with a dagger, which some traditions, according to Plutarch, say was actually struck in what was called the privates, that is to say, in the genitals, making it a kind of Oedipal attack indeed. But I want to begin with a great soliloquy of Brutus. I am in Act 2, Scene 1 of the play. Brutus is alone. I'm starting with line 10. And he is meditating on the whole question of what is to be done about Julius Caesar, who seems to be embarked upon a systematic campaign to no longer just be the military dictator of Rome, but to actually become its emperor. And here is Brutus musing to himself in a very remarkable and revelatory soliloquy, "It must be by his death, and for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general." And we wonder what that denial, this is my commentary, is concealing. Then he goes on about Caesar. He would be crowned. How that might change his nature, there's the question. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder, that is to say, the poisonous snake, and that craves wary walking. Crown him? That? And then I grant we put a sting in him, that is to say, we make him a potentially poisonous snake, that at his will he may do danger with. The abuse of greatness is when it disjoins remorse from power. And then because Marcus Brutus is an immensely honest person, though immensely self-involved, and I think with very little sense of the reality of selves other than his own, he states the truth. And to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affection swayed more than his reason. That is to say, he has never abused power. He has never let his emotions carry him away. He has always exercised reason, restraint, and judgment with his power. But 'tis a common proof, Brutus goes on to say, that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. But when he once attains the upmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. And then Brutus says, and he clearly has not yet convinced himself, so Caesar may, note that may, then lest he may prevent, it is necessary to cut off his life. And then Brutus says something absolutely startling that I think needs very close reading. He says, and since the quarrel, that is to say, the reason for our rebellion against him, will bear no color for the thing he is, that is to say, color is being used in the special sense of something which indeed is a kind of excuse, a reason, a kind of metaphor for why he should be done away with, since the quarrel will bear no color for the thing he is, and then three shocking words, fashion it thus. But that means let me construct it in the following fashion. Let me pass a conscious fiction upon myself, that what he is augmented would run to these and these extremities, and therefore think him as a serpent's egg, which hatched would as his kind grow mischievous, and kill him in the shell now before he can become a fully poisonous serpent. It is an extraordinary speech that begins with total honesty in and towards the self, and then becomes a conscious fiction, a kind of metaphor that one tells oneself one will treat as being the absolute truth. And it does indicate the fatal flaw in Brutus's nature, his capacity to deceive himself because he so firmly believes in the absoluteness of his own virtue, and does not for a moment consider that he could have hidden motives rather than simply the salvation of Rome from a monarchy that otherwise would be imposed upon it. What those hidden motives may be may well have some relationship to his very complex existence in regard to Julius Caesar, if Julius Caesar indeed is, as all believed him to be, Brutus's natural father. But I want to take this further in just this very scene. After Lucius, the servant, comes into Brutus and says that there are men waiting to speak to you, Cassius and the other conspirators, Brutus says, All right, you can go about and show them in, but first he speaks to himself another extraordinary soliloquy, and one that fascinates me and that I want to emphasize is a kind of prolepsis or prophecy on Shakespeare's own part. Because if you know the drama of Macbeth, as surely so many of you do or will, since I'll be spending 2 lectures upon it, it is impossible not to hear the voice of Macbeth prophesied here in the voice of Brutus. The young boy Lucius goes out to fetch the others, and Brutus says to himself, "Since Cassius first did wet me against Caesar, I have not slept." Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection. It is, as we will see when I come to my 2 lectures on Macbeth, an exact prophecy of a particular speech of Macbeth, and it's astonishing that Shakespeare gives you this intimation in advance. But I think I can explain why this is and why Shakespeare does this, perhaps without fully consciously realizing himself what is in his mind. When Macbeth murders King Duncan, who is his kinsman, he is murdering a very good king and a very good man who is in fact a guest in his own house and who has a fatherly kind of relationship to him and to his wife, Lady Macbeth. Indeed, Lady Macbeth herself says when she puts the daggers ready for Macbeth to use, she says, "I would have done it myself had he not resembled my father when asleep in his bed." That there should be a kind of Oedipal motive of the son slaying the father in Macbeth in relation to Duncan does not surprise us. But it may surprise Shakespeare himself about this hidden element in his own play, that this prophecy of Macbeth's mode of discourse should emerge at just this point. There is a kind of deep ambivalence which is being manifested, and as Freud teaches us, it is the special mark of what he calls the Oedipus complex, that there should be an immense ambivalence of mingled love and hatred towards the father on the part of the son. But now we come to the whole question of the spirit of Caesar, and for that I think we have to look at Caesar at his best and his worst, and I want to turn this lecture away from Marcus Brutus for a while and consider the title character of the play, Julius Caesar. We are seeing Julius Caesar not in his full greatness, but in his clear decline. He is beginning to be a little inconsistent, though not in letting his passion govern his reason, as Brutus tries to fashion it. And he is a strange mixture of bravado and real courage, of wisdom and self-deception. I am now in Act 2, Scene 2. Julius Caesar is being begged by his wife Calpurnia, being begged by his servants and retainers not to go forth to the Senate that day. And Caesar cries out, "The gods do this in shame of cowardice. Caesar should be a beast without a heart if he should stay at home today for fear. No, Caesar shall not." And notice that he speaks of himself in the third person, which is clearly a kind of weakness on his part. But that in itself raises another question, which is part of the elliptical or hidden element in this play, which fascinates me and which I think should greatly interest all of you. How is it that Caesar, who is already an absolute dictator in Rome, how is it that it is so easy for the conspirators to kill him? Mark Antony is taken off the scene. But why are there no Praetorian guards about Caesar? You can say partly that it is sheer bravado that without a bodyguard he goes into the midst of the conspirators. But I think there is a deeper and darker implication. There is some sense that on some primordial level, perhaps unconscious or partly unconscious, he desires martyrdom because he understands with his deep intellect that if he is cut down by the conspirators, he will be avenged, and indeed his great-nephew and heir Octavian will become, at the close of the last tragedy we will consider, Antony and Cleopatra, the Emperor Augustus, and fully found the Roman Empire, and each new emperor in turn shall be called Caesar. It will become the name for emperor, and to this day it maintains itself. The Roman Caesar became the Russian Tsar, simply a Slavic modification of the term Caesar. And Caesarism and the spirit of Caesar has been prevalent in the world ever since Julius Caesar. So another of the hidden elements or elliptical elements in this play is whether or not Caesar does not see himself as a willing sacrifice to his own greatness, so that he will become a kind of god through this assassination, and the empire will be firmly founded in his name, and he will live immortally in Caesar after Caesar. But one returns now to his complex nature as we meet him in the play. He says he will go forth. Danger knows full well that Caesar is more dangerous than he, which has its charm but also its immense foolishness. We are two lions littered in one day, and I the elder and more terrible, and Caesar shall go forth. Now that is not impressive. That shows him simultaneously at his best and at his worst. And now one sees him in an exchange with Brutus, which I find very fascinating indeed. Before the rest of the conspirators come, there is Brutus. I am in Act 2, Scene 2, a passage which immensely fascinates me. At about line 110, Caesar sees Brutus and says to him, "What, Brutus, are you stirred so early too?" And then he says hello to the others. And then you get the only exchange that takes place until the actual murder, when finally Caesar will cry out, "Et tu, Brute," that is to say, "You too, Brutus, then Caesar die, if you, my nearest and dearest, indeed my natural son, have turned against me and struck me down." You get this curious reserved. He says to Brutus, "What is it o'clock?" And Brutus says to him very gently, "Caesar's 'tis struck an 8." And Caesar very formally, with a kind of beautiful gravity, replies, "I thank you for your pains and courtesy." It is too large a statement, obviously, to make, too dignified, too full of overtones for the occasion. And so we come to the actual scene of the assassination, and in doing so, we have a very striking scene indeed, something which went beyond anything that Shakespeare had composed up to this time in terms of its sheer dramatic intensity. Act 3, Scene 1, the conspirators are gathered round him. Mark Antony has been sent off. There are no guards, as I said. Cassius speaks to him and begs Caesar that someone shall be recalled from exile. And Caesar replies, in what is really his finest moment, I could be well moved if I were as you. If I could pray to move, prayers would move me. But I am constant as the northern star, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in the firmament. The skies are painted with unnumbered sparks, they are all fire, and every one doth shine. But there's but one in all doth hold his place, so in the world. And Caesar says, I am that northern star, I will remain constant. And they beg him and implore him, and Caesar in line 75 says, does not Brutus himself, who is so dear to me, bootless, kneel? Is he not kneeling to no purpose whatsoever, since I will not yield on this? And they all cry out, speak hands for me, and they all stab Caesar, and the final blow is given, and as I say, according to Plutarch, in the privates, and Caesar cries out, and thou, my son, and you too, indeed, Brutus, then fall Caesar, and he is overthrown, and the great murder is accomplished, the great catastrophe. And you get a moment of extraordinary theater as Brutus leads the conspirators in dipping their hands in the blood of Caesar, a moment that they know is gory, but so as to say, we fully accept our guilt, and we do this for the sake of liberty. And then begins the progress of the rest of the play, which I want to outline in a kind of cavalcade of what is most crucial in it. Every time there is a disagreement between the two generals on the rebel side, the assassins, those who have cut Caesar down, Brutus and Cassius. Cassius is invariably right. Brutus is invariably wrong. His judgment is dreadful. Thus, Cassius has initially said, before the actual murder of Caesar, let us murder Mark Antony also, because he is too devoted to Caesar and will revenge himself upon us. Brutus says, no, our course will seem too bloody. Cassius, he says, let him live, he is harmless. He is but a limb of Caesar. When Caesar is gone, he is no danger. And then comes a further disagreement. Brutus goes to the forum to speak to the citizens of Rome to justify the murder of Caesar. And Mark Antony says, allow me to say a few words after you, not against you and Cassius and the other conspirators, but simply a kind of elegy, a requiem for Caesar. And Cassius says, do not do this. In effect, his eloquence may be too dangerous. And Brutus again shrugs it off. And this pattern will go on throughout the rest of the play. Whenever Cassius says, let us not do battle with Octavius and Antony and their armies at this point or another, Brutus, with invariable bad judgment, says, no, we will do it my way. And it leads finally to the defeat and overthrow and subsequent suicide of Cassius, and finally to the suicide of Brutus. I want to turn to that suicide and then consider the entire question of the personalities of the four principal characters in the play. Brutus is a superb Stoic, a figure of enormous dignity and enterprise, a man almost wholly admirable, except for an extraordinary blindness towards himself and his own motivations, as I have remarked before, including that hidden motivation of the deep ambivalence of the kind of love that he bears for what does seem to be his actual father, Julius Caesar. When Brutus is about to commit suicide, he says, I rejoice that on my entire life I met no man, but he was true to me. It does not seem to occur to him that all the people who vowed to be true to him kept their troth, but he was not true to Julius Caesar and betrayed him. Cassius is more honest. He makes very clear throughout that he fiercely resents the natural superiority of Caesar. He is one of those people who can never bear to have anyone in authority over them who really seems to be naturally beyond them in terms of gifts and endowments. Mark Antony is a loving and loyal follower of Caesar, as the young Octavius, his heir and great-nephew, is as well. But Mark Antony does not seem to really come to himself until his great funeral oration, in which, almost prophesying Iago and the special arts of Iago in the great tragedy Othello, Mark Antony starts a spirit of mischief abroad and incites the entire mob to rise against the conspirators and go forth to murder anyone who stands in favor of the terrible death that has been brought to Caesar. Shakespeare practices a kind of alienation effect. Bertolt Brecht in the modern theater speaks of the alienation effect of trying to separate the audience emotionally from everything that is happening on stage. But as he himself realized, Shakespeare was there before him, as he is there before everyone as a dramatist, and indeed in every mode of literary art. It is not possible for us to sympathize with Brutus because Brutus does not allow himself to fully understand his own motives. We cannot fully sympathize with Caesar, both because there is this strange suicidal element in him, and also because when you start worshiping and venerating yourself in the third person, then clearly a kind of dehumanizing effect is going on, however great your courage remains. We certainly cannot sympathize very much with Cassius, though we can admire the leanness of his intellect and the way his great design works itself out by playing upon Brutus. But even with Mark Antony, where after all he does seem a kind of free spirit and someone who has a kind of tremendous capacity for emotional life, we are shown him in the act of sitting down with Octavius and preparing a purge, which goes far beyond any purge of the Romans suggested by Brutus and Cassius, in which the great philosopher and writer Cicero is going to perish, in which relatives both of Mark Antony and of Octavius are going to perish. They are cold-blooded in the extreme, so we are alienated from them. Shakespeare quite clearly is trying for a very complex effect, and one of the most remarkable aspects of this drama is that throughout the earlier 20th century, it was played as a left-wing drama, sometimes indeed by communists in enhancement of their politics. It was played as a fascist drama. It caused riots from both extremes. Shakespeare himself politically, I think, is disengaged, as he is always religiously disengaged. We do not know where Shakespeare stands in relationship to the four major characters in Julius Caesar, or to the crucial action of the play, which is the assassination of Caesar. He certainly does not believe that it was a stroke or action in order to achieve liberty, and yet he does not wholly stand for the spirit of Caesarism either. He stands apart, and he seems to want us to stand apart also. But he has created a drama of astonishing and perpetual political relevance, as deeply involved in our awareness of what is going on now in 2005 in the United States and the rest of the world as it was 4 centuries ago when first it was composed.
Shakespeare, The 7 Major Tragedies, Lecture 3. Hamlet, Part 1.
This is the first of 3 lectures on Shakespeare's most famous tragedy and indeed most famous play. Indeed, I would go further and say the most famous literary work ever composed, the tragical history of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. The first lecture will basically talk about the nature and the importance both of the play and of the protagonist or hero, Prince Hamlet, and will talk about the first act of the play and take us through the first scene of Act 2, and I may say something about all of 7 of the soliloquies that he speaks. The second of the 3 lectures will concern the extraordinary sequence that goes from Act 2, Scene 2, through Act 3, Scene 2, and that is an amazing series of what I've learned to call plays within plays within plays. And the third and final one will go from Act 3, Scene 3, down to the very end of the drama. I want to begin by talking about the uniqueness of Hamlet in all of literature, all of Western literature, and by now, since English has become the lingua franca of the entire world, replacing French, in some sense, the unique work, the most famous literary work in the entire world today, and I have no reason to believe, we have no reason to believe, that it will not always be the most famous. It is the central work of Western literature. We all of us surmise, when we know the play and when we know Shakespeare's work in general, that there is a unique relationship between Shakespeare himself and the play, though, as I say, this is surmise. We can never work it out in exact terms. The play was probably begun in 1599, when Shakespeare was about 35 years old. It was finished and first acted in 1600 when he was 36. It was revised in 1601, the year when he turned 37. He died 15 years later in 1616 on just about his 52nd birthday. There is a very subtle family background to Shakespeare's tragedy of Hamlet. Shakespeare had only one son, Hamnet, Hamnet, and in those days, when Elizabethan spelling was by no means regular, Shakespeare himself on different documents spells his own last name, Shakespeare, 6 or 7 ways. There would have been very little difference between Hamnet and Hamlet. The boy died at the age of 11, 3 years before the play was written. The year of the play's revision, Shakespeare's father died. And that the play has some intimate relationship to Shakespeare's own loss of both a son and a father is a kind of general speculation in which all of us share. But I want to talk about what it is that makes this as individual and unique a play as it is. Above everything else, it is the extraordinary intelligence of its hero, Hamlet. He is quite simply, by universal agreement, the most brilliant mind represented in the entire history of literature. It is not too much to say, in fact, that he is, there in the Renaissance 4 centuries ago, a new kind of man, as much a new kind of man as King David is in the Hebrew Bible in the 2nd book of Samuel, or perhaps as Jesus of Nazareth is in the Gospel of Mark. Hamlet is an absolute individual. He is a total original. He does not resemble any figures who come either before or after him in Shakespeare's work, but his influence and the influence of the play has been so enormous that it is quite customary to find characters who are to one degree or another imitations of Hamlet throughout Western literature, and indeed by now in Eastern literature as well. The traditional way, or a traditional way, of talking about this play and this character is to say that he is a man who could not make up his mind to do what the ghost of his father had ordered him to do, which is to revenge his father's murder at the hands of his uncle Claudius, who not only has usurped the throne, as Hamlet says, popped in between the election of a new king and my hopes, but has married Hamlet's mother, Queen Gertrude. And indeed it is a dark element in the play that while Gertrude surely does not know that Claudius has murdered her first husband, neither we nor Hamlet know how far back her sexual relationship with Claudius goes, which creates, I think, a special problem for Hamlet's consciousness because he does not like Claudius, and there is an outside possibility always, which he is not willing to express, that he could in fact be the son of Claudius, something that I may come on to again later. But I want to talk first about what kind of a play this is and what kind of a hero this is. There are a number of supremely intelligent individuals who have been represented in literature since Shakespeare wrote Hamlet there at the turn into the 17th century, just a little more than 4 centuries ago. But no one has succeeded in creating a character whose consciousness is as extraordinarily capacious as Hamlet's, a character who seems to be aware of everything, a character whose self-awareness, in fact, is so intense that it becomes a kind of theatricality, since he is at every point aware that in some sense, strangely enough, he is acting in a play, and a play that he doesn't particularly seem to care for. Indeed, one of the odd impressions about this play, which has been recorded through the centuries again and again by readers, audiences, and critics, is that Hamlet somehow seems to us a kind of real person who has been popped into the midst of a play in which no one else is quite real, as though he is a human being surrounded by puppets, some of them extraordinary figures indeed, like his beloved Ophelia, but who nevertheless do not have what you might want to call the reality quotient that Hamlet himself has. There are, of course, enormous problems for Shakespeare, as there would be for any other writer, in giving you a character as supremely intelligent as Hamlet is. He is, for one thing, as people of great intelligence frequently are, something of an ironist. He quite frequently means one thing and says another, or says something and means something else. And that helps the general sense of uniqueness that he gives us. But there are other elements here as well that need to be considered at the start. This is Shakespeare's longest play by far. It is 4,000 lines long and is almost never put on completely on the modern stage. Of those 4,000 lines, 3/8, 1,500 lines, are spoken by Hamlet himself, which means that it is the longest single speaking part that any actor can ever attempt in any of the world's dramas whatsoever. And that is also, of course, a kind of burden for us, but a kind of liberation as well, because we always want to hear more than we actually do hear from him. His range of interests is so extraordinary. The quality of his intelligence is so piercing. His immense wisdom seems to be perpetually exfoliating, so that we finally want to hear him on every subject under the sun. And though the play is already far too long for ordinary stage presentation at 4,000 lines, something in us always wishes Hamlet to say even more than he is saying. Now, the range of reactions on the part of readers and critics to this play has always been very extraordinary. The English Romantic critic Samuel Taylor Coleridge said that this was the tragedy of a man who thought too much. The great German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche replied, "No, that is wrong. Hamlet's problem is not that he thinks too much, but that he thinks much too well, and he thinks his way through to the truth, and all you can do in relation to the truth is die of it," according to Nietzsche. While I prefer Nietzsche to Coleridge on this, I would myself go a little further. I think that Hamlet is not so much what Nietzsche calls a Dionysiac man, that is to say, kind of archaic, ecstatic sort of a person, but, as I said earlier, a new kind of man, one who, in a sense, incarnates the truth in himself, as the King David of 2 Samuel seems to incarnate truth in himself, as the Jesus of the Gospel of Mark is taken as incarnating truth in himself. So Hamlet seems to be the truth and comes to recognize that he is the truth. And if you are the truth, as he finally seems to decide, then only annihilation, self-annihilation, is appropriate for you. A terrible and nihilistic conclusion, but I think there is a strong nihilistic element in this great drama. There is a tradition from Aristotle on that the tragic hero has to manifest what was called a hamartia in the Greek, Hamartia, by Aristotle, a kind of tragic flaw. But I believe that Hamlet has no tragic flaw, and that Aristotle is inappropriate here as he is elsewhere in Shakespeare. Hamlet is not always a very kind human being. He is absolutely not a loving human being. I think even though audiences come to love him intensely, the reader comes to love him intensely, most critics have reached a point where they identify with him. The great romantic critic William Hazlitt said, "It is we who are Hamlet," which I think is not altogether the case, because none of us are as intelligent, after all, as Hamlet is. But also none of us, I think, is quite as cold as Hamlet is. Sigmund Freud thought that both the character Hamlet and the drama of Hamlet was an exemplification of what he called the Oedipus complex. That is to say, he took it that Hamlet's relationship to the dead King Hamlet, his father, whose ghost shows up at the beginning of the play and shows up later on in the play as Hamlet confronts his mother, Gertrude, that Hamlet's relationship to him was marked by extreme ambivalence, that is to say, simultaneous love and hatred for the same personage. But I think that is wrong, and that the Freudian reading of this play is, in the end, a profoundly mistaken one. We learn in the play, before it's over, as we will see in the third lecture of this group of 3 lectures on Hamlet, we learn that Hamlet, until he was 7 years old, had one constant friend, companion, the person who actually nurtured him, and that was Yorick, Yorick, the king's jester. It's a very strange scene in the graveyard, and we will be spending some time on it in the third lecture. It may be the most famous scene not only in Hamlet, but in all the world's literature. It's also very surprising because it raises one of the many ambiguities and elliptical elements in this play. Hamlet, at the beginning of the play, is a student who has come back from the University of Wittenberg, a Protestant university in Germany, to the royal court of Elsinore in Denmark, because his father has suddenly and mysteriously died, and his mother has remarried his brother Claudius, who has become king in the elder Hamlet's place. Hamlet like his school chums, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, who show up a little later, or another school friend, Horatio, who becomes the deep friend of Hamlet in this drama. Hamlet is a student. In Shakespeare's day, people were university students at ages several years younger than they are today. The Hamlet of the opening of this play cannot really be more than, at most, 19 years of age. But you are told very clearly in the graveyard scene that it is now 23 years since Yorick died, the king's jester died, and that Hamlet was 7 years old at that time. That means that Hamlet is 30 years old in the fifth act of the play. But in no way can the transpired time that takes you from the opening scenes of the play through the fifth act and the graveyard scene and the tragic events that take place afterwards at Elsinore, in no way can the time lapse of the play be more than about 6 weeks at the most. So we are given a hero who somehow ages 11 years in just 6 weeks or so. You can say that Shakespeare was being deliberately careless. His friend, the great rival dramatist Ben Jonson, was always outraged by what he took to be Shakespeare's extreme liberties and carelessness in terms of plot. But I think that this is Shakespearean deliberation. He wants a Hamlet who is still essentially a student, though a very wise student, at the opening of the work, but then he wants a Hamlet who is indeed moving on full maturity at the close of the work, and he does not care if he involves himself in a contradiction. Indeed, Shakespeare might well have said, even more than Walt Whitman, "Do I contradict myself? Very well, then I contradict myself. I am large, I contain multitudes," Walt Whitman said. No one is a larger form of feeling, thought, and visualization than William Shakespeare, and he is larger even than Walt Whitman and contained endless multitudes. There are more than 100 major characters in Shakespeare's plays who are remarkably different from one another. They speak in distinct and absolute voices of their own, and there are almost 1,000 minor characters who are also, whenever he wishes to, sharply differentiated as well. Let me come back now to the whole question of Hamlet's intelligence and to the nature of this play. Play is in many ways baffling, not just because we cannot quite get the age of the prince straight, not just because we are never told, and we must surmise for ourselves, how Hamlet got to be the rather audacious, striking, brilliant, but in the end, intensely theatrical young man, and one who profoundly distrusts all emotions, including his own. T.S. Eliot, a major poet and critic of the 20th century, who did not like the play Hamlet, once said of it that it is certainly an aesthetic failure. It is a very celebrated misjudgment on Eliot's part, but a very useful one, because it always causes me to say in response that if Hamlet is an aesthetic failure, then there is no such thing as any literary work ever which has been an aesthetic success. But one knows what it is that is bothering Eliot. Eliot felt that there is some emotion in excess of what is going on in the play, constantly being manifested in Hamlet. But that has to do with hidden elements in Hamlet, some of which I hope to uncover in the course of these 3 lectures. But I want to pass on now to a few other rather crucial things that one wishes you to know about this poem. Hamlet and Shakespeare share a tremendous distrust of motives. Hamlet does not trust the motivation of anyone else in the play, and he distrusts his own motives. They also share that intense theatricality that I talked about earlier. We know from stage tradition that Shakespeare himself acted the part of the ghost of Hamlet's father in this play. Because of a long theatrical tradition in which more often than not the character actor who plays the ghost also plays the first actor, the first player or player king, there is every reason to believe that Shakespeare doubled in that part also. A literary critic whom I greatly respect of the earlier 20th century, Harold Goddard, in a book called The Meaning of Shakespeare, said of Hamlet quite brilliantly that Hamlet is his own Falstaff. I would add to that my own judgment that Hamlet is his own Iago, by which I do not mean that Hamlet is evil, though he certainly does evil. Before the play is over, he is responsible for 8 violent deaths, including his own. One way or another, he is responsible. And that being the case, one understands why he prevents his friend Horatio from committing suicide at the close of the play. When Horatio knows that Hamlet is dying and does not want to survive him, he pulls the poison cup away from Horatio and says, "Oh, what a wounded name I will bear if you do not stay here and draw thy breath in pain to tell my story." He has every reason to fear a wounded name. His actions have been at times bloody and apparently inexplicable, but that takes me even further into the element in the play which is perhaps most extraordinary. 4 centuries and more after it was first written and put on at the Globe Theatre, Shakespeare's theatre in London, Hamlet remains the most experimental stage drama ever written. It tests the absolute limits both of theatricality and of consciousness. No one, not Pirandello, not Samuel Beckett, not Bert Brecht, not the theater of the absurd people, including Ionesco and Artaud, no one in the 20th century, or now in the 21st, is able to get beyond Hamlet. It is the most alarming kind of a play, whether we read it or we watch a good performance of it, and it's increasingly difficult, I think, to find a good performance of it, because everything about it is unexpected. Nothing in it is predictable. And I turn, therefore, to a very crucial question, which is, how did Hamlet first become Hamlet? How did he become the extraordinary individual whom we meet, who is so deeply ambivalent, who questions everything, who manifests an extraordinary degree of irony, and who of all of Shakespeare's characters seems to be the most adept at overhearing himself, of being able to listen to himself as though he were some person other than himself, and on the basis of what he hears, go through a process of extraordinary change. He is, I think, a changeling from the start. In a sense, self-fathered, nurtured by Yorick, but a kind of actor-dramatist from the beginning, and I suppose that's why Shakespeare appears at his side as the first player and as the paternal ghost, so as to make clear to the audience that Hamlet is not a self-representation on his part. Indeed, I would go a little further. I remember saying to you before, repeating William Hazlitt's great remark, that it is we who are Hamlet. I would say that no, it is not we who are Hamlet, it is we who are Horatio. Horatio is the figure who mediates Hamlet for us, who makes Hamlet accessible for us. Horatio represents the audience. Without Horatio, we would have no way directly into the character and personality of Hamlet, because, as I say, he simply seems to exist in a sphere very much apart from us. I want now to turn to a very different element in Hamlet as a character and as a personality. He has a wild, ironic humor which is manifest at the most amazing times. when he is getting the other figures who are on stage with him in the second scene of the play where the ghost first appears. He is getting them to swear that they will not reveal to anyone what they have heard and seen. And the ghost from underneath the stage keeps saying, "Swear." And there is Hamlet referring to the ghost as a mole, as this fellow in the cellarage. He mixes his melancholia with this wild, ironic humor. And it manifests also his tendency to give you the most amazing range of diction, that is to say, of word choice in all of literature. The vocabulary of Hamlet is enormous, and indeed a great many words in it are words that he had, in fact, invented for himself. That melancholia is, of course, what he is famous for. But the melancholia, I think, is not grief at the death of his father, let alone the enormous shock at the remarriage of his mother so quickly, and to Claudius of all people, but that he had always been, except for Yorick, an unloved child. We should all notice that the ghost never speaks of the love that he bears for his son. He says, "If ever thou didst thy father love." And when he shows up again later in the play, it is out of concern for Gertrude and not out of concern for Hamlet. And indeed, there is not much evidence that Gertrude, who was a kind of sexual magnet, has also ever paid much attention to her son. So from the beginning, we are dealing with, as I said, someone who has fathered and in a sense even mothered himself, who has in an extraordinary way invented himself, which takes me to the moment that I have been leading up to now for some time, which is the first entrance of the players after Hamlet has been confronting Rosencrantz and Guildenstern for the first time in the play. They have been called from Wittenberg to spy upon him for Claudius and for Polonius, his chamberlain. Hamlet from the start is very well aware that there's something very wrong indeed with their presence, and he shows from the beginning in relation to them a great deal of wariness. When they speak to him of why he is unhappy, he says to them, "That you must teach me. Tell me whether you were sent for or no." Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, who of course in the 20th century were picked up by Tom Stoppard in his brilliant Samuel Beckett-like play, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. They are aware that they are in grave difficulties from the start with Hamlet. I want to read, after they admit that they were sent for, Hamlet, who has understood this from the start, tells them, "I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, foregone all custom of exercises. And indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory, this most excellent canopy, the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof, fretted with golden fire, why it appeareth nothing to me but a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors." And then with extraordinary ambivalence about the entire human situation, Hamlet cries out, "What piece of work is a man? How noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon of animals, and yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so. And Rosencrantz protests, my lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts. And Hamlet said, why did you laugh then when I said man delights not me? Rosencrantz replies, if you delight not in man, what poor entertainment, as it were, the players shall receive from you. That is to say, the actors, always called players in those days, are coming, and that will take us into the next section of this play. But before I go on to what will be featured in the second lecture, I want to sum up part of what it is that makes Hamlet as fascinating and inescapable and unique as he most certainly is. He carries with him an intense consciousness of death. There is no character in all of literature, even though he is presumably no more than 19 years old at the start of the play, and so young a man ought not to carry the thought of mortality in him at any and every moment, even though his father has just died, and what he rapidly learns are more than suspicious circumstances. But Hamlet's consciousness is so enormous that it comprehends the whole question of human mortality. In that speech that he gives to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern that I've just quoted to you, there is an overwhelming sense that our condition as human beings is extraordinarily divided against itself. We are an infinite piece of work. We are, in some ways, like mortal gods, and yet we are mortal, and we know that we are going to die. That consciousness of death on Hamlet's part makes him, as an old friend of mine, the great English critic George Wilson Knight, once said to me and then wrote, Hamlet is death's ambassador to us. He conveys to us the embassy of death. I will go on now to the arrival of the players in my second lecture.
After listening to Lecture 3, a student posed this question to Professor Bloom. Why do we like Hamlet so much when his sentiments are so depressing? Let's listen to the professor's response.
I think that the question is a very good one indeed. How is it that Hamlet can be as endlessly lively as he is when he is death's ambassador to us? Why does he not walk around in a state of such perpetual melancholy that we scarcely would find his company tolerable, though in fact we find it endlessly fascinating? And the answer is, I think, again, the question of his consciousness. If Shakespeare himself, more than any other writer, makes us aware of things, moods, ideas, sensations that are all around us and within us at every point, but which we would never notice if Shakespeare had not alerted us to them, Hamlet, more than any figure in Shakespeare, participates in Shakespeare's peculiar power in that regard. No matter how acutely conscious of mortality he is equally conscious, perhaps even more conscious, of what an extraordinary and wonderful thing it is to be alive, and how much there is to notice, how much there is to experience, above all else, how much there is to think through.
This ends Lecture 3. Shakespeare, the Seven Major Tragedies, Lecture 4, Hamlet, Part 2.
We know that the play Hamlet was first acted at the Globe Theatre during the year 1600, but clearly it was for Shakespeare a highly volatile kind of a text, and in 1601 he expanded its ironic commentary on the War of the Theatres, which he was having with his friendly rival, Ben Jonson. Yet even the Poets' War is only a little bit of that extraordinary maelstrom that you get in the sequence that goes from Act 2, Scene 2, line 315, through Act 3, Scene 2, line 288. For almost 1,000 lines, or a full quarter of this play, Shakespeare cuts a gap into his representation of reality or his imitation of an action. The Globe's audiences on those afternoons in 1601 evidently were sophisticated enough to accept an art that capriciously abandons the illusions of stage representation and then picks them up again whenever it feels like, more or less with a kind of free will. The entrance of the players is a rather extraordinary moment in the play. But in general, what we have are a series of plays within plays within plays. If we no longer are given an imitation of an action, then we sit there in the theater and we have constant reminders that we are in a theater and that all is theatricality. Not only do we see the Poets' War of 1600 to 1601, in which Shakespeare joins his friends Marston and Dekker in their battle against Ben Jonson and the child actors whom he was directing at the Blackfriars Theater, but we are given non-existent plays. We have Hamlet, once the players arrive, speaks to them and says, but what are you doing here anyway? Because they are clearly Shakespeare's own actors from the Globe, which must have been a very interesting problem for the audience that was sitting there in the Globe. He says, why are you here in Elsinore and not, in effect, in London? And they reply, well, it's because, according to Rosencrantz, there are these little young hawks, these eyrie of children, these little Aeases, who are taking all of the business away. And Hamlet says, well, he finds it very difficult to believe, but Guildenstern says, well, there has been much throwing about of brains in this kind of warfare. Hamlet shrugs it off, and he greets the players when they comes in and says, you are welcome, masters, welcome all, and then says to them, I wish you to repeat a play. He says to the player king, who is almost certainly the actor Will Shakespeare himself, he says, I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. For the play I remember, please not the million, 'twas caviar to the general, which is, of course, the origin of that phrase for us. Shakespeare jokingly, and it is an in-joke that many in the audience would have appreciated, may well be referring to his own play Troilus and Cressida, which had had perhaps one performance, and it was not at the Globe. This play, it has no title, but it might be called The Slaughter of Priam, King of Troy, and the Lament of Hecuba, his queen, and the mother of his 50 dead sons and his daughter Cassandra. This play, which is non-existent, is a satire upon Christopher Marlowe, Thomas Kidd, Thomas Nash, other contemporaries of Shakespeare. And he says to the actor Will Shakespeare, the first player or player king, here is the speech, and he starts to quote it. And, of course, this is the actor Richard Burbage, the chief actor of Shakespeare's company, the leading man, who is playing Hamlet and has the distinction of having inaugurated the role of Hamlet and all the other great roles in mature Shakespeare. And he talks about how Pyrrhus, the son of Achilles, avenged the death of Achilles, who had been slain by an arrow in his heel, the only place where he was mortal and vulnerable, fired by Paris, the son of Priam, who had stolen Helen away and made her Helen of Troy and precipitated the great war, which ends with the Trojan horse and the burning and sack and slaughter of the Trojans. And you get a magnificently ridiculous passage spoken by Hamlet, ending with, the hellish Pyrrhus, old grandsire Priam, seeks, and then says, so proceed you, and then the player king, or William Shakespeare himself as actor, recites the rather ghastly kind of a scene in this deliberately very bad kind of a verse as to how poor Priam is all chopped up by the son of Achilles, and then the mobbled or muffled Queen Hecuba comes to lament him, the death of Priam, and in the course of acting this moment, in the course of giving the speech of Hecuba, the actor Shakespeare, the player king, as he will be, his face gets all red and blubbery, and he starts to weep. And Hamlet says, we will hear a play tomorrow. We will play The Murder of Gonzago, which is another non-existent play, but Hamlet says, I will revise it. I will give you, he says to the player king, new lines to speak. He says 12 or 16 lines, but evidently there are many more than that. And he said, you will play this, and as you learn later, he will retitle The Murder of Gonzago The Mousetrap, because he means it to be the trap in which he catches his enemy Claudius. But when he is left alone, when Rosencrantz and Guildenstern and the players go off stage, suddenly we are back in the play of Hamlet, and Hamlet speaks a major soliloquy. A soliloquy in which he cries out, oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I! Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit, that from her working all his visage wand, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing, for Hecuba, what's Hecuba to him or he to her, that he should weep for her? And as he goes on in it, Hamlet condemns himself and says that he is someone who should not be crying out like this, that I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a whore unpack my heart with words and fall a-cursing like a very drab a scullion. And then he says, no, the play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. I will put on The Murder of Gonzago as the mousetrap. But I want us to pause on that remarkable moment when Hamlet speaks of what is involved in unpacking your heart with words, like a lying whore who says, I love you, when she does not love you. Nietzsche, very much under the influence of Hamlet, made of this the extraordinary principle that I think is a wonderful interpretation of what Hamlet and indeed Shakespeare finally is up to. Nietzsche said, that for which we can find words is something already dead in our hearts. There is always a kind of contempt in the act of speaking. I want to repeat that because it is, I think, so important to Hamlet's personality and nature and to Shakespeare, even though it is formulated by Nietzsche following this particular soliloquy of Hamlet's. What we are being told, quite extraordinarily, is that we are in a very bad situation whenever we try to directly express our present sensation, our present emotion, our present feeling. That when we try to say to someone, I love you, in some sense we are lying. Because if you can find words for it, then it is already dead in your heart. And there's always, Nietzsche adds, a kind of contempt in the act of speaking. Certainly that is manifest throughout Hamlet. Again and again he does show a kind of contempt for the act of speaking. And having uttered this extraordinary soliloquy, we now go on with Hamlet to the actual presentation of the play. But before it commences in Act 3, Scene 1, we come to the most famous moment in the play, and one on which I want to proceed very slowly indeed. The most famous speech in all of literature, not just literature written in English, is the great soliloquy, "To be or not to be." Hamlet, knowing that he is proceeding to have the murder of Gonzago act as a mousetrap, knowing that it will undoubtedly confirm that what the ghost has said to him is true, knowing that then he, who is far too comprehensive in consciousness, after all, it doesn't take a Hamlet, it doesn't take the most supremely intelligent and highly conscious of individuals to pick up a sword and hack somebody down. It is a very minor action to assign to a very major consciousness indeed. So he is brooding on this, and he broods on it in a speech that I think we usually misunderstand, partly because it has become hackneyed and trite, we feel, with repetition. Indeed, in one recent performance of Hamlet in New York City a couple of years back that I walked out on, the director had instructed the star playing Hamlet that since the audience was entirely tired of the to be or not to be speech, started in the wings and don't come out onto the stage until the speech is half over, which so outraged me that I left the theater at just that point, deciding that this was simply out of the question. Question, by the way, is a very good word because that is how Hamlet begins. To be or not to be, that is the question. In all of Shakespeare, there is no play that uses the word question in all its forms. Questionable, questioning, question, as often as Prince Hamlet does throughout Hamlet. The word occurs in different forms 17 different times in one play. And indeed, Hamlet does question everything. And when he begins by saying to be or not to be, that is the question, he does not mean whether or not he is to avenge his father, and he certainly does not mean that he is contemplating suicide, though the way in which he speaks will shortly make it sound as though he is thinking about the possibility of self-slaughter. He is dealing with something very different. It is a tradition in literature from Shakespeare until the present day that the poet or writer at every point feels a necessity to assert the power of his or her mind over what might be called the sea of death, the world of ordinary reality, the world of mortality, the world of what Freud in fact calls the reality principle. Shakespeare's metaphor for that, Hamlet's metaphor for that, is a sea of troubles. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. But think exactly of what he has just said. He cannot literally mean what he is saying. If you take arms against an ocean, if you fight with the sea, you have no chance of victory whatsoever. And since end them is equivocal there, Hamlet goes on to say, to die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished, but by a consummation, by a finality, he does not mean anything like the final cry, consummatum est, it is finished, of Jesus from the cross. He means something very different indeed. He means that even if we might wish for this, he's being ironic in saying this is devoutly to be wished for, because he said, we do not know. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. And finally, he takes you to the dread of something after death, the fact that we just do not know one way or the other whether there is annihilation or there is consciousness, because memorably and magnificently Hamlet describes death as the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. And this, he says, puzzles the will and makes us rather bear the ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. And then something which is also frequently misunderstood. He says, thus conscience does make cowards of us all. But though he uses the word conscience, in Shakespeare the word conscience means consciousness, as you and I now employ it. It is consciousness itself that makes cowards of us all. And he says, any resolution that we care to make is necessarily sickled o'er with a pale cast of thought. And listen very carefully to the metaphor here. And enterprises of great pitch and moment, with this regard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. There is that sea of trouble again, pitching itself with its currents turning one way or another. The speech ultimately has conceded that there is no power of Hamlet's, or indeed implicitly of Shakespeare's mind, or of any human mind, or of any poet, over a sea of troubles. You cannot, by opposing outward reality, seek to end it in any particular kind of a respect. But we now have the breaking in again of that element in this 1,000-line sequence of Act 2, Scene 2 to Act 3, Scene 2 of the players. And I turn now to Act 3, Scene 2, a long and very powerful scene which culminates this extraordinary, you might call it, second quarter of the play. Hamlet enters with three of the players. And this is the actor Richard Burbage speaking, but if ever I think you hear William Shakespeare's own voice in one of the plays, it is here. Here is Shakespeare, who has only just replaced the madcap comic, the chief clown of the company, Will Kemp, with a remarkable actor, Robert Armin, A-R-M-I-N, famous for his wonderful, sweet singing voice, who will play the part of the gravedigger in Hamlet. He will play the porter in the knocking at the gate scene in Macbeth. He will play the fool in King Lear. He will play Feste the clown, who's a marvelous singer, in Twelfth Night. Here is Burbage as Hamlet, speaking with Shakespeare's own voice, which fascinates me, because he is telling the players, in effect, not to be like Will Kemp. Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it as many of your players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Nor do not soar the air too much with your hand, thus, but use all gently. For in the very torrent tempest, and as I may say, whirlwind of your passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. Oh, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periwig, pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags, to split the ears of the groundlings, who for the most part are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. I would have such a fellow whipped. Pray you, avoid it. And the first player, and this is very humorous, of course, for those watching this at the Globe, who is Shakespeare himself, says, I warrant, your honor, I agree. And then Hamlet goes on with the voice of Shakespeare again to speak about the purpose of playing, which he says is to hold the mirror up to nature. And in particular, he says that clowns are to play very, very carefully indeed. And then we will go on to, as the play does, to the most extraordinary moment in it, which breaks the continuity and which calls into question the whole issue of stage representation. That is to say, what is it that we are watching when we sit there in the audience and watch Hamlet, or when we read the play out loud or silently to ourselves or to one another? Hamlet sits there with Ophelia, Polonius, Claudius, Gertrude, and the other people in the court. And the murder of Gonzago is played in front of them. It is very badly written indeed, and remember, this is not supposed to be written by Hamlet, this part. But again, it is a kind of parody of a Marlovian, Kiddian kind of a play. Its very worst moment comes when the player queen, who clearly represents Gertrude, says, "A second time I kill my husband dead, when second husband kisses me in bed." And then comes a passage that undoubtedly Hamlet himself wrote and had interpolated in the play. It fascinates me because as much as the great soliloquies, it gives us a clue to the meaning of this extraordinarily complex and endlessly fascinating play. The player king says to the queen, "I do believe you think what now you speak, but what we do determine, oft we break. Purpose is but the slave to memory, of violent birth but poor validity, which now the fruit unripe sticks on the tree, but fall unshaken when they mellow be." That is to say, every time we purpose doing something or meaning something, and of course we are coming back again to unpacking your heart with words and being unable to speak anything unless it is already dead in your hearts. Anything that we purpose to do is of poor validity because it will be forgotten very quickly. Most necessary 'tis that we forget to pay ourselves what to ourselves is debt. What to ourselves in passion we propose, the passion ending doth the purpose lose. The violence of either grief or joy their own enactors with themselves destroy. And then goes on to say, "But orderly to end, where I begun, our wills and fates do so contrary run, that our devices still are overthrown. Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own." Clearly, I would insist, lines written by Hamlet himself, telling us that we will one thing, fate brings about another. Our devices, our plans are always upset. Our thoughts may be ours, but the ends of our thoughts, the purposes to which they lead, are completely alienated from us. King, increasingly upset by what he is watching, King Claudius says to Hamlet, "What do you call the play?" And Hamlet replies, "The Mousetrap. Marry, how tropically," that is to say, how metaphorically. "This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago is the Duke's name, his wife Battista. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work, but what of that? Your Majesty, and we that have free souls, it touches us not." And then we are shown precisely what the ghost had told Hamlet, that his brother Claudius had come and poured poison in his ear while he was sleeping. Hamlet observes this and cries out, "Poisons him in the garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. The story is extant and written in very choice Italian," as of course it is not. "You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife." But suddenly it is too much for Claudius. He leaps to his feet and cries out desperately, "Give me some light, away!" And Polonius cries out, as all the courtiers do, "Lights, lights, lights!" And everyone except Hamlet and Horatio, including the players, run off stage. Hamlet is left alone with Horatio. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern enter as Hamlet exults and cries out for some music. And Rosencrantz and Guildenstern come and say, "The king is marvelously distempered. He is furious. The queen, your mother, hath sent me to you." And Hamlet, in speaking to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, says, Here are the players who have entered again playing recorders, small woodwind instruments that, of course, we still employ. And Hamlet offers it to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern and says, "Play for me." And Guildenstern says, "Believe me, I cannot." Hamlet says, "I do beseech you." Guildenstern says, "I know no touch of it, my lord." And now we have Hamlet at his most formidable. He says, "It is as easy as lying. It is as easy as lying. Govern these vintages with your fingers and thumb. Give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most eloquent music. Look you, these are the stops," poor Guildenstern says, "but these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill." And Hamlet, really furious, but with tremendous eloquence, and really challenging us, the audience also, cries out, "Why, look you now, how unworthy a thing you make of me! You would play upon me. You would seem to know my stops. You would pluck out the heart of my mystery. You would sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass. And there is much music, excellent voice in this little organ, yet cannot you make it speak. So, blood, do you think I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will, though you fret me, you cannot play upon me." And with that, Hamlet, I think, has directly challenged not only Rosencrantz and Guildenstern and Claudius and Polonius through them, but he is challenging us, the audience. Shakespeare is challenging us. He is warning us that to pluck out the heart of Hamlet's mystery is almost impossible. And yet we have no choice. It is what the play is asking us to do. Notice that stage representation has begun again. Again, the play is an imitation of an action. It is no longer a series of plays within plays within plays. And therefore we are coming on now to a very violent scene. This is Act 3, Scene 3, and I want to commence it by reminding you of a word, shuffle, or shuffling, which is one of the really extraordinary instances of Shakespeare's delicacy and brilliance as a dramatist. In the To Be or Not to Be soliloquy, Hamlet speaks of when we have shuffled off this mortal coil. Hamlet will now, in Act 3, Scene 3, come upon his uncle down on his knees and praying, asking forgiveness for the murder of his brother. Hamlet stands above him, unseen by Claudius, with a drawn sword, and listens to Claudius. And Claudius says of what is up above in heaven, "'Tis not so above. There is no shuffling. There the action lies in his true nature," meaning God's true nature. Later in the play, when Claudius is conniving with Laertes, the son of the slain Polonius and brother of poor Ophelia, whom Hamlet's brutality will have driven mad and to suicide, and a death for which Hamlet is as highly culpable as he is for the death of Polonius. As they plot together, they speak of an exchange of rapiers, an exchange of swords, and Claudius says to Laertes, "With a little shuffling, you can exchange the swords." So we have the profound difference between shuffling in the sense of lying, in the sense of imposture, as the word is understood by Claudius, and the very different use of shuffling off our mortal coil, as though almost casually one is willing to cast life away in Hamlet. Hamlet stands above the praying Claudius, and he will not do it. And the reason that he gives us is that he will not cut down a man while he is praying. But I think that that is only a kind of masking for something else, something which is far more profound. The prince's thoughts are bloody, but he is not yet ready to act. Only a moment later, when Ophelia has been, as it were, loosed to him by Polonius, who is behind the curtain. Does Hamlet strike through the curtain and kill Polonius, and simply shrugs it off? He simply says, "Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. I took thee for thy better. I thought I was thrusting through the curtain and killing your master, Claudius." And when he is done in the extraordinary scene in which he is denouncing his mother so fiercely that the ghost re-enters in order to keep him from doing any violence to his mother, though I think Hamlet is not on the verge of killing her, though she is certainly very frightened indeed at his fury, at his apparent madness, because fascinatingly, he can see the ghost, but she cannot, which raises another of the deep ambiguities of this play. When the ghost first appears in the first act of the play, he is seen by Horatio, by Marcellus, by Bernardo, the soldiers, and also by his son, Prince Hamlet. When he makes his second and last appearance in this closet scene, in the familiar cabinet, as it were, or special room of the Queen, where Hamlet has gone to upbraid her, he is visible only to Hamlet and not at all to Gertrude. It has raised for many the immemorial question of Hamlet's madness, which I would like to dismiss. Hamlet himself disposes of the question when he says, "I am but mad north-northwest." You will recall Alfred Hitchcock's stealing of that for the title of his marvelous film, North by Northwest. "I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind blows from the south, I can tell a hawk from a hand-saw." And indeed, he is never mad. He puts on, as he says, an antic disposition, but that is to fool Claudius and Polonius and be able to carry out his designs, even though he is by no means certain as to what his designs are going to be. And so we are taken to that point in the play, which will shortly bring me to the conclusion here at the opening now of Act 4, in Scene 2, when Hamlet comes on and is forced to reveal where he has taken the body of Polonius, of which he has said unceremoniously and with no contrition, "I will lug the guts into the neighbor room." He is told now that he is being sent off to England. This is in Act 4, Scene 3. And the king says to him, "It would be good indeed." Hamlet says, "Good that I'm going to England." King said, "So is it, if thou knewst our purposes." Hamlet, who is supremely intelligent, says, "I see a cherub that sees them." He is going to be escorted to England by Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Whether or not they know the sealed instructions that are going to be in the envelope that they are to present to the King of England, we do not know. But those sealed instructions, as we rapidly discover, are that Hamlet is to be executed immediately by the King of England upon arrival. Claudius says that the population loves him so greatly here in Denmark that we dare not do this ourselves, but he is too dangerous to be allowed to live. And with that, I want to conclude this second lecture, because we have now worked our way through that central part of the play in which Shakespeare has been most wildly experimental.
After listening to Lecture 4, a student posed this question to Professor Bloom. Was Shakespeare's use of a play within a play a common dramatic technique of the time? Let's listen to the professor's response.
I find the question, again, absolutely germane to my purposes and very relevant indeed. Shakespeare has been extraordinarily audacious. He has broken into the continuity of his play and forced the audience to sit there with no illusion whatsoever that they are seeing an actual reality being acted out in front of them, but have indeed gazed upon plays within plays within plays, like a series of Chinese boxes, one inside the other, or of Russian babushkas, one doll inside another. And then Shakespeare, as if to evidence his extraordinary power over the audience, has now suddenly switched back and gives you the representation or imitation of an action. And I think it is his mastery and Hamlet's mastery. It is the extraordinary intensity and ambition and powerfully worded exercise, both of Shakespeare's inventive faculty and of Hamlet's vocabulary and mastery of language, which succeeds in so seducing us as audience, as readership, as viewership, that we are able to accept being switched from unreality back to reality again so readily.
This ends Lecture 4. Remember to visit this course's webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll find additional information about the lectures you just heard. Shakespeare, The Seven Major Tragedies, Lecture 5. Hamlet, Part 3.
This is the third and final lecture on Hamlet. There is one more great soliloquy. It comes in Act 4, after Hamlet sees the army of Fortinbras, the Prince of Norway, march across the stage, and broods on the insanity of the fact that thousands of men are going to die for a very small bit of ground. He then goes off indeed to England, but of course never reaches England, which is one of the extraordinary ways in which Shakespeare surprises you in this play. Indeed, one of my favorite remarks ever about Hamlet and about Shakespeare in general was made by the great actor-director Orson Welles, who once said, if only Hamlet had reached England, he would have evaded execution, he would have grown old, and he would have become Sir John Falstaff, which is a very charming kind of a supposition. Instead, he does go off on the ship to England, but pirates come along, and as you will hear in the course of the entrance of the pirates, Hamlet, thinking very quickly indeed, takes advantage of the occasion. But before we get to that, I want to speak about the extraordinary difference in Hamlet in Act 5 of the play. Before Act 4 is over, poor Ophelia has gone absolutely mad and drowns herself. The fifth act, therefore, opens in the graveyard, and the gravedigger is speaking to another clown, and what they are doing is they are digging a grave for Ophelia. And as they work away, quite suddenly, Hamlet and Horatio enter. We have been told previously that Hamlet, having taken advantage of the pirate attack to go below ship and unseal the letter which orders his execution, had used his art of penmanship and the royal signet ring that used to belong to his father to reseal the letter of instructions, and has simply changed the instruction to be that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are to be executed immediately upon reaching England. Hamlet then boards the pirate ship. He is taken for ransom back to Denmark, and he has now been reunited with Horatio. He enters the graveyard and watches the gravedigger throw up skull after skull. Hamlet looks at one skull and says, "That skull had a tongue in it and could sing once. How the knave jowls it to the ground as if it were Cain's jawbone that did the first murder. This might be the pate of a politician, which this ass now or offices, one that would circumvent God, might it not? Horatio very cautiously says, it might, my lord. Hamlet goes on to say, or of a courtier, which could say, good morrow, sweet lord. How dost thou, sweet lord? This might be my lord such a one, that praised my lord such a one's horse, when a meant to beg it, might it not? And Horatio, again, not quite seeing the point, says, ay, my lord. And Hamlet goes on, why, e'en so, and now my lady worms, chopless, and knocked about the mazet with a sexton's spade. Here's fine revolution, and we had the trick to see it. Did these bones cost no more the breeding, but to play at loggets with 'em? Mine ache to think on it. It is one of his most profound and frightening reflections upon mortality, and raises the question of what kind of man has come back from the sea. There is a new quietude in Hamlet in Act 5. He no longer frets about his dead father. He no longer seems to want to make any resolution whatsoever to do anything about Claudius. He seems to adopt a kind of wise passivity, a deep kind of quietism, which really is a sort of disinterestedness, as if to say, I will let events unfold as they will unfold. But even as he begins to meditate in this kind of a mode, he reaches a particular moment in his dialogue with the grave digger when something extraordinary happens. The grave digger throws up a skull and says, whose do you think it was? Hamlet says, nay, I know not. And we have, I think, the most famous moment in all of Western literature. The gravedigger says, a pestilence on him for a mad rogue, I poured a flagon of Rhenish, that is to say, of wine, on my head once. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester. And Hamlet is absolutely incredulous. He says, this? And the gravedigger says, e'en that. Hamlet holds the skull, stares at it, brings it very close to his face, and gives an extraordinary speech. This is, after all, the fellow who died when he was 7 years old, 23 years before. This is the person who, in a court which neglected the little prince, was always his playfellow, always available to him. How many times are we to believe that King Hamlet ever carried the little Hamlet on his back? But we can guess none whatsoever. Hamlet speaks to Horatio, alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath bore me on his back 1,000 times, and now how abhorred in my imagination it is, because this is a skull. My gorge rises at it, and then something which really hurts one. One wonders how often in his life Hamlet has kissed either Gertrude or Ophelia, and I suspect not many times at all. Here hung those lips I have kissed I know not how oft. And then speaking directly to the forever absent Yorick, where be your jibes now, your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? Not one now to mock your own grinning, quite chop-fallen? Now get you to my lady's chamber, and tell her, let her paint an inch thick, to this favor she must come, make her laugh at that. And then speaking again to Horatio, prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing. And Horatio, ever the faithful straight man, says, what's that, my lord? And Hamlet, speaking of the most famous individual in history, short of Jesus of Nazareth, dost thou think Alexander, meaning Alexander the Great, dost thou think Alexander looked of this fashion in the earth? Horatio says, e'en so. And Hamlet says, and smelt so, and suddenly feels revulsion and says, pa, and he puts the skull down. Horatio says, e'en so, my lord. And Hamlet replies very powerfully, to what base uses we may return, Horatio. Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till I find it stopping a bunghole? And Horatio, who is very upset, says 'twere to consider too curiously, that is to say, with too much precision in a matter one shouldn't have precision in, to consider so. Hamlet says, no, faith, not a jot, but to follow him thither with modesty enough and likelihood to lead it. Alexander died. Alexander was buried. Alexander returneth to dust. The dust is earth. Of earth we make loam, and why of that loam whereto he was converted might they not stop a beer barrel? And suddenly Hamlet breaks into a mad little rhyme that he makes up for himself because he is a poet and a dramatist himself. Imperious Caesar, mentioning the other great hero of the ancient world, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. And with that recognition that mortality is everything, and human life in opposition to it seems fairly slight indeed, in comes the funeral of Ophelia. Hamlet observes it. Laertes leaps into the grave so as to hold his sister once more in his arms, and Hamlet suddenly appears and says, what is he whose grief bears such an emphasis, whose phrase of sorrow conjures the wandering stars and makes them stand like wonder-wounded hearers? A magnificent phrase which fascinates me, because that in the end, as Shakespeare knows, is what he is doing to his audience. He is making us into hearers wounded by wonder, wounded hearers, and then with great pride, telling the king he is back and to look out for it, Hamlet cries out, this is I, Hamlet the Dane. Laertes starts to grapple with him, screaming, the devil take thy soul, and Hamlet, with perfect self-control, says, thou pray'st not well. I prithee take thy fingers from my throat, for though I am not splenitive and rash, yet have I in me something dangerous, which let thy wiseness fear. Hold off thy hand, which is a warning on Hamlet's part that he is indeed a very dangerous person, a most extraordinarily dangerous person, and so the rest of the scene plays itself out. And I come now to those scenes which will gradually bring us to the climax of the play and to the kind of person that Hamlet has become. We pass to Act 5, Scene 2. There are Hamlet and Horatio, and they enter together. Hamlet says, so much for this, sir. Now shall you see the other. You do remember all the circumstance, that is to say, the pirate interception at sea. And Horatio says, remember it, my lord, as if in effect, how could I forget it? And then Hamlet, very beautifully, something that I must say haunts me every night, since here I am, soon to be 75 years old, and as old people among those who are listening to me will know, as you get older, it becomes harder and harder to sleep. Hamlet says, sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutineers in the bilboes, rashly, and praised be rashness for it. Let us know our indiscretion sometimes serves us well, when our deep plots do pall, and that should learn us. There's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. Horatio replies that is most certain, because he is thinking piously about the Christian divinity. But Hamlet has not said what God this is. There's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. We do the basic carpentering work, but there is a divinity who I think is Nemesis or fate, and not God the Father or Christ, because I believe that Hamlet has moved into a state of almost total nihilism. So Hamlet describes how he changed the letter, sent Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to their death. Horatio, whistling, says of Claudius, "It must be shortly known to him from England what is the issue of the business there." And Hamlet replies magnificently, "It will be short. The interim is mine, and a man's life's no more than to say one." It is again one of those extraordinary reminders of mortality. I think of it almost every day, Hamlet saying, "And a man's life's no more than to say one," since in any one moment we may, any of us, suddenly depart. An emissary, Osric, is sent to invite Hamlet to the duel, which is supposedly going to be a mock duel between himself and Laertes, to be fought as a match with betting odds in front of the king. And there is no notion on Hamlet's part that the sword will be poisoned and that there will also be a poisoned glass of wine. Horatio says to Hamlet, "You will lose, my lord. Laertes is a better swordsman, after all, than you are." Hamlet says, "I do not think so. Since he, Laertes, went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds." But as with so much that Hamlet says, there is at least a double meaning. The odds are against him. He is in a court dominated by Claudius. But nevertheless, he says, "I shall win at the odds." And then comes an extraordinary line of prose I can never get out of my head. Hamlet, speaking to Horatio, says, "Thou wouldst not think how ill all's here about my heart, but it is no matter." Horatio says, "Nay, good my lord, it is an important matter. This is something that you must listen to. If your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will forestall this." And Hamlet magnificently replies, "Not a whit. We defy augury. There is special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all, since no man of aught he leaves knows aught. What is it to leave betimes? Let be." Let me explicate that extraordinary prose speech on Hamlet's part, and he is as eloquent in prose as he is in verse. He is, of course, citing the Gospel of Matthew on the fall of a sparrow. But when he says, "If it be now, 'tis not to come," in every case it means the moment of death. He says, "If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. It will come sooner or later, after all." And then he says magnificently, "The readiness is all." Now, Shakespeare knew the King James Bible. But before he knew the King James Bible, he knew and used the Geneva Bible. In the King James Bible, when Simon Peter falls asleep on watch, Jesus says of him, "The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." The same passage appears in William Tyndale's Geneva Bible, which Shakespeare has very much in mind here. "The spirit is ready, but the flesh is weak." So the readiness is all simply means the willingness is all. And then even more powerfully, since no one among us, of everything or everyone that he's going to leave behind, actually really does know anything. Extraordinary statement. Total skepticism. We do not know anyone, we do not understand anyone, we do not understand anything. What is it to leave betimes? Why should it matter whether we leave at one time or another? Let be, and that let be will become a great refrain which beats on and off in the rest of Hamlet's brief existence. He will keep saying, let it be, let be. Everyone enters, the duel takes place, but as it takes place, there is a series of misadventures. Gertrude, drinking to Hamlet's fortune, drinks from the poisoned cup of wine. The king cries out, "Gertrude, do not drink." The queen says, "I will, my lord, I pray you, pardon me." She drinks. The king says in an aside, "It is the poisoned cup. It is too late." Hamlet says, "I dare not drink yet, madam, by and by." The queen says, "Come, let me wipe thy face." Poor Laertes, who's completely outmatched, says to Claudius, "My lord, I'll hit him now with the poisoned rapier." And the king says, "I do not think it." Laertes and Hamlet go into the third pass, and Laertes wounds Hamlet, who suddenly understands that something is very wrong indeed. And it's fascinating that Shakespeare, in a stage direction, reintroduces the word scuffling. Then in scuffling, Hamlet sees that they change rapiers and cries out, "Nay, come again," and wounds Laertes. The queen falls dead, and as she dies, she cries out, "No, no, the drink, oh my dear Hamlet, the drink, I am poisoned." And Laertes confesses everything that has happened and says, the king's to blame." And Hamlet cries out in fury, "The point and venom too, then venom to thy work," and he wounds Claudius, and the king cries out desperately, "Oh, yet defend me, friends, I am but hurt." But Hamlet grabs him and cries out, "Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane, drink off this poison." And then very powerfully and ironically, "Is thy union here," meaning your marriage with my mother? "Follow my mother." And the king, twice poisoned, dies. Laertes dies also. And then we have an extraordinary sequence of the slow, slow death of Hamlet, which goes on for more than 60 lines after Hamlet says, "I am dead, Horatio." And I want to take them very slowly, and I want to explicate exactly what is happening and what Hamlet is saying, and perhaps what is even more important, what Hamlet is not saying. He cries out, "I am dead, Horatio," and then, dismissing any notion we might have that he was madly in love with his mother, which was, after all, the Freudian notion, he simply shrugs her off and cries out, "Wretched queen, adieu," and then speaks directly to us in the audience or the readership. "You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act, had I but time," and then speaking of the sergeant who is sent by a court to bring you in, "as this fell sergeant Death is strict in his arrest, oh, I could tell you, but let it be, Horatio, I am dead." And yet he is not dead, and there is something that he could tell us, and for 55 lines more we desperately want him to tell us more, but it is Shakespeare's great art that he will not let Hamlet tell us everything we want Hamlet to tell us. That is to say, we want Hamlet to explain himself to us. We want him to tell us what it is that he knows. We want him to explain to us what it is to have been Hamlet, to have that extraordinary exalted state of consciousness. He goes on saying, "Horatio, I am dead, thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied." Horatio, in a moment that always stuns me, and which is sometimes omitted on stage, cries out, "Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane, and indeed his name, Horatio, is a Latin or antique Roman name. He cries out, here's yet some liquor left, and Hamlet has to grapple with him and knock the poison cup out of his hand. As thou art a man, give me the cup. Let go. By heaven, I'll have it. Oh God, Horatio, what a wounded name. And he deserves to have a wounded name. What a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown shall I leave behind me. And then in lines of surpassing beauty, if thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw your breath in pain to tell my story. And Fortinbras with his army coming from Poland are coming on to the stage in a moment, and Hamlet cries out, "Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England, which will be that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern have been executed, but I do prophesy the election of the new king lights on Fortinbras," and indeed adds, "He has my dying voice. So tell him, with the occurrence more and less which have solicited, with all of these terrible things which have happened." And suddenly Hamlet realizes that he cannot say another word, and magnificently he cries out, "The rest is silence." The last thing we ever hear him say, which is a most extraordinary thing to say. It means that on the one hand, the remainder, anything more that is going to happen to me, is not going to be consciousness, but is going to be annihilation, is going to be total silence. And Hamlet, who has spoken, as I've said, 1,500 lines out of the 4,000 of this vast play, is the least silent character even in all of Shakespeare. But it means something else also. It means that the silence that I'm now entering will be a profound rest for me, which I very badly need, that I am exhausted of consciousness and exhausted of event. And Horatio, rising to the occasion, cries out, "Now cracks a noble heart," and famously, "Good night, sweet prince." And then something which is frequently misunderstood also cries out, "And flights of angels sing thee to thy rest." We have no reason to believe that flights of angels are going to sing Hamlet anywhere, and Shakespeare does not let the play end like that. He ends the play with surpassing irony, and I want to talk about that irony. Fortinbras, who, like the senior Hamlet, is nothing but a killing machine, nothing but a great bully boy, comes onto the stage, sees all of the dead, and cries out that Hamlet deserves a military funeral. "Let 4 captains," he proclaims, "bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage up above in the high part of the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, had he become king, to have proved most royal." That is to say, he would have been a warrior king like his father or my father, or like I, Fortinbras, who now will take his place. "And for his passage, the soldier's music and the right of war speak loudly for him. Take up the bodies. Such a sight as this becomes the field," meaning the battlefield, "but here shows much amiss." And then the amazing last line, "Go, bid the soldiers shoot." That is to say, fire a volley commemorating Hamlet as a military hero. We are confronting perhaps the most powerful irony of this endlessly ironic play. Hamlet is not a soldier. Hamlet is an intellectual. He is a poet, dramatist. He is a revenger who has refused to take overt revenge and has allowed events to overtake him because in some deep sense he is protesting the mission of revenge as such, as being below his extraordinary and elevated consciousness. It is as though he has been saying throughout the play, and I think Shakespeare is acknowledging it here at the close, that Shakespeare has put him, Hamlet, into the wrong play, that he deserved a vast cosmological kind of a play, like King Lear or Macbeth, one in which the powers of darkness and of light seem to struggle with one another. one in which the great issues of man's fate are properly taken up and argued in an almost celestial kind of a fashion. But Shakespeare deliberately has not provided him with that, and Shakespeare, I think, is implicitly confessing that by this extraordinary close to the play. For me, the most amazing disclosure that Hamlet makes in his closing moments is that while he has much still to tell us, presumably about who he was and what he had come to understand about the human condition, nevertheless his deep anxiety is that he will leave a wounded name behind him. It is a justified anxiety. He is, after all, instrumental in 8 deaths, including his own, as I've said before. But it also shows that in spite of his nihilism, in spite of his refusal to feel any confidence or any trust in language, in God, in his own sense of being, in his own intellect, there is still a remainder. There is something left behind. There is a deep concern for us in the audience. If he is not capable of loving a single human being as such, nevertheless, his feelings as he dies are essentially benign and worthy of so extraordinarily capacious a person.
After listening to Lecture 5, a student posed this question to Professor Bloom. Could Hamlet be considered a villain? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Again, I find the question exactly relevant to my discourse. It would be possible to say that, like Macbeth, Hamlet has been a kind of combination of hero and villain. But no one in the audience believes that, and most critics, however sophisticated they are, learn to not believe that also. If Shakespeare himself can lavish such affection upon Hamlet, can use the full resources of his art to represent this extraordinary person, then we can assume that we are meant to feel as warmly towards Hamlet, who in a sense is Shakespeare's son, as Shakespeare himself does. No, he is the tragic hero above all others in Shakespeare. But he is a tragic hero of a new kind, precisely because, as I've said earlier, he is a new kind of man. He is someone who lives in what could be called the theater of mind. He has radically internalized all of reality. And he reflects, therefore, one of the greatest aspects of Shakespeare's own genius, which is to give us a much more radical and comprehensive sense of what it means to reveal the internal truths about the human condition than had ever been achieved before or has ever been achieved since.
This ends Lecture 5. Shakespeare, the 7 Major Tragedies, Lecture 6, Othello, Part 1.
This is the first of 2 lectures on the great tragedy of Othello. While it is very much the tragedy of Othello, the African commander of mercenaries for Venice, it is really Iago's play. Iago is its controlling intelligence, and in a sense, Rather like Hamlet, though he resembles Hamlet in no other regard, Iago plots the entire drama as it goes along. He is the only figure who gets anything started, and he would get entirely his own way if he had not overlooked the goodness of his wife Amelia. But I want to start us off with the whole question which has puzzled criticism, audiences, the readership, ever since Iago was first played at the Globe. What is the motive for Iago's vengeance against Othello? The best way I know of explaining what otherwise would seem like motiveless malignancy, as Samuel Taylor Coleridge called it, is what John Milton has his Satan proclaim in Paradise Lost, that he suffers from a sense of injured merit. And indeed, just as Satan has been passed over in Paradise Lost for Christ and rebels against God on that basis, so Iago has been passed over for promotion in favor of Cassio, and something in him is as deeply rebellious and affronted by this as ever Satan, who in a sense can be called his disciple, was to be. Indeed, the influence of Iago upon Milton's Satan is extraordinary. And Iago, indeed, has been the very type of the villain ever since in the world's literature. What does it mean, after all, to be passed over for a promotion that you feel you more than deserve? Let us put it in the context of the play from the beginning. Iago is the third in command of Othello's mercenary army. I call it a mercenary army because technically that's what they are. They are not Venetians, though they fight for Venice and are headed by a great African general, Othello. But the second in command, the lieutenant, has evidently been wounded or killed, and before the play opens, Othello, to the terrible shock of Iago, has passed over his third in command, his ensign or flag officer, or ancient, as they called it in those days, Iago, in favor of one Michael Cassio, who is a kind of staff officer, not a battle-tested veteran like Iago. If you are the ancient or the flag officer, particularly in a mercenary army, then you are pledged to die rather than let the colors of your general, your captain general, Othello, be taken. Othello is not at all aware of the extent to which he has alienated Iago. He perpetually goes on calling Iago honest Iago, though we realize Iago is anything but that. And I want to pick this up at the very beginning of the play in Act 1, Scene 1, when Iago is talking to Roderigo, whom he is perpetually soliciting for money because Roderigo is furious that Othello has married Desdemona, for whom Roderigo had expressed considerable interest and desire. And here is Iago explaining why he still follows the Moor. Were I the Moor, I would not be Iago. In following him, I follow but myself. Heaven is my judge, not I for love and duty, but seeming so for my own peculiar end. For when my outward action does demonstrate the native act and figure of my heart, in compliment extern, 'tis not long after, but I will wear my heart upon my sleeve for doves to peck at. I am not what I am. Ponder with me that extraordinary sentence, I am not what I am. Anyone in Shakespeare's audience, since they had a far better knowledge of the New Testament than most of us do, would have instantly recognized that it is set against St. Paul's statement, by the grace of God, I am what I am. Iago says, I am not what I am, and his negation is extraordinary. He is one of the great nihilists in literature, surpassing Hamlet in that regard. And he is something more than that. He has been passed over by Othello, though Shakespeare leaves this implicit and never makes it overt, because he is always at war. Indeed, he wants to set everyone and everything on fire. He does not distinguish between the camp of war and the camp of peace. Since he has no diplomacy in him, no skill, and is dangerous, therefore, in peacetime, Othello, with great wisdom, undoubtedly decided that this is someone you rely on the battlefield, but you do not put him second in command, since if Othello were to be wounded in battle or killed, you would have this highly irresponsible and dangerous person in charge. We see him at the very beginning of the play, after saying, I am not what I am, we see him fomenting a street brawl, which is broken up by Othello, and in a single, massive, monosyllabic line, we are shown exactly what an extraordinary figure Othello is. You might indeed say that his is the fastest sword in all of the world, because he simply shows up on the scene and says, keep up your bright swords, for the dew will rust them, meaning that if everybody does not immediately put their swords back in their scabbards, I will chop them up immediately, and the morning dew the next dawn will rust what is lying there on the ground. Now, it's that extraordinary authority that Othello has, that immense sense of his own dignity, that long-tested attribute of command, and of knowing that he is the proper person to command, that again and again will strike us throughout the play as being at once his great strength and his great weakness. He simply will not know how to deal with Iago, and indeed Iago, in some sense, scarcely will know how to deal with Iago, because what Iago, who is a great improviser, keeps discovering is his own amazing genius for setting up an elaborate plot which will destroy Othello, Desdemona, wound Cassio, kill Emilia, and finally condemn Iago to death by torture. The question of motivation again arises, and the question is why, indeed, Iago takes so extraordinary a view. I think you have to look at it in terms of his devastation, though Shakespeare is wise enough again to leave this wholly implicit. Iago has worshipped the god of war in his captain general Othello, just as Satan has worshipped God in Paradise Lost. When Iago is passed over, he suddenly feels completely undone. He is rendered impotent. He feels indeed that his whole life has come to nothing. He is wiped out completely in terms of any sense of being whatsoever. He feels he has no dignity and no self-regard, and that there's scarcely any reason for going on. And so he turns upon his war god, Othello, and looks for a way to return that god to a kind of original chaos. He does not immediately arrive at this kind of a view, but he is working towards it gradually, point by point, until we reach his first soliloquy at the very end of Act 1, which I want to look at very carefully, because Iago's soliloquies are very unlike those of Hamlet. They are not the soliloquies of a master of consciousness. there is a tremendous internalization of the self, a tremendous new kind of inwardness, which does make Hamlet, as I said in my talks on Hamlet, a new kind of human being. Iago is a Machiavellian figure. He is a villain, but he is a highly original villain, and here he is in his first soliloquy trying to discover what it is that he will do to get his kind of vengeance. The more a free and open nature too, that thinks men honest that but seem to be so, and will as tenderly be led by the nose as asses are. I have it! It is engendered. Hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light. Now, when he says that he has it, in spite of that great outcry of triumph, he has only the broad or general kind of conception of what it is that he is moving towards. It is when we come to his second soliloquy that we see that he is beginning to have a much clearer idea of what indeed he is up to. I'm now in Act 2, Scene 1. Here is Iago. That Cassio loves her, I do well believe it. That she loves him, 'tis apt and of great credit. Neither of these statements are, of course, true, and Iago knows them. The more, howbeit that I endure him not, is of a constant, noble, loving nature, and I dare think he'll prove to Desdemona a most dear husband. Now I do love her too, which is again not true, not out of absolute lust, though peradventure I stand accountant for as great a sin, but partly led to diet my revenge, for that I do suspect the lustful Moor hath leaped into my seat, presumably with Amelia, though this also he knows is a lie. The fact that Iago is willing to lie even to himself is of the highest fascination. It is one of his curious attributes that he really has no emotions, no affective life, that's with an A, of any kind, so that he first invents or makes up emotions, such as jealousy, and then he pretends to feel them. And so he cries out, if this poor trash of Venice, speaking of Roderigo, whom I trash for his quick hunting, stand the putting on, I'll have our Michael Cassio on the hip, abuse him to the Moor in the rank garb, for I fear Cassio with my nightcap too, make the Moor thank me, love me, and reward me for making him egregiously an ass, and practicing upon his peace and quiet, even to madness. And Iago pauses and says, 'tis here, but yet confused. I still haven't worked it out as fully as I would like to work it out. Knavery's plain face is never seen till used. At the very end of Act 2, Shakespeare picks this up in the third soliloquy, and this is one of the most extraordinary moments in all of Shakespeare, because of the mounting triumphalism of this great chant on Iago's part. And what's he then that says I play the villain, when this advice is free I give and honest, probable to thinking, and indeed the course to win the Moor again? For 'tis most easy the inclining Desdemona to subdue in any honest suit. She's framed as fruitful as the free elements, and then for her to win the Moor, were it to renounce his baptism, all seals and symbols of redeemed sin, his soul is so infettered to her love that she may make, unmake, do what she list, even as her appetite shall play the god with his weak function. And having said this, he again cries out, how am I then a villain, to counsel Cassio to this parallel course directly to his good? And suddenly he screams, divinity of hell! When devils will their blackest sins put on, they do suggest at first with heavenly shows, as I do now. For while this honest fool plies Desdemona to repair his fortunes, and she for him pleads strongly to the Moor, I'll pour this pestilence into his ear, that she repeals him for her body's lust, and by how much she strives to do him good, she shall undo her credit with the more. So will I turn her virtue into pitch, and out of her own goodness make the net that shall enmesh 'em all. That extraordinary vision of a web or a net that his peculiar kind of rhetorical magic will set up in order to ensnare all of these figures is the very heart of Iago's enterprise. But now I must change this note to another kind of an element. The marriage between Desdemona and the Moor Othello is a remarkable one. She is probably no older than Juliet. She is 14 or 15 years of age. She has no prior experience of men. And if Roderigo is an instance of what Venice affords to her in the way of young men, quite clearly she ought to do better than that. She is someone who has a great deal of Juliet's nature in her. And indeed, Shakespeare, I think, is renewing his sense of Juliet in Desdemona. Here is an extraordinary person, wonderfully capable of a selfless love. Othello, a visitor in her father's house, a figure with a fabulous past, who rose from an outcast prince of Africa to a boy soldier, and has fought his way into the esteem of all of Europe as a great mercenary captain, has won her heart without meaning to by telling her his extraordinary exploits, and she is romantically carried away by this, and as Othello says, she does the wooing. She says, if only I could find a man like this. And so, rather reluctantly, Othello allows himself to be wooed, and the two of them have indeed made a marriage. But Othello is a man in late middle age. We are told in the course of the play that it is 9 months since he has been in military action of any sort. He is really not himself, and he fears marriage. Indeed, we have no reason to believe that he knows very much about women at all, and I come now to what may well seem the most controversial part of my interpretation of this extraordinary tragic drama. Shakespeare is endlessly subtle. His art, as I keep telling you, is elliptical. He scarcely allows even a single night, he scarcely allows even a single hour in which the marriage between Desdemona and Othello could ever have been consummated. And that, I think, is one of the reasons why it is so relatively easy for Iago to seduce Othello into the madness of sexual jealousy. Sexual jealousy is an extraordinary impulse, perhaps more even in human males than in human females, if we are to take Shakespeare as authority. Here and in The Winter's Tale, and to some extent in Much Ado About Nothing, Shakespeare shows himself to be the major theorist of sexual jealousy that the world was ever to see before the advent of Sigmund Freud and Marcel Proust, and I think it's questionable whether they ever match his full insights. As I understand Shakespeare on this, there is a very distinct element in any sexual jealousy on the part of a male, in the feel of being abandoned, of being cuckolded. There is an authentic sense of one's own mortality. In the Shakespearean analysis, and I don't know that anyone has been able to get beyond him in this, human sexual jealousy reduces ultimately to the fear that there will not be enough time and enough space for oneself. And that necessarily is to put us into the whole area of the fear of our common mortality. If, indeed, Othello from the beginning is as reluctant to marry as he has shown himself to be, if he has a kind of implicit fear of being cuckolded, if indeed, as he says, he would not have exchanged his unhoused, free condition, a man who has lived his life in military camps and on campaigns, but that he loved the fair Desdemona, then there is something about the nature of his love for her which is precarious almost from the start. But I want now to work into the third act of the play and to take us into the fourth soliloquy of Iago, which is his most extraordinary. He has gotten his wife, Amelia, to steal the handkerchief, which was a special relic of Othello's mother. He has picked up this napkin, as he says. He says to Amelia, "Go, leave me. I will in Cassio's lodging lose this napkin, and let him find it. Trifles, light as air, are to the jealous confirmation strong as proofs of holy writ." And then, with magnificent insouciance, he says, laughingly, "This may do something. The more already changes with my poison. Dangerous conceits are in their natures poisons, which at the first are scarce found to distaste, but with a little act upon the blood burn like the mines of sulphur." And then with tremendous pride he cries out, "I did say so." And at just this point, Othello, already driven mad with jealousy by the insinuations of Iago, stumbles onto the scene and triumphantly, in a moment which always recalls to me an extraordinary statement earlier in the play on Iago's part, "For I am nothing if not critical," I think you hear the birth of aesthetic sensibility for the first time in European literature. That is to say, he is not only his own dramatist, as Hamlet was Iago, he is his own dramatic critic. And in lines which enormously influenced John Keats and the other Romantic poets, you hear Iago practically crooning a kind of melody of triumph, which almost has an overtone of nostalgia or regret as Othello stumbles in. "Look where he comes, not poppy, nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou owned yesterday." That is all gone. That is forever. And I want to pause on that and to talk for a while about Iago's relationship to Othello. He is increasingly aware of what he is doing. As I've tried to demonstrate by carefully following the track of these four soliloquies, he begins only with a very general idea of what he hopes to accomplish. But as he goes along, he sees better and better how he can totally ruin Othello, but he has not as yet actually reached a point where he thinks he wants Othello to murder Desdemona. That, in a curious way, is forced upon him by Othello's own reaction. In the speech that I have just delivered for him, he has been, as a kind of esthetician of evil, been admiring his own creation in this ruined Othello. Othello comes on crying out incoherently, "Ha, ha, false to me, to me." And Iago says, as though he is humoring his general, "Why, how now, general? No more of that." And Othello, screamingly furious, out of his mind, "Avaunt, begone! Thou hast set me on the rack. I swear 'tis better to be much abused than but to know a little." And Iago plays innocent and says, "How now, my lord?" And Othello screams at him, "What sense had I of her stolen hours of lust?" That is to say, why did you make me conscious of it? I saw it not, thought it not, it harmed not me. I slept the next night well, was free and merry. I found not Cassio's kisses on her lips. He that is robbed, not wanting what is stolen, let him not know it, and he's not robbed at all. And Iago very shrewdly says, I am sorry to hear this. He is feeling his way. He's trying to discover what it is that is coming. And Othello, who after all is an extremely powerful and dangerous figure, a man who keeps his tremendous power of violence well in check by his habit of command and by the use of reason, is now thoroughly deranged and screams out very powerfully and frighteningly, I had been happy if the general camp, pioneers and all, had tasted her sweet body, so I had nothing known. And then comes a speech which Ernest Hemingway admired enormously. Oh, now forever, farewell the tranquil mind, farewell content, farewell the plumed troop, and the big wars that makes ambition virtue. Oh, farewell, farewell the neighing steed and the shrill trump, the spirit-stirring drum, the ear-piercing fife, the royal banner and all quality, pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. And O ye mortal engines, whose wide throats the immortal Jove's great clamour counterfeit, farewell, Othello's occupations gone. An amazing speech, one which not only shows a profound nostalgia for the sense of command that he now believes he has lost entirely, but also shows an amazing inability to comprehend the audacity and outrageousness of the fiction that has been imposed upon him by Iago. And yet there is the danger. Iago, still feeling his way, says, Is it possible, my lord? And Othello gets him by the throat and screams at him, Villain, be sure thou prove my love a whore. Be sure of it. Give me the ocular proof. Or by the worth of man's eternal soul, thou hadst been better have been born a dog than answer my waked wrath. And Iago, who is frightened and does not quite know where this is going, cries out desperately, Is it come to this? And Othello, Make me to see it, or at the least so prove it, that the probation bear no hinge nor loop to hang a doubt on, or woe upon thy life. And Iago continues rather desperately, My noble lord, but Othello interrupts him, If thou dost slander her and torture me, never pray more. Abandon all remorse. On horror's head horrors accumulate. Do deeds to make heaven weep or earth amazed, for nothing canst thou to damnation add greater than that. And Iago, desperately playing for time, shouts, O grace, O heaven, defend me. Are you a man? Have you a soul or sense? God by you, take mine office. O wretched fool that livest to make thine honesty a vice. O monstrous world, take note, O world, to be direct and honest is not safe. I thank you for this profit, and from hence I'll love no friend, since love breeds such offense. And Othello is stopped by this, and the psychological plotting of the ups and downs of this is masterful on Shakespeare's part, and is a new departure for him. Othello, in great dubiety, says, Nay, stay, thou shouldst be honest. And Iago replies, I should be wise, for honesty is a fall, and loses that it works for. And Othello, now a consciousness in utter torment, absolutely suffering a hideous kind of death in life, cries out desperately, "By the world, I think my wife be honest, and think she is not. I think that thou art just, and think thou art not. I'll have some proof. My name, that was as fresh as Dian's visage, is now begrimed and black as mine own face. If there be cords or knives, poison or fire or suffocating streams, I'll not endure it. Would I was satisfied." And his desperation is extraordinary. No one in literature before Shakespeare has been able to convey such absolute wrath and hideous torment and doubt. And Iago gets very calm and very sly. "I see, sir, you are eaten up with passion. I do repent me that I put it to you. You would be satisfied." Othello angrily, "Would? Nay, I will." And Iago, not so desperately now, but very shrewdly, "And may, but how? How satisfied, my lord? Would you, the supervisor, grossly gape on, behold her topped?" That is to say, see the actual act taking place between Cassio and Desdemona, and Othello screaming with fury and madness, "Death and damnation, oh!" And here is Iago making it even fiercer. It were a tedious difficulty, I think, to bring him to that prospect. Damn him then, if ever mortal eyes did see them bolster more than their own. What then? How then? What shall I say? Where's satisfaction? It is impossible you should see this. Were they as prime as goats, as hot as monkeys, as salt as wolves in pride, and fools as gross as ignorance made drunk? But yet I say, if imputation and strong circumstances, which lead directly to the door of truth, will give you satisfaction, you may have it. Othello, very suspiciously, give me a living reason that she's disloyal. Iago shrugs it off, saying simply, "I do not like the office," and then tries to manufacture evidence, and Othello, now entirely too convinced, screams, "Oh, monstrous, monstrous!" And the scene goes on between them, and Othello gets more and more furious. He is totally torn away, and finally Othello kneels, and Iago says, "Pray be content," and you get a brilliantly staged scene on Iago's part. Othello screaming, "Oh, blood, Iago, blood!" Iago says, "Patience, I say, your mind perhaps may change." Othello cries out in reply, "Now by yond marble heaven, in the due reverence of a sacred vow, I here engage my words." And Iago brilliantly says, "Do not rise yet." He is now being the stage manager and director, as well as the plotter and playwright, and he kneels side by side. It's a marvelous dramatic coup on Shakespeare's part. He kneels side by side with Othello on stage and cries out, "Witness, you ever-burning lights above, you elements that clip us round about, witness that here Iago doth give up the excellency of his wit, hand, heart to wronged Othello's service." They rise together. Othello says, "I greet thy love," and goes on as they stand side by side to cry out, "Now art thou my lieutenant," and Iago magnificently replies, a devil now having gotten Othello in his power, "I am your own forever." We have looked at the magic in the web. We have looked at the great scheme of Iago as it has gradually formulated itself. What we have seen is something that will culminate in the 4th and 5th acts of the play, and we will go on to that next.
After listening to Lecture 6, a student posed this question to Professor Bloom. How can Othello be a hero when he's so easily duped by Iago? Let's listen to the professor's response.
I find the question exact and very much one that I want to address. There has been a great fashion in the 20th century literary criticism written about Othello to deprecate Othello. It was particularly strong in F.R. Leavis and the poet-critic T.S. Eliot, insisting that someone who could fall so easily a victim to Iago is hardly someone who can be regarded as a tragic hero. But that is to fundamentally misunderstand the nature of this play and the nature of Othello's nobility. It is not a false front, his greatness, but nevertheless it exists in a very narrow confine. It is based upon a very traditional view of military honor, of a sense indeed of what could be called the purity of arms. Within the limits of that vision, Othello is an extraordinary personage with immense dignity. What gives him tragic dignity in his yielding to the horrible implications of Iago is that he is moved by exactly the element in his nature which is strongest, but alas, most narrow, his enormous sense of military virtue, his enormous sense of the authority of having the power of command. And then there is that other element, which I think clinches my view that no consummation has as yet taken place in the marriage, and indeed he could, after all, settle the entire thing now by simply taking his wife to bed, as she very much wishes to be taken, and discovering whether or not she is virgin, and he would discover that she is virgin, but he chooses not to do so. In this second lecture on Othello, I am very aware that I will be talking about what most theater goers and most readers of Shakespeare find extraordinarily painful material. That is to say, we are moving towards the ghastly murder of Desdemona by her husband. That is even more dreadful than the terrifying moment at the very close of King Lear, when the great king enters with his hanged daughter Cordelia in his arms, his heart forever broken, and our hearts to a considerable extent broken also. You learn a great deal about Shakespeare sometimes by following out his own revisions of his work, though these are sometimes very difficult to trace. But we have been able to establish that in reworking Othello, he left the part of Iago absolutely alone. It was as though he had gotten it perfectly the first time around. He made some modifications with the character and personality of Othello and Desdemona, but his principal revisions had to do with showing us more of the nature of Amelia, who was going to be the agency at the cost of her own life of the undoing of her dreadful husband, Iago. But I want to take us now into the very opening of the fourth act. Here is Iago. Will you think so? Othello, think so, Iago? Iago, what, to kiss in private? Othello, bewildered, an unauthorized kiss, or to be naked with her friend abed an hour or more, not meaning any harm? Naked abed, Iago, and not mean harm? It is hypocrisy against the devil. They that mean virtuously and yet do so, the devil their virtue tempts, and they tempt heaven. Iago says, so they do nothing, 'tis a venial slip. Othello replies, what then? Iago, why then 'tis hers, my lord, and being here, she may, I think, bestow it on any man. And Othello desperately, she is protectress of her honor too, may she give that? Iago, her honor is an essence that's not seen. They have it very oft that have it not, but for the handkerchief. And poor Othello cries out, By heaven, I would most gladly have forgot it. Thou saidst, though it comes o'er my memory, as doth the raven or the infected house boding to all, he had my handkerchief. Aye, what of that? Iago says. That's not so good now, says poor Othello. Iago, what if I had said I had seen him do you wrong, or heard him say, as knaves be such abroad, who having by their own importunate suit, or voluntary dotage of some mistress, convinced or supplied them, cannot choose but they must blab? Othello says, Hath he said anything? Iago, he hath, my lord, but be you well assured, no more than he'll unswear. What hath he said? Faith that he did. I know not what he did. But what? Lie with her, on her, what you will. And Othello goes completely wild. Lie with her? Lie on her? We say lie on her when they belie her. Lie with her, zounds, that's fulsome. Handkerchief, confessions, handkerchief, to confess and be hanged for his labor. First to be hanged and then to confess. I tremble at it. Nature would not invest herself in such shadowing passion without some instruction. It is not words that shake me thus. Pish, noses, ears, and lips, is it possible? Confess, handkerchief, O devil! And he falls down. He actually faints in the turbulence of all this, and Iago cries out, Work on, my medicine, work. Thus credulous fools are caught, and many worthy and chaste dames, even thus all guiltless, meet reproach. What ho, my lord, my lord! And still it goes on, this terrible kind of breaking down of Othello, until we actually have the extraordinary dialogue between Desdemona and Emilia, which closes Act 4, and which for the first time one begins to see that something begins to stir in Desdemona. The two of them are very close to one another. Emilia is her body servant, but also her close friend. Emilia says, How goes it now? He looks gentler than he did. Desdemona says desperately, He says he will return incontinent. He hath commanded me to go to bed, and bade me to dismiss me. And Emilia very suspiciously and rightly says, Dismiss me? It was his bidding, therefore, good Emilia, give me my nightly wearing and adieu. We must not now displease him. And Emilia angrily cries out, I would you had never seen him. Desdemona, so would not I. My love doth so approve him, that even his stubbornness, his checks and frowns, prithee unpin me, have grace and favour in them. And Emilia again says, I have taken the wedding sheets, still unstained, and put them on the bed. I have laid those sheets you bade me on the bed. Poor Desdemona says, All's one, good faith. How foolish are our minds! If I do die before thee, prithee shroud me in one of those same sheets. And Emilia, authentically shocked, says, Come, come, you talk. And Desdemona, in one of the most deeply pathetic moments in all of Shakespeare, says, My mother had a maid called Barbary. She was in love, and he she loved proved mad, and did forsake her. She had a song of willow, an old thing 'twas, but it expressed her fortune, and she died singing it. That song tonight will not go from my mind. I have much to do, but to go hang my head all at one side, and sing it like poor Barbary. Prithee, dispatch. And towards the end of this last scene together, Emilia says, By this heavenly light, I might as well do it in the dark as get you ready for bed. And Desdemona said, Wouldst thou do such a thing for all the world, meaning betray your husband? Emilia said, The world is a huge thing. It is a great price for a small vice. And Desdemona, authentically shocked, says, Good troth, I think thou wouldst not. But Emilia, who has had more than enough of Iago, who by my interpretation has proved impotent ever since he feels he has been rejected and passed over by Othello, Amelia says, by my troth, I think I should, and undo it when I had done it, marry. I would not do such a thing for a joint ring, that is to say, commit adultery, or for measures of lawn, nor for gowns, or petticoats, nor caps, nor any such exhibition, but for the whole world? Oh, it's pity who would not make her husband a cuckold to make him a monarch. I should venture purgatory for it. And poor Desdemona says, beshrew me if I would do such a wrong for the whole world. And Amelia, the voice of realism, says, why, the wrong is but a wrong in the world, and having the world for your labor, 'tis a wrong in your own world, and you might quickly make it right. And Desdemona says stubbornly, I do not think there is any such woman. And Amelia, a feminist long before the fact, as it were, says passionately, and it's a very great speech in the play, and Shakespeare has revised us into it. Amelia says, yes, a dozen, and as many to the vantage as would store the world they played for. But I do think it is their husbands' faults if wives do fall. Say that they slack their duties and pour our treasures into foreign laps, or else break out in peevish jealousies, throwing restraint upon us, or say they strike us, or scant our former having in despite. Why, we have galls, and though we have some grace, yet have we some revenge. Let husbands know their wives have sense like them. They see and smell, and have their palates both for sweet and sour, as husbands have. What is it that they do when they change us for others? Is it sport? I think it is. And doth affection breed it? I think it doth. Is it frailty that thus errs? It is so too. And have not we affections? Desires for sport and frailty as men have? Then let them use us well, else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so. And poor Desdemona says, good night, God me such usage send, not to pick bad from bad, but by bad mend. And that ends the fourth act and sets her up as victim. In that passionate speech of Amelia, we have the presage to what is to come. When, knowing that Desdemona is a kind of saint, and in every way more virtuous and finer in texture than herself, she discovers that first Desdemona has been slain for no reason at all, and then what is left of her reputation is being hideously maligned on every side, and though she knows it will cost her her life, she and she alone is in possession of the information that will undo her husband Iago's extraordinarily subtle and deft plot. It fascinates me that Shakespeare should have given Iago, who otherwise is extraordinarily armored against every possibility, this one frailty. He has taken Amelia for granted. He is, in fact, so incredibly shocked when she reveals the truth, particularly because she knows and he knows that he will instantly give her the death wound as he does, that it puts Iago into one of the most extraordinary conditions in all of Shakespeare, one in which he chooses total silence at the end. But we will come on to that. I turn now to the fifth act of the play, which, as I've said before, may well be the most painful in all of Shakespeare. One comes to Othello in particular, in that moment when he enters in scene 2 the bedchamber where Desdemona is asleep, and here one needs to go very, very carefully and gently. Othello comes in, and with immense dignity and power, and yet, of course, immense weakness and confusion, cries out, "It is the cause, my soul." Let me not name it to you, you chaste stars, it is the cause, yet I'll not shed her blood. Just as he has, in fact, never shed her blood. She is still virgin, and he knows it, and I think the audience is surely beginning to suspect it. And he goes on to say, nor scar that whiter skin of hers than snow, and smooth as monumental alabaster, yet she must die, else she'll betray more men. And then an extraordinary line which reverberates in all the rest of Western literature, put out the light, and then put out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light restore, should I repent me. But once put out thine, thou cunning pattern of excelling nature, I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light relume. When I have plucked the rose, I cannot give it vital growth again. It must needs wither, I'll smell it on the tree. And he kisses his sleeping bride, a balmy breath that doth almost persuade Justice herself to break her sword. Once more, be thus when thou art dead, and I will kill thee and love thee after once more, and this the last, so sweet was near so fatal. I must weep, but they are cruel tears. This sorrow's heavenly, it strikes when it does love, she wakes. And poor Desdemona cries out, who's there? Othello? I, Desdemona. Will you come to bed, my lord? Have you prayed tonight, Desdemona? Ay, my lord. If you bethink yourself of any crime, unreconciled as yet to heaven and grace, solicit for it straight. Alas, my lord, what may you mean by that? Well, do it and be brief. I will walk by. I would not kill thy unprepared spirit. No, heaven forfend. I would not kill thy soul. Talk you of killing? I do. Then heaven have mercy on me. Amen, with all my heart. If you say so, I hope you will not kill me. Hum! And yet I fear you, for you are fatal then when your eyes roll so. Why I should fear I know not, since guiltiness I know not, but yet I fear. Think on thy sins. They are loves I bear to you, and for that thou diest. And she says piteously, that death's unnatural, that kills for loving. Alas, why gnaw you so your nether lip? Some bloody passion shakes your very frame. These are portents, but yet I hope, they do not point on me. And he is getting very desperately confused and cries out, peace, and be still. And she says, I will. So, what's the matter? That handkerchief which I so loved and gave thee, thou gavest to Cassio. No, by my life and soul, send for the man and ask him, sweet soul, take heed of perjury. Thou art on thy deathbed. And she replies very beautifully, Aye, but not yet to die. And he says, yes, presently. Therefore confess thee freely of thy sin, for to deny each article with oath cannot remove, nor choke the strong conceit that I do groan withal. Thou art to die. Then, Lord, have mercy on me. I say amen. And have you mercy, too. I never did offend you in my life. Never loved Cassio, but with such general warranty of heaven as I might love. I never gave him token. By heaven, I saw my handkerchief in his hand. O perjured woman, thou dost stone thy heart, and makest me call what I intended to a murder, which I thought a sacrifice. I saw the handkerchief. He found it then. I never gave it him. Send for him hither, and let him confess the truth. He has confessed. What, my lord, that he hath used thee? How? Unlawfully? Aye, he will not say so. No, his mouth is stopped. Honest Iago hath ta'en order for it. My fear interprets then, what is he dead? And Othello viciously, had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for 'em all. And poor Desdemona, alas, he is betrayed, and I undone. O strumpet, weepest thou for him to my face? O banish me, my lord, but kill me not. Down, strumpet, kill me tomorrow, let me live tonight. Nay, an you strive but half an hour, but while I say one prayer, 'tis too late. And he stifles her, he smothers her, and she cries out, O Lord, 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 and she is not quite dead, though she is very close to it. And Emilia cries without, my Lord, what ho, my Lord, my Lord. And Othello cries out, what voice is this? Not dead, not yet quite dead. I that am cruel, am yet merciful. I would not have thee linger in thy pain. So. Emilia comes in, she breaks into the room, and with her dying breath, Desdemona cries out, a guiltless death I die. Emilia passionately, oh, who has done this deed? Desdemona, nobody. I myself farewell. Commend me to my kind lord, oh, farewell. And she is dead. Othello says, why? And he's utterly confused. How should she be murdered? Emilia, who knows very well, says, alas, who knows? Othello desperately says, you heard her say herself it was not I. She said so, Emilia replies. I must needs report a truth. And Othello bursts forth in absolute fury. She's like a liar gone to burning hell. 'Twas I that killed her. Oh, the more angel she, Emilia says, and you the blacker devil. And Othello, who is desperate and screaming, cries out, she turned to folly, and she was a whore. Emilia replies, thou dost belie her, and thou art a devil. Othello cries out, she was false as water, to which the reply is, thou as rash as fire, to say that she was false. Oh, she was heavenly, true. And Othello, who is now totally out of control, again, Cassio did top her, ask thy husband else. Oh, I would damn beneath all depth in hell, but that I did proceed upon just ground to this extremity. Thy husband knew it all, but his deep doubts are breaking out in that. Emilia, my husband? Thy husband, that she was false to wedlock? I with Cassio, nay, had she been true, if heaven would make me such another world of one entire and perfect chrysolite, I'll not have sold her for it. My husband? Aye, 'twas he that told me first. An honest man he is, and hates the slime that sticks on filthy deeds. My husband? What needs this iteration? Woman, I say thy husband. And Emilia cries out desperately, O mistress, villainy hath made mocks with love. My husband say that she was false. He, woman, I say thy husband. Dost understand the word? My friend, thy husband. Honest, Iago. Emilia replies, if he say so, may his pernicious soul rot half a grain a day. He lies to the heart. She was too fond of her most filthy bargain. Ha! Do thy worst. This deed of thine is no more worthy heaven than thou wast worthy her. And Othello quite desperately says, peace, you were best. But Emilia will not stop. Thou hast not half the power to do me harm, as I have to be hurt. O Gaul! O dolt! As ignorant as dirt, thou hast done a deed. I care not for thy sword. I'll make thee known, though I lost 20 lives. Help, help, oh help! The Moor has killed my mistress. Murder, murder! And everyone dashes in, including Iago, and they cry out, how now, general? Emilia cries, oh, are you come, Iago? You have done well, that men must lay their murders on your neck. And they all cry out, what is the matter? And Emilia, speaking to Iago, says, disprove this villain, if thou beest a man. He says thou toldst him that his wife was false. I know thou didst not. Thou art not such a villain. Speak, for my heart is full. And Iago, now desperate, I told him what I thought, and told no more than what he found himself was apt and true. But did you ever tell him she was false? I did. You told a lie, an odious, damned lie upon my soul, a lie, a wicked lie. She false with Cassio. Did you say with Cassio? And Iago, knowing how uncertain the ground is, cries out, with Cassio, mistress, go to, charm your tongue. I will not charm my tongue, I am bound to speak. My mistress here lies murdered in her bed. And they all cry out, O heavens forfend, and your reports have set the murder on. And the wretched Othello cries out, Nay, steer not, masters, it is true indeed. And they all cry out, O monstrous act, and Emilia, utterly beside herself with fury, and with a woman's righteous wrath, Villainy, 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 I think upon it, I think I smell it, O villainy, I thought so then, I'll kill myself for grief, O villainy, villainy, and Iago, quite desperately, and menacing her, what are you, mad? I charge thee, get you home. And she replies, good gentleman, let me have leave to speak. 'Tis proper I obey him, but not now. Perchance, Iago, I will ne'er go home. And Othello, who's going now totally mad, falls on the bed, screaming out, oh, oh, oh. And Emilia furiously says, nay, lay thee down and roar, for thou hast killed the sweetest innocent that e'er did lift up eye. The scene goes on, and finally, Iago says, be wise and get you home. And she says, I will not. And he offers to stab Emilia, and she cries out, O thou dull Moor, that handkerchief thou speakst on, I found by fortune and did give my husband, for often with a solemn earnestness, more than indeed belonged to such a trifle, he begged of me to steal it. And Iago, beside himself, screams, villainous whore, she gave it, Cassio? No, alas, I found it, and I did give it my husband. And he screams, filth, thou liest. By heaven, I do not, gentlemen. O murderous coxcomb, what should such a fool do with so good a woman? And Othello screams out, precious villain, and runs at Iago, tries to stab him, but in the meantime, Iago has stabbed Emilia. The dying Emilia, even as Iago runs off, cries out, I, oh, lay me by my mistress's side. And another character says, he's gone, meaning Iago, but his wife's killed. And another says, 'tis a notorious villain. Take you this weapon, which I have here recovered from the Moor. Come, guard the door without, let him not pass, but kill him rather. After that same villain, for 'tis a damned slave. And after they go out, poor Othello, the great swordsman, desperately says, I am not valiant neither, but every puny whipster gets my sword. But why should honor outlive honesty? Let it all go. Emilia, who is dying, and dying with an extraordinary sense that she has done the right thing, giving up her life to clear Desdemona's good name. What did thy song bode, lady? Hark, canst thou hear me? I will play the swan and die in music. And she sings, willow, willow, willow. More, she was chaste. She loved thee, cruel Moor. So come my soul to bliss, as I speak true, so speaking as I think, I die, I die. A heroic death, and perhaps indeed, you might say, in terms of our contemporary and justified feminism, the most judicious death in all of Shakespeare. And poor Othello cries out, I have another weapon in this chamber. It is a sword of Spain, the ice brook's temper. Oh, here it is. Uncle, I must come forth. And they say, no. If thou attempt it, it will cost thee dear. Thou hast no weapon, and perforce must suffer. Othello says, look in upon me then, and speak to me, or naked as I am, I will assault thee. And they come in and say, what is the matter? And he says, behold, I have a weapon. A better never did itself sustain upon a soldier's thigh. I have seen the day that with this little arm and this good sword I have made my way through more impediments than 20 times your stop. But oh, vain boast! Who can control his fate? 'Tis not so now. Be not afraid, though you do see me weaponed. Here is my journey's end. Here is my butt, and very sea mark of my utmost sail. Do you go back dismayed? 'Tis a lost fear. Man but a rush against Othello's breast, and he retires. Where should Othello go now? How dost thou look now, O ill-starred wench, pale as thy smock? When we shall meet at count, this look of thine will hurl my soul from heaven, and fiends will snatch at it. Cold, cold, my girl, even like thy chastity. Notice that remark. He is answering our question of whether or not he had ever consummated the marriage. Cold, cold, my girl, even like thy chastity. O cursed slave, whip me, you devils, from the possession of this heavenly sight. Blow me about in winds, roast me in sulphur, wash me in steep down gulfs of liquid fire. O Desdemona, Desdemona dead, oh, oh, oh. And they come in, and they bring with them the wounded Cassio, and Iago a prisoner, and Othello looks down at the feet of Iago and says, I look down towards his feet, but that's a fable. If that thou beest a devil, I cannot kill thee. And he wounds Iago, and they take his sword from him. Iago cries out, I bleed, sir, but not killed. Othello says, I am not sorry, neither. I'll have thee live, for in my sense 'tis happiness to die. And they say to Othello, what should be said to thee, since after all he is their great general, to whom all of Venice is indebted? And he says, why, anything. An honorable murderer, if you will, for naught did I in hate, but all in honor. And obviously he is still not thinking very carefully indeed. And when Cassio says to him, dear general, I did never give you cause, poor Othello says, I do believe it, and I ask you pardon. And then suddenly, not understanding at all, he says, will you, I pray, demand that demi-devil why he hath thus ensnared my soul and body? And what I find the most striking moment in this play, and one of the greatest moments in all of Shakespeare, Iago says, demand me nothing. What you know, you know. From this time forth, I never will speak word. And though they say that they will torture him and he will die under torture, he will die totally mute. He will never again speak a word because of the incredible shock. His sense of self-betrayal, his sense that he had made a magic web and yet had completely neglected the one figure who could undo him. Emilia, Othello rather desperately says, well, thou dost best. And they say to him, we are taking you back to the Venetian state. Come bring him away. And Othello utters a great deaf speech, and I want to spend some time upon it now, because I think it is generally badly misunderstood. T.S. Eliot actually said that in this speech, Othello is merely trying to cheer himself up, and I find that a hopelessly inadequate interpretation. Othello knows that Cassio is no replacement for him. He knows that under tight control, no doubt, his military skills, his prowess, his habit of command are invaluable to Venice. And though Shakespeare, in his elliptical way, does not let Othello say this out loud, deep within him, Othello understands that they may just use him as a kind of killing machine and a machine of command to be loosed at their commands, mechanical whenever they need him, and that is not the existence that he wants. And so he stops them and says, soft you, a word or two. I have done the state some service, and they know it. No more of that. I pray you in your letters, when you shall these unlucky deeds relate, Speak of them as they are, nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then must you speak of one that loved not wisely, but too well, of one not easily jealous, but being wrought, perplexed in the extreme, of one whose hand, like the base Judean, threw a pearl away, richer than all his tribe, of one whose subdued eyes, albeit unused to the melting mood, drops tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinal gum. Set you down this, and say besides that in Aleppo once, where a malignant and a turbaned Turk beat a Venetian and traduced the state, I took by the throat the circumcised dog, and smote him thus, and with that outcry he stabs himself to death. Notice what this is. This is not a Roman suicide. This is an act of high desperation, but of tragic intensity. Rather than survive in a diminished guise and with the eternal torment of knowing that he has been led by Iago's treacheries and persuasions to destroy his wholly innocent and blameless wife, he passes a judgment upon himself that he fears that Venice will not pass, because he still could be very useful to them. He condemns himself to execution, and he executes himself. And in doing so, he recovers a certain quality of tragic dignity. In this final speech, he is certainly not trying to cheer himself up. He is trying to face the terrible reality that he has helped create. This is the first of 3 lectures on Shakespeare's immense tragedy of King Lear. The first lecture, after a brief introduction, will work through the first 3 acts. The second lecture will be on Act 4, and the third lecture on Act 5. And of course, as before, each lecture will be followed by the asking of a question and the answering of that question. I should say before I begin that this is the most demanding play that Shakespeare ever wrote. Its emotional demands upon its audience and readership are unparalleled, just as the intellectual demands of the tragedy of Hamlet are beyond measure. We begin then with the 80-year-old King Lear, at once the embodiment of all the infirmities of being 80 years old and possessing total royal authority, and also an eternal image of fatherhood. Lear loves his third daughter, Cordelia, above all other human beings, and yet he is violently over-expressionistic in his excessive need for love from her in particular. He suggests in many ways the Yahweh, that is to say, the Jehovah of the earlier strata of Genesis, Exodus, and Numbers. Like that God, Lear is impulsive, given to sudden furies. He is wayward, but sublimely impressive. And though at the opening of the play Lear formally abdicates, in fact he cannot bear to surrender his kingship. I want to begin in the text with Act 1, Scene 1, an extraordinary exchange between Lear and Cordelia, which is the true beginning of the tragedy. Lear says to Cordelia, "What can you say to draw a third," meaning a third part of the kingdom, "more opulent than your sisters? Speak." And Cordelia replies, "Nothing, my lord." And Lear says, "Nothing?" And Cordelia repeats, "Nothing." And he speaks with great mounting fury, "Nothing will come of nothing. Speak again." And we proceed to a very Jehovah-like loss of temper as he exiles her in enormous fury. The Earl of Kent, the most faithful perhaps of all his noblemen, tries to step in between, as he puts it, the dragon and his wrath, but nevertheless is himself exiled, as Cordelia is, and Regan and Goneril between them divide the kingdom. They are, of course, the creatures later in the work described as monsters of the deep. They are the most extraordinarily evil women in all of Shakespeare, as Cordelia is one of the most quietly loving and impressive. As to why she had nothing to say, it is simply because she has a certain recalcitrance. He has been demanding excessive love from her all her life, and while she truly loves him as he loves her, nevertheless, she doesn't want to simply have to declare it upon demand. There are four immensely fascinating figures in this great drama. One is King Lear himself. Another is his fool, his jester, an uncanny and extraordinary personage. And finally, there are the half-brothers, the legitimate one, Edgar, who eventually, at the end of the play, succeed his godfather Lear in the kingdom, and the bastard half-brother Edmund, both sons of the highly placed Earl of Gloucester. Edmund is an ice-cold strategist. He will remind you in many ways of Iago, but with this enormous difference. First, he is a strategist of evil rather than a great improviser and tactician as Iago was. But the second is, and this is an immense advantage for him, he is ice-cold. He has less feeling than any other figure in Shakespeare, just as Lear has more emotion. Iago, you will remember, actually felt emotions after he first invented them as tactics. Edmund, amazingly, is free of all affect whatsoever. And it has always fascinated me about this play that, like so many of Shakespeare's works at their greatest, it is so elliptical in particular respects. Thus, though Lear and Edmund share the stage, among others, for the first long scene and the final last scene of the entire drama, they never address a single word to one another. It is almost as though Shakespeare is telling us implicitly that total emotion and absolute lack of emotion literally cannot speak to one another. Here then is Edmund crying out that nature is his goddess in this extraordinary speech and defending bastardy and speaking about the fact that since he was brought up, as it were, out of true lust, he cries out, "Fine word, legitimate, woe my legitimate, if this letter speed," and he means his invention of a supposed plot on poor Edgar's part against Gloucester. "Edmund the base shall top the legitimate," and he cries out, "I grow, I prosper. Now gods, stand up for bastards." We've already been introduced to a curious aspect of this play, which is also at first highly elliptical. Both the evil figures in it, Edmund, Cornwall, Goneril, Regan, are perpetually calling upon nature, by which they mean human nature at its very worst. Lear constantly, and Cordelia and Kent and Edgar and Gloucester speak of true nature, meaning true human nature, and mean by it something very different indeed. A question that eventually I'm going to come to is related to this, which is, why is it that for the first 2.5 acts or so, the first half of this play, Shakespeare does make it so difficult for us to immediately like Lear? You have to keep reminding yourself of what is absolutely crucial, which is that every evil figure in the play, Goneril, Regan, Cornwall, Oswald, ultimately Edmund, indifferent as he otherwise is, are against Lear. Lear is greatly loved and loving by all of the figures in the play who clearly, from the start, are on the side of decent behavior. Edgar is framed, he is gullible, but he is as recalcitrant as Cordelia. He does not know when and how to speak up. And I want to come now to a very important matter. The Earl of Kent, banished but wishing to stay near his king, whom he loves and reveres, and in whom he finds the great image of legitimate authority, disguises himself as his servant Keys, and is as such readmitted to Lear's presence. But Edgar, rather extraordinarily, goes to the very bottom of the social scale and beyond. In Shakespeare's day, St. Mary of Bethlehem, or Bedlam, which is why we get the name now in its special connotations, was the London madhouse. And as it released its long-term madmen, they became bedlamites, and they wandered around singing begging songs, and they were usually known as Tom of Bedlam. And it is the disguise of Tom of Bedlam, a wandering madman, that Edgar takes on. Clearly, I would think there is a self-punishing element in this. It is an act of abnegation in which he wishes to punish himself for having been as gullible as he proved to be. And I want to take us now to the very different figures where I've introduced Lear, Edgar, and Edmund, the fascinating figure of the Fool, who also loves Lear but is furious with him, since he forms a kind of community of love with Lear and Cordelia. It is interesting that the Fool and Cordelia are never on stage together in the play. The Fool vanishes very mysteriously from the play, and we are never told his fate. When Lear, in the fifth act, enters with the slain body, the corpse of his daughter Cordelia, he cries out in anguish, "And my poor Fool is hanged," almost as though he is confusing for a moment in his own madness the identities of the Fool and Cordelia, another highly deliberate act of symbolism on Shakespeare's part. It's very important to pay great attention to the Fool, because he is unlike all the other clowns, jesters, and fools in Shakespeare. Indeed, in Shakespeare, and particularly in King Lear and in Macbeth, the play written just after it, as we will see, the word fool takes on a special meaning in Shakespeare. It had originally meant someone you were, in a sense, foolish about, someone you were fond of, a child, a beloved. But it begins to mean victim in this play. And in that sense, it gives a very special meaning to many things that we will find that the Fool is saying. He is first introduced to us when Lear demands him, and the Fool enters in Act 1, Scene 4, at about line 95, and says to Lear, "Sirrah, you would best take my coxcomb." "Why, Fool?" Ken says. "Why? For taking one's part that's out of favor. Nay, and thou canst not smile as the wind sits. Thou'lt catch cold shortly. There, take my coxcomb." And then, speaking of the king, "Why, this fellow has banished 2 of his daughters, and did the third a blessing against his will. If thou follow him, thou must needs wear my coxcomb. How now, nuncle, would I had 2 coxcombs and 2 daughters?" And Lear rather desperately says, "Why, my boy?" And Lear rather desperately says to him, "Take heed, sirrah, the whip." The Fool says, "No." He says, "Truth's dog must to kennel. He must be whipped out when the lady's brack may stand by the fire and stink." And as things go on, the Fool says to Lear, "Can you make no use of nothing, nuncle?" And Lear says, "Why, no, boy. Nothing can be made out of nothing," which is, of course, a marvelous repetition of that dialogue where, after Cordelia says nothing, Lear says, "Nothing will come of nothing. speak again. So here nothing can be made out of nothing. The fall is immensely bitter, and indeed the fall in some sense wants to drive Lear mad, and actually is the largest single element in driving Lear mad by pointing out to him how absurdly he has behaved. Lear cries to him, "And you lie, sirrah, will have you whipped." And he replies, "I marvel what kin thou and thy daughters are. Thou have me whipped for speaking true, thou'lt have me whipped for lying, and sometimes I am whipped for holding my peace. I had rather be any kind of thing than a fool, and yet I would not be thee, nuncle. Thou hast pared thy wit a both sides, and left nothing in the middle." And Goneril enters, and there is an extraordinary scene between Goneril, the fool, and Cordelia, which is followed by Lear's enormous cursing of Goneril, again very Jehovah-like, when Goneril says she is going to cut off part of his 100 knights, which pretty much takes us to the end of the first act and the rather desperate dialogue that takes place between Lear and the fool as the act comes to a close, where indeed Lear cries out desperately, "Oh, Lear, 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 beat at this gate that let thy folly in." 50 of his followers have been dismissed by Goneril. The fool is saying, "Nuncle Lear, stop and take the fool with thee," and runs off together with Lear, and then says to Lear as the act closes, "If thou wert my fool, nuncle, I'd have thee beaten for being old before thy time." And Lear says, "How's that? Thou shouldst not have been old till thou hadst been wise." And Lear cries out desperately, "Oh, let me not be mad, not mad, sweet heaven, keep me in temper, I would not be mad." And from this moment on, throughout Act 2 and into Act 3, we see the mounting madness of the great king. Act 2, however, switches to the other plot, as this is a play with a double plot. One is that of Lear and his daughters. The other is of Edmund, Edgar, and their father Gloucester, who is treated so horribly by the Duke of Cornwall, who will put out his eyes. But first, after Edgar flees, he enters again as Tom of Bedlam in Act 2, and makes the kind of entrance that is, I think, totally unforgettable. He cries out, "My face I'll grime with filth, blanket my loins, elf all my hair in knots, and with presented nakedness outface the winds and persecutions of the sky. The country gives me proof and precedent of bedlam beggars who with roaring voices strike in their numbed and mortified bare arms, pins, wooden pricks, nails, sprigs of rosemary, and with this horrible object from low farms pour pelting villages, sheepcotes and mills, sometimes with lunatic bands, sometimes with prayers, enforce their charity. Poor Turligard, poor Tom, that's something yet. Edgar, I nothing am." And with that, we move further on into the downward fall of Edgar, who will eventually be royal, but must first go through this terrible disguise. It is fascinating to me that the two figures who undergo greatest change throughout are Edgar and Lear. Edmund changes only at the very end, but too late. Charles Lamb, remarkably, who felt, and I think there is something to his belief, something to his feeling, that in the end the play was too great to be actable, pointed in particular to the majestic quality of an old man, Lear, who actually can cry out to the heavens that they too are old and should therefore take his part. "O heavens," Lear cries out, "if you do love old men, if your sweet sway allow obedience, if you yourselves are old, make it your cause, tend down and take my part." Lear's point is a point which is immensely strong. There is a kind of overwhelming pathos, an overwhelming mode of feeling that we begin to hear, particularly from Act 2, Scene 4 on, in the character of King Lear, when Regan and Goneril together cry out, "Why do you need even a single knight to follow you?" He replies with perhaps the first of his truly great speeches in the play, "Oh, reason not the need. Our basest beggars are in the poorest things superfluous. Allow not nature more than nature needs. Man's life is cheap as beasts." And then speaking to Regan, "Thou art a lady. If only to go warm were gorgeous, why nature needs not what thou gorgeous wear'st, which scarcely keeps thee warm. But for true need, you heavens, give me that patience I need. You see me here, you gods, a poor old man, as full of grief as age, wretched in both. If it be you that stirs these daughters' hearts against their father, fool me not so much to bear it tamely. Touch me with noble anger." And then he cries out to them desperately, knowing how ineffectual he is since he has no power, having given it away. "Know you unnatural hags, I will have such revenges on you both that all the world shall." And he stops because he doesn't know what he can say, and he cries out even more desperately, "I will do such things, what they are, yet I know not, but they shall be the terrors of the earth. You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep. I have full cause of weeping." And then in a marvelous stage direction, a storm is heard approaching at a distance. It is the storm to which the king will be so desperately exposed in Act 3 when he is locked out by his daughters. When you have the vision, and it will become stronger and stronger as we go on now in Act 3, of the old man out there on the heath, then you reach a kind of intensity of expression which simply surpasses anything that I know anywhere else in Shakespeare. And Lear, in a sense, is a kind of unplayable part, because I have never seen an actor, even a distinguished actor like Sir Laurence Olivier, who could fully deliver the enormous intensities of these tremendous outcries of Lear upon the heath as the storm rages. "Blow winds and crack your cheeks, rage blow, you cataracts and hurricanos, spout till you have drenched our steeples, drown the cocks. You sulphurous and thought-executing fires, vaunt couriers of oak-cleaving thunderbolts, singe my white head, and thou all-shaking thunder, strike flat the thick rotundity of the world, crack nature's molds, all German spill at once, that makes ingrateful man." And still he cries out to the heavens more and more ferociously. It reaches an extraordinary kind of a climax as one goes deeper into this amazing scene out at the heath, the second scene of Act 3. He cries out, "Let the great gods that keep this dreadful putter o'er our heads find out their enemies now. Tremble, thou wretch, that hast within thee undivulged crimes unwhipped of justice. Hide thee, thou bloody hand, thou perjured and thou simular of virtue, that art incestuous. Caitiff to pieces shake, that under covert and convenient seeming has practice on man's life. Close pent-up guilt, rive your concealing countenance, and cry these dreadful summoners grace." And then in great anguish, and most memorably, he cries forth, "I am a man more sinned against than sinning." And we are moving to a very great climax of his presence on the heath. He says to Fall, and notice that he always calls the Fall my boy. And in fact, we do not know how old the Fall is. He is obviously younger than Lear, because Lear is 80 years old. But he could be almost any age. He is not likely to be a child. He is not likely to be young. He seems to have known Cordelia all her life, and she presumably is in her early to mid-20s, being the youngest daughter. It is also important to notice at this point that no Queen Lear is present in this play. She has died before the play begins. There's only one mention to her when at one point confronting the horror of Goneril and Regan, Lear wonders indeed if his queen played him false, though that is merely part of his madness. And here also he speaks to the fool, "My wits begin to turn. Come on, my boy. How dost, my boy? Art cold?" Showing for the first time in the play an enormous ability to get away from his own sufferings and start brooding on the sufferings of the poor fool. And we move now to one of the most terrifying moments in any Shakespearean play. I can only think as being parallel to it what you perhaps have heard already, which is the murder, the smothering of the poor innocent Desdemona by her furiously enraged captain husband, Othello. Gloucester comes on with his son Edmund with lights, desperately saying, "I like not this unnatural dealing. I would rescue the poor king." Edmund pretends to agree with him, but after Gloucester goes forth to try to find the king and bring him to shelter, Edmund says, "Aha, I shall immediately myself report this to the Duke of Cornwall, Regan's husband. That which my father loses, no less than all, the young arises when the old doth fall." And we find ourselves now, as we move towards the conclusion of Act 3, first the scene on the heath before a hovel. Lear, speaking to Kent and to the fool, cries out, "Thou think'st 'tis much that this contentious storm invades us to the skin. So 'tis to thee. But where the greater malady is fixed, the lesser is scarce felt. Thou shouldst shun a bear, but if thy flight lay towards the roaring sea, thou shouldst meet the bear in the mouth. When the mind's free, the body's delicate. This tempest in my mind doth from my senses take all feeling else, save what beats there. Filial ingratitude! Is it not as this mouth should tear this hand for lifting food to it? But I will punish home. No, I will weep no more in such a night to shut me out. I will endure." And after he is told by Kent to please enter the hovel, he cries out, "In, boy, go first to the poor fool. You houseless poverty may get thee in. I'll pray, and then I sleep." And he makes certainly the most amazing transformation, now quite sane and not mad, and he will vary between the two right down to the end of the play. He prays for all of the homeless and poverty-stricken there in his Britain, and this is ancient Britain, many centuries before Christ. Indeed, as I will explain later, probably set at what Shakespeare took to be the time of King Solomon in Israel, because Lear deeply resembles the portrait drawn of the aged Solomon, not Solomon in all his glory in the books of Kings and of Chronicles and the Song of Songs, but the wise, desperate old Solomon of the wisdom of Solomon in the Apocrypha, or of the Ecclesiastes or Koheleth in the Hebrew Bible or Christian Old Testament proper. And so we have Lear now brooding on the fate of those who are locked out there from any shelter out there in the storm, as he has been. "Poor naked wretches, wheresoe'er you are, that bide the pelting of this pitiless storm, how shall your houseless heads and unfed sides, your looped and windowed raggedness, defend you from seasons such as these?" And he wakes up now to everything that he has failed to do as a king, which is to take care of the poor and wretched. "Oh, I have ta'en too little care of this. Take physic, pomp, expose thyself to feel what wretches feel, that thou mayst shake the superflux to them, and show the heavens more just. And then you get the great juxtaposition. Edgar, disguised as the madman, comes in crying out, "The foul fiend follows me. Hum, go to thy bed and warm thee." And Lear, perfectly mad again, cries to this poor bedlamite, "Didst thou give all to thy daughters, and art thou come to this?" And Edgar brilliantly replies in disguise, "Who gives anything to poor Tom, whom the foul fiend hath led through fire and through flames, through ford and whirlpool, or bog and quagmire, and desperately requests charity." And Lear in his madness cries out, thinking this is another case of another King Lear, "What? Has his daughters brought him to this pass? Couldst thou save nothing? Wouldst thou give him all?" And the fool, rather desperately trying to be funny, says, "Nay, he reserved a blanket, else we had all been shamed." And Lear cries out again, "Now all the plagues that in the pendulous air hang fated o'er men's faults light on thy daughters." And Kent, desperately trying to restore sanity, "He hath no daughters, sir." And Lear, greatly in reply, "Death, traitor! Nothing could have subdued nature to such a lowness but his unkind daughters. Is it the fashion that discarded fathers should have thus little mercy on their flesh?" And the fool desperately says, "This cold night will turn us all to fools and madmen." Edgar introduces supposedly his past as a depraved servant cast out, and magnificently Lear responds out there in the midst of the storm, "Thou wert better in a grave than to answer with thy uncovered body this extremity of the skies." And then with a magnificent definition of man reduced to the lowest common denominator, "Is man no more than this? Consider him well. Thou owest the worm no silk, the beast no hide, the sheep no wool, the cat no perfume. Ha! Here's three on us more sophisticated. Thou art the thing itself. Unaccommodated man is no more but such a poor, bare, forked animal as thou art." And the old king starts tearing off his clothes and cries out, "Off, off, you lendings, come, unbutton here." And Gloucester comes to take them out of the cold and to give them shelter. And with that, one moves to the terrifying climax of the third act, which is the awful blinding of Gloucester by the Duke of Cornwall, Regan's husband. As we move into it, you have first an extraordinary outcry from Lear as we flash back to Lear. He cries out, "Then let them anatomize Regan, see what breeds about her heart. Is there any cause in nature that makes these hard hearts?" And finally allows himself to be led in. And then we go on to a great statement of Edgar, which I think in many ways is a kind of formula summarizing this play. "He childed it as I fathered," Edgar, speaking in his proper person, says of his godfather. That is to say, he has so behaved towards Cordelia as Gloucester, whom I continue to love, has behaved towards me. Our fate, therefore, is akin. The scene of the blinding is almost too terrible to describe. Poor Gloucester is tied to a chair. His eyes are plucked out by Cornwall. A servant does his best to prevent this, and in a quick duel gives Cornwall what will be his death wound. Regan stabs the servant from behind, and the poor, desperate Gloucester is thrust out onto the heath. And the poor, blind Gloucester suddenly learns the terrible truth about Edmund and Edgar, that Edgar has been horribly slandered by Edmund, and that he is now too late for the poor blind old man to do anything about that. With this, essentially, one comes to the end of this first lecture, but I want to come now to the crucial question: why does Shakespeare make Lear so difficult for us to really like or care for in the first two acts of the play, and to some extent, indeed, in the early parts of the third act? And I think the answer has to be this. He's practicing what Bert Brecht was to learn from Shakespeare and call the alienation effect. He knows that once we begin to identify with Lear, and by about halfway through the third act, we are fully identifying ourselves with Lear, the horror of what we're enduring will be almost too great in terms of the extraordinary affect, the overwhelming emotion that we will feel at the sufferings of the mad old king who has been deprived of everything, ultimately by his own foolishness and misjudgment, but also by the wickedness of his two elder daughters. We will see from this point on in the play, we have seen some of it already, the humanization of Lear, and yet, in a sense, all that will be happening is that it will be made external what the good characters in the play have always understood as being the true nature of King Lear. Loving, compassionate, always intending to do good, but so desperately full of the necessity of being excessively loved in return that it has misled him again and again by, to some extent, alienating us in the first two acts from Lear. Shakespeare strengthens us so that when the full horror of what is happening to the old king breaks upon us and we fully identify with him, we are able to bear it more strongly than otherwise we would.
This is the second of the three lectures on the tragedy of King Lear. It concerns itself entirely with the extraordinary fourth act of the play, and in particular with what I think is the greatest sequence, perhaps in all of Shakespeare, certainly the greatest sequence in the play, the confrontation between the insane old King Lear and the blinded Gloucester, whose eyes have been ripped from their sockets. But I begin with Edgar, disguised as Tom of Bedlam, who enters at the opening of Act 4, and who summarizes his situation. By the way, the word contemned, C-O-N-T-E-M-N-E-D, here does not mean condemned, but means to be hated, to be despised. So here is Edgar speaking. Yet better thus, and known to be contemned, than still contemned and flattered. To be worst, the lowest and most dejected thing of fortune, stands still in esperance, that is to say, hope, lives not in fear. The lamentable change is from the best, the worst returns to laughter. Welcome thou unsubstantial air that I embrace. The wretch that thou hast blown unto the worst owes nothing to thy blasts. And at this moment, the terrible pathos is enacted of the blinded Gloucester being led in by an old man. And Edgar cries out, "But who comes here? My father? Poorly led? World, world, O world, but that thy strange mutations make us hate thee, life would not yield to age." And poor Gloucester cries out, not knowing and not seeing in any case who this Bedlamite is, "O dear son Edgar, the food of thy abused father's wrath, might I but live to see thee in my touch, I'd say I had eyes again." Edgar takes his father, who says that he wishes to throw himself from a high cliff, and decides that the only way to cure this suicidal mania on the part of his father is to emulate the scene, claiming that he has leaped off a cliff, though he has not done so. And we proceed to the encounter between Edgar leading his father and Lear, most extraordinary moment perhaps in the play, and also I sometimes think in all of Shakespeare. Edgar is leading his father on after the attempted suicide, as Gloucester thinks. Edgar, in an aside, says, "Why I do trifle thus with his despair is done to cure it." And then poor Gloucester falls, supposedly off a cliff. Edgar, dropping the Tom of Bedlam disguise, but taking up that of a poor peasant, comes to tell his father, "Your life has been preserved by the gods. Bear free and patient thoughts." Then, in an extraordinary stage entrance, Lear comes onto the scene, absolutely mad, and crowned with wildflowers festooned all over him, and Edgar, who is after all his godson, and who regards him as the great image of authority, really as being godlike, cries out, "But who comes here?" And then, speaking of his eyesight as the safer son, the safer sense, says, "The safer sense will ne'er accommodate his master thus." And Lear, perfectly mad, extraordinarily so, cries out, "No, they cannot touch me for coining," that is to say, for counterfeiting. "I am the king himself." And Edgar, in one of those extraordinary intrusions, since this is, after all, as I've said, a pagan play set 9 centuries before Christ, but intended for a Christian audience, Edgar cries out, "O thou side-piercing sight." And anyone in that audience at the Globe would have remembered that the Roman centurion wounds Jesus on the cross with his lance. Responding to "O thou side-piercing sight," but referring back to his supposedly being seized for coining, that is to say, counterfeiting, cries out, "Nature's above art in that respect. There's your press money." That is to say, he thinks that he is impressing this poor peasant being impersonated by Edgar as a soldier for his army. And then he seems to be surveying his troops. "That fellow handles his bow like a crow keeper." And then in contempt, "Draw me a clothier's yard." And then in sheer madness, "Look, look, a mouse. Peace, peace." And then he puns on peace. "This piece of toasted cheese will do it." And then becomes the king again and cries out, "There's my gauntlet," throwing down his royal glove. "I'll prove it on a giant. Bring up the brown bills," that is to say, my warriors with their lances. "O well-flown bird, in the clout, in the clout." And then, suddenly wondering who Edgar is, wants the password from him to make sure he is not one of the enemy. Phew! Give the word, and magnificently on Shakespeare's part, and this must have pierced through the sides of the audience indeed, as it pierces through mine, Edgar cries out, "Sweet marjoram." Marjoram was a drug, a herb, then and now, which was given for what we would now call schizophrenia. And indeed, some of our modern drugs that are used to treat schizophrenia are artificially produced versions of marjoram. And after hearing this, sweet marjoram, the remedy for madness, Lear says, "Pass." And Gloucester, speaking out of his total blindness, says, "I know that voice," realizing that in spite of the extraordinary recitation on the part of this voice, it must be the king himself. Lear, in a moment of mad wit, almost unsurpassed in Shakespeare, steers at the white-bearded, eyeless old Gloucester and cries out, "Ha! Goneril with a white beard?"
They flattered me like a dog, that is to say, while I was still king before I had abdicated, and told me I had the white hairs in my beard ere the black ones were there. That is to say, they taught me that I was the image of authority when truly I was not. To say aye and no to everything that I said aye and no to was no good divinity. It was not proper treatment of me as a king and a mortal god to agree with me about everything. When the rain came to wet me once, he means when I was out on the heath with the foal and the Tom of Bedlam that Edgar was impersonating. When the rain came to wet me once, and the wind to make me chatter, when the thunder would not peace at my bidding, there I found him, there I smelt him out. Go to, they are not men or their words. They told me I was everything. I am not, 'tis a lie, I am not ag-proof. That is to say, I have caught a dreadful cold out in that storm. They told me that I was everything in myself, and I have learned that I was nothing in myself. And as we absorb this as audience, Gloucester muses on the voice. And Gloucester says, the trick of that voice I do well remember. Is it not the king? And Lear roars in reply, feeling indeed that he has never abdicated, I every inch a king. And he resumes his role before the play opens as a judge who sits upon all of his subjects. When I do stare, see how the subject quakes. I pardon that man's life. What was thy cause? Adultery? Thou shalt not die. Die for adultery? No. The wren goes to it, and the small gilded fly does lecher in my sight. That is to say, why condemn a man to death for adultery when all of nature is constantly engaged in it? And then very cruelly and powerfully, but also, I think, sardonically, in that kind of self-satire that he is now given to in his enormous bitterness, in that extraordinary fusion of mind and madness that he now represents, he cries out, let copulation thrive. For Gloucester's bastard son was kinder to his father than were my daughters got 'tween the lawful sheets. Another terrible irony, because Gloucester can hear this and know that it is not true, since he was betrayed by Edmund the bastard. Edgar must be beyond suffering as he listens to that, and Lear taking off with tremendous passion. To it luxury, pell-mell, that is to say, breed, copulate and breed, for I lack soldiers. I need as many men for my wars as I can get. And suddenly, in that extraordinary misogyny, which is not Shakespeare and is not truly Lear's own, and comes from his fury at Goneril and Regan, he cries out, behold yon simpering dame, whose face between her forks presages snow. That is to say, age is coming upon her, that minces virtue, and does shake the head to hear of pleasure's name. She is completely corrupt by implication. The fichu nor the soiled horse goes to it with a more riotous appetite. And then another enormous and astonishing outburst. In the classical world, centaurs were beasts with the head and trunk of men and the legs and carriage of horses, but they were never female. Suddenly Lear sees them as being female, and he says all women are like this. Down from the waist they are centaurs, though women all above. And then playing upon what everyone in the audience would recognize as the Elizabethan Jacobean term for the vagina in popular parlance, which is hell, clearly misogynistic and not likely to be welcomed by women in our time. He cries out, "But to the girdle do the gods inherit, beneath is all the fiends. There's hell." And then going on in real revulsion against female sexuality. There's darkness. There is the sulphurous pit, burning, scalding, stench, consumption. But before we can even become deeply offended by what in his madness he is saying, he himself is offended at himself. His better instinct returns, and he cries out, "Fie, fie, fie," that is to say, let me cast this from this. Pa, I'm disgusted with myself, in effect. And then speaking to Edgar, who had given the password, "Sweet marjoram," he treats Edgar as though he is, as he says, an apothecary, what we would call a druggist. And he needs civet, he says, sweetness, a kind of sugar. "Give me an ounce of civet, good apothecary, to sweeten my imagination. There's money for thee," holding out his hand with some coins, realizing that he needs to sweeten his imagination, that his imagination has turned wholly rancid, is an extraordinary moment for him. And then something much more beautiful and bitter even follows. Gloucester, realizing that this is indeed the king, loyally cries out, "Oh, let me kiss that hand." And Lear, in enormous chagrin, replies, "Let me wipe it first. It smells of mortality." That is to say, it is a human hand and therefore unclean. And Gloucester, in total despair, bringing in the apocalyptic end of the world theme that is going to be featured in this extraordinary drama from now until the close, cries out, "O ruined piece of nature." And perhaps he is punning upon peace, but he means primarily that Lear is a great ruined piece of nature. "O ruined piece of nature, this great world shall so, in just the same way, wear out to naught." And then desperately and pathetically he says to Lear, "Dost thou know me, since after all you can see?" And Lear, with amazing cruelty, we would have to think, except he is reverting to madness, says, "I remember thine eyes well enough." He is after all staring at sockets, bloody sockets, from which the eyes have been ripped. "Dost thou squinty at me? Are you squinting at me?" And then thinking of all the legends of Cupid as being blind and as squinting, and therefore so many mismatches are made in the world. That is to say that so many people fall in love with the wrong persons. "No, do thy worst, blind Cupid, I'll not love." And then hands a sheet of paper to Gloucester. "Read thou this challenge. Mark but the penning of it." And Gloucester, with ultimate pathos, "Were all thy letters sons," and he may perhaps be punning on sons, but primarily he means S-U-N-S. "Were all thy letters sons, I could not see one." And Edgar, beside himself with grief, this is after all his own father blind and his own godfather quite mad, in a great aside says that if someone were to tell this to me, I would not believe it. "I would not take this from report. It is, and my heart breaks at it." And Lear says imperiously to Gloucester, "Read." And Gloucester says, "What? With the case of eyes?" And punning on case, almost emulating the now absent fool who has so mysteriously disappeared, Lear cries out, "Oh ho! Are you there with me? No eyes in your head, nor no money in your purse? Your eyes are in a heavy case, that is to say, they're in a bad way, your purse in a light, yet you see how this world goes. And Gloucester, again with a pathos which is almost beyond our capacity to absorb, Gloucester replies, I see it feelingly. That is to say, I now can see things only by touching them with my hands. And Lear plays upon that. Art mad? A man may see how this world goes with no eyes. Look with thine ears. See how yon justice rails upon yon simple thief. Hark in thine ear. Change places and handy-dandy. Which is the justice? Which is the thief? Meaning that as Lear now recognizes not only in his madness, but in the transcendental wisdom that has come with his madness and his suffering in the storm and his feeling for a kind of justice that he never knew before, says, what is the difference after all between the thief and the justice, except that one has power over the other? And then with enormous bitterness, and this took immense audacity on Shakespeare's part, because his royal patron, King James I, is sitting there in the front row at the first production. Lear asked Gloucester, thou hast seen a farmer's dog bark at a beggar? Gloucester replies, aye, sir. And Lear cries out, and the creature run from the cur? There thou mightst behold the great image of authority, a dog's obeyed in office. A passage I can never get out of my head, particularly when someone is in office for whom I do not have high regard. And Gloucester says, aye, sir. And Lear goes on, and the creature run from the cur. There thou mightst behold the great image of authority, a dog's obeyed in office. And suddenly Lear is off completely in another of his phantasmagorias or visions. He sees a court-appointed and church-appointed beadle, B-A-D-L-E, who is whipping a whore's back. Thou rascal beadle, hold thy bloody hand. Why dost thou lash that whore? Strip thine own back, thou hotly lust to use her in that kind for which thou whipp'st her. And he moves out into society and condemns everything that goes on there. The usurer hangs the cozener. Through tattered clothes, great vices do appear. Robes and furred gowns hide all. Plate sin with gold, and the strong lance of justice hurtless breaks. Arm it in rags, a pygmy's straw does pierce it. That is to say, gold buys justice, as true in Shakespeare's day as it is now. And desperately trying to extend general forgiveness to all his kingdom, Lear cries out, none does offend, none, I say none, I'll able him, that is to say, I will empower them, I will enable them, I will pardon them. Take that of me, my friend, who have the power to seal the accuser's lips. And then another passage I can never get out of my head every time I turn on television and see a politician speaking. Get thee glass eyes, and like a scurvy politician seem to see the things thou dost not. And suddenly, as though his boots had too much for him, Lear starts screaming in his madness, now, 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 pull off my boots, harder, harder, so. And Edgar, who is consumed by suffering, cries out in an aside, O matter and impertinency mixed, reason in madness, which is a beautiful formula for what we are hearing in Lear. And now one comes to the grand climax of this, and in a sense, the climax of the play, even though we are only in Act 4, because I sometimes think that this is the greatest and most extraordinary use in Shakespeare of a biblical allusion. Lear begins magnificently with absolute sanity by crying out to Gloucester
If thou wilt weep my fortunes, take my eyes. I know thee well enough. Thy name is Gloucester. Thou must be patient, and explains why we must be patient. And at that point, I think everyone in Shakespeare's audience would have understood an allusion that now comes very hard to us. I'm quoting from the authorized version, the King James Bible. This is the apocryphal work, which nevertheless was accepted by Protestants in Shakespeare's day, the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, the first 6 verses, and it establishes the deep identity between Solomon the wise and Lear in his madness. Here is Solomon summing up his career. Remember that like Lear, he is 80 years and more. I myself am also mortal, and a man like all other, and am come of him, that is to say Adam, that was first made of the earth, because Adam's very name, Adama, is a pun upon the red clay from which he is formed by Yahweh, by God. And Solomon goes on, in my mother's womb was I fashioned to be flesh in 10 months. I was brought together into blood of the seed of man, and by the pleasure that cometh with sleep. And then the passage which we are about to hear, Lear directly paraphrase and improve upon. And when I was born, I received the common air, and fell upon the earth, which is of like nature, crying and weeping at the first, as all other do. I was nourished in swaddling clothes and with cares, for there is no king that had any other beginning of birth. All men have one entrance unto life, and a like going out. And here is Lear directly paraphrasing, and as I say, improving upon that. If thou wilt weep my fortunes, take my eyes. I know thee well enough. Thy name is Gloucester. Thou must be patient. And then directly echoing the wisdom of Solomon, we came crying hither. Thou knowest the first time that we smell the air, we wail and cry, that is to say, wail. A little baby, upon enters, smells the outside air, and wails and cries. And then, taking off his crown, Lear assumes the office of a preacher and says, I will preach to thee on this text. Mark me. And Gloucester, who doesn't understand and feels only that the king is totally mad, cries out, alack, alack the day. And then a passage which I think transcends any other in Shakespeare, even in Hamlet or elsewhere in this play, even in Macbeth, which is very much my personal favorite. Lear and the tremendous cognitive music of this, the verbal harmony of this, has, I believe, not been matched by any poet, by any writer, in any language I'm able to read. Lear cries out, when we are born, we cry that we are come to this great stage of fools. Extraordinary line and a half. First of all, the theatrical metaphor is in itself amazing. Lear, after all, has no experience of the stage. Fools, here as elsewhere in Shakespeare, and in particular in King Lear and Macbeth, fools means many things. Children, dear ones, ones of whom one is fond, court jesters like the fool, nevertheless Lear loves so deeply, and who loves Lear and loves Cordelia, who loves the fool in return, and into whose identity, in some dark sense, Cordelia, when dead, will merge in Lear's mad mind when he enters, as we will see and hear in the next lecture, in the 5th and final act, in the closing moments of this vast drama, with Cordelia in his arms, and cries out, and my poor fool is hanged, meaning Cordelia. When we are born, the reason that we cry, the reason why that we wail and cry when we hit the outer air, when we are born, we cry that we are come to this great stage of fools. That is to say,
we intuit, even as newborn infants, that we are entering upon a world in which we are going to eventually be victimized to the point where we may well become murdered and thus end forever in a very terrible kind of a fashion. I want to conclude this second lecture now with the extraordinary scene that ends Act 4, which is the reconciliation between Lear and Cordelia. He comes up from his madness to the sound of healing music. There is Cordelia waiting for him, and he cries out, "Do not laugh at me, for as I am a man, I think this lady to be my child Cordelia." And Cordelia, weeping with joy, cries out, "And so I am, I am." And Lear says, "Be your tears wet? Yes, faith, I pray weep not." And then, remembering how badly he has treated her, he says, "You have some cause, they have not." And she says, "No cause, no cause." And Lear cries out further and says to her, "You must bear with me, pray you now, forget and forgive. I am old and foolish." And in that moment, and it is only momentary, alas, because after he enters later with the dead Cordelia in his arms, that joy of reunion will be lost to him forever. But this is the triumphal moment in the play, the moment of rejoicing, the moment of reunion of father and beloved daughter, fully forgiving one another. And there is nothing quite like it elsewhere in Shakespeare, though he tries for the effect in the late romances, very much in Pericles, and then even more strongly in a much more magnificent play, The Winter's Tale. But I want to, for a few remaining moments, talk about why the fourth act of King Lear, and in particular that extraordinary exchange between the blinded Gloucester and the off-again, on-again, mad old king, why it has the enormous poetic and dramatic force and impact upon us that it does. In one sense, it is all gratuitous. You could eliminate this extraordinary scene between Gloucester and Lear, with Edgar serving as a despairing chorus, and the action of the play, and even the characterization of the play, would in no way be altered. But you would lose, I think, the greatest eloquence in all of King Lear, and therefore in all of Shakespeare's 7 major tragedies, and indeed in all of Shakespeare's giant art. You would lose a magnificent fusion of sublimity and pathos, of a grace beyond the reach of art on the one side or hand, and on the other of a suffering, a felt pathos, an enormous assault upon our deepest affections, unparalleled in the history of literature. And with some recognition of the majesty of what Shakespeare has thus achieved, I end this second of my 3 lectures on the tragedy of King Lear. Question is, what it is that has transformed Edgar in the course of the play from a gullible, very innocent young man who so easily can fall prey to his brilliant half-brother, the bastard Edmund's plot, and hardly knows how to react to it, to the determined guardian of his poor, blind father. He defends his father against Oswald when Oswald tries to chop him down by cudgeling the horrible Oswald to death. He has become so extraordinarily transmogrified that after having intercepted Goneril's letter to Edmund, he is able to give it to Albany and set up the final duel in which, as a nameless knight dressed in black armor, as an avenger against whom Edmund does not stand any chance whatsoever, he sweeps in and delivers Edmund's death wound. If I had to sum up how it is that Edgar changes, I would say by a long, painful process of self-knowledge and enormous purgatorial suffering, which finally, at great personal cost, nevertheless makes him a heroic champion who, after the death of Lear, will be able to take over the kingdom after Albany and Kent abdicate, and as the audience knows, he will spend his brief reign heroically fighting the wolves who have overrun England in the interregnum after Lear's abdication, the subsequent war, and the death of Lear. This is the third lecture on the tragedy of King Lear, dealing with the fifth and final act of the play, an act which takes a great deal of power from the very terrible situation that is unfolding. We open with Edmund, who is involved with both sisters and who quite clearly sees himself as being a kind of extraordinary mixture of Don Giovanni and a Machiavel, and who is directly juxtaposed with Edgar, who has come upon the scene giving Albany a letter which has been intercepted by him from Goneril, Albany's wife, to Edmund, which makes very clear indeed that Edmund is a traitor and is plotting against the life of Albany in his own drive for power and for becoming king. Here is Edmund in Act 5, Scene 1, coolly saying, "To both these sisters have I sworn my love, each jealous of the other, as the stung are of the adder. Which of them shall I take? Both, one, or neither?" I've joked about that sometimes in teaching the play, saying that it is as though a prince were to say to himself, "Shall I really go out on a double date with Goneril and Regan?" That is to say, with two monsters of the deep. Neither can be enjoyed if both remain alive. To take the widow, Regan, exasperates, makes mad her sister Goneril, and hardly shall I carry out my side, her husband being alive. Now then will use his continence, that is to say, Albany's, for the battle, which being done, let her who would be rid of him devise his speedy taking off. Let Goneril do it. As for the mercy which he, Albany, intends to Lear and to Cordelia, the battle done, and they within our power, shall never see his pardon. For my state stands on me to defend, not to debate. The battle takes place, and Edgar sees that Lear and Cordelia have lost,
and he dashes back to reclaim Gloucester, who still does not know his identity, and cries, "Away, old man! Give me thy hand, away! King Lear hath lost, he and his daughter taken. Give me thy hand, come on!" And Gloucester, in total despair, says, "No further, sir. A man may rot even here." And Edgar, with his magnificent recalcitrance and gathering strength of spirit and mind, cries out, "What? In ill thoughts again?" And then gives you one of the great passages in all of Shakespeare. "Men must endure their going hence, even as their coming hither. Ripeness is all. Come on." And he leads Gloucester away. The scene shifts in Scene 3 to the British camp near Dover. Edmund enters with Lear and Cordelia prisoners, guarded by soldiers and officers. And Edmund says, "Some officers take them away." Again, he does not speak directly to Lear. "Good guard, until their greater pleasures first be known, that ought to censure them." Cordelia, very movingly, cries out, "We are not the first who with best meaning have incurred thee worst. For thee, oppressed king, I am cast down. Myself could else outfrown false fortune's frown. Shall we not see these daughters and these sisters," that is to say, shall we not together confront our captors, Goneril and Regan? And Lear, in the ecstasy of being reunited with Cordelia, and in total sanity, and feeling that indeed his daughter has forgiven him as she has, Lear cries out, "No, no, no, no. Come, let's away to prison. We two alone will sing like birds in the cage. When thou dost ask me blessing, I'll kneel down and ask of thee forgiveness. So we'll live and pray and sing and tell old tales and laugh at gilded butterflies and hear poor rogues talk of court news, and we'll talk with them too. Who loses and who wins, who's in, who's out, and take upon us the mystery of things as if we were God's spies. And we'll wear out in a walled prison pacts and sects of great ones that ebb and flow by the moon." And after Edmund says simply, "Take them away," Lear comes forth with a remarkable sequence of Old Testament allusions. "Upon such sacrifices, my Cordelia, the gods themselves throw incense. Have I caught thee? He that parts us shall bring a brand from heaven and fire us hence like foxes." It is an allusion to a stratagem of Samson in the book of Judges, when he sets fire to the tails of a number of foxes and turns them loose amid the wheat fields of the Philistines. "Wipe thine eyes, the good years shall devour them, flesh and fell, ere they shall make us weep," which goes instead to a dream of Pharaoh, which Joseph interprets. "We'll see him starved first with great pride and glory. Come." And Lear and Cordelia go out together guarded, and that is the last time that we will see Cordelia alive. Edmund summons a captain and says, "Go follow them to prison. One step I have advanced thee. If thou dost as this instructs thee," a paper commanding their death, "thou dost make thy way to noble fortunes. Know thou this, that men are as the time is. To be tender-minded does not become a sword. Thy great employment will not be a question. Either say thou'll do it, or thrive by other means." "I'll do it, my lord, about it, and right happy when thou hast done. Mark, I say instantly, and carry it so as I have set it down. And this will lead to the horror of Lear entering with the slain Cordelia in his arms. Albany comes on the scene after they are led away, and the confrontation breaks out between Albany on the one side, Edmund and Regan and Goneril on the other. Albany says to Edmund, because he now knows the truth about Edmund, from Edgar's note, "Sir, by your patience, I hold you but a subject of this war, not as a brother." And Regan angrily replies, "That's as we list to grace him. Methinks our pleasure might have been demanded ere you had spoke so far. He led our powers, bore the commission of my place and person, the which immediacy may well stand up, and call itself your brother. And Goneril, in furious jealousy, not so hot, in his own grace he doth exalt himself more than in your addition." And Regan cries out, "In my rights, by me invested, he compeers the best." And Albany says, with tremendous bitterness, "That were the most, if he should husband you." To which the horrible Regan replies, "Jesters do oft prove prophets." And Goneril in desperation screams, "Holla, holla, that I that told you so looked but asquint." And Regan, who has already been poisoned by Goneril, though we only now learn it, says, "Lady, I am not well, else I should answer from a full flowing stomach. General, take thou my soldiers, prisoners, patrimony, dispose of them, of me, the walls are thine. Witness the world that I create thee here, my lord and master." And Goneril cries, "Mean you to enjoy him?" And Albany, in real fury, "The lead alone lies not in your goodwill." And Edmund, in great pride, "Nor in thine, lord." And Albany cries out, "Half-blooded fellow," that is to say, bastard, "yes." Regan screams to Edmund, "Let the drum strike, and prove my title thine." And she is dying. Albany says, "Stay yet. Hear reason, Edmund. I arrest thee on capital treason, and in thy attaint this gilded serpent." And he points to Goneril, who is after all his wife, and speaking to his sister-in-law Regan, "For your claim, fair sister, I bar it in the interest of my wife." With terrible irony, "'Tis she is subcontracted to this lord, and I, her husband, contradict your banes. If you will marry, make your loves to me. My lady is bespoke." And Goneril screams out an interlude, but Albany is intent on the battle. "Thou art armed, Gloucester. Let the trumpet sound. If none appear to prove upon thy person thy heinous manifest and many treasons, there is my pledge." And he throws down a glove. "I'll take it on thy heart ere I taste bread. Thou art in nothing less than I have here proclaimed thee." And Regan, dying of the poison, cries out, "Sick, oh sick!" And Goneril, in a crucial aside, "If not, I'll ne'er trust medicine." Edmund, in fury, cries out, "There's my exchange," throwing down a glove. "What in the world he is that names me traitor? Villain-like he lies. Call by the trumpet, he that dares approach. On him, on you, who not? I will maintain my truth and honor firmly." And we are coming to one of the great and dazzling moments in Shakespeare. We have watched the long, long progression of Edgar's change from a gullible young man to a bedlamite, to a poor peasant, to someone who directly intervenes in the plot when he saves his father by striking down the rascal Oswald, who would murder the blinded Gloucester. And now he will come in black armor as a nameless knight, as an avenging fury, to strike down his treacherous half-brother. The herald sounds the trumpet. "If any man of quality or degree within the lists of the army will maintain upon Edmund, suppose Earl of Gloucester, that he is a manifold traitor. Let him appear by the third sound of the trumpet. He is bold in his defense. Sound, and 3 trumpets are sounded, and with a trumpeter walking in front of him comes Edgar as a black knight. Albany speaks, ask him his purposes, why he appears upon this call of the trumpet. And Edgar replies very powerfully, "No, my name is lost. Therefore I stand here as a nameless knight. By treason's tooth bear gnawn and canker bit. Yet am I noble as the adversary. I come to cope." And Albany, though he knows very well the answer to this, Albany says, "Which is that adversary?" And Edgar cries out, "What's he that speaks for Edmund, Earl of Gloucester?" And Edmund proudly says himself, "What sayst thou to him?" And here is the extraordinary reply of Edgar, clearly an absolutely changed person, though by a terrible irony, it is Edmund who has, as it were, created his avenging doom in Edgar. "Draw thy sword, that if my speech offend a noble heart, thy arm may do thee justice. Here is mine. Behold, it is the privilege of mine honors, my oath and my profession. I protest, maugre thy strength, place, youth, and eminence, despite thy victor sword and fire-new fortunes, thy valor and thy heart, thou art a traitor, false to thy gods, thy brother, and thy father, conspirant against this high illustrious prince, and from the extremest upward of thy head to the descent and dust below thy foot, a most toad-spotted traitor. Say thou no, this sword, this arm, and my best spirits are bent to prove upon thy heart whereto I speak thou liest." Psychologically, it's an extraordinary situation. Edmund does not know who this is. He need not, by the laws of knighthood, duel with a nameless person who, for all he knows, could be a professional assassin. But he has, throughout the play, been motivated by a deep resentment against his only half-noble origin. And he now falls victim to that. It's a strange parallel here, which has not previously occurred to me, but it fascinates me. Just as Iago never calculates that Amelia, who knows everything, will risk her own life, and she does, and dies for it, by betraying him, Iago, to the truth. So Edmund, so magnificent a cognitive strategist who can outthink everyone else in the play put together, Edmund has that one blind spot, which is the need for demonstrating his own innate nobility. "In wisdom I should ask thy name, but since thy outside looks so fair and warlike, and that thy tongue, some say, of breeding breathes, what safe and nicely I might well delay by rule of knighthood, I disdain and spurn. Back do I toss these treasons to thy head, with the hell-hated lie o'erwhelm thy heart, which for they yet glance by, and scarcely bruise. This sword of mine shall give them instant way, where they shall rest for ever. Trumpets speak, and to the sound of trumpets they fight, and as we would expect, Edmund has no chance whatsoever. This is a destined avenger. Edmund falls with what will prove to be his death wound. Albany, who wants the full truth before Edmund dies, cries out, "Save him! Save him!" And Goneril desperately cries out to Gloucester, "This is practice, Gloucester," that is to say, this is a plot against you. "By the law of war, thou wast not bound to answer an unknown opposite. Thou art not vanquished, but cozened and beguiled, And Albany, in absolute fury, cries out to his wife, "Shut your mouth, dame, or with this paper shall I stopple it. Hold, sir, thou worse than any name, read thine own evil," and then plucking it back from her, "No cheering, lady, I perceive you know it." And Goneril, with desperate pride, "Saith I do, the laws are mine, not thine, who can arraign me for it?" And Albany, in great contempt, "Most monstrous, oh, know'st thou this paper?" And Goneril, in absolute desperation, "Ask me not what I know," and she leaves the stage. And Albany, realizing that she may very well be on the verge of suicide, says, "Go after her, she is desperate, govern her." And from here to the end of the play, one wants to look very carefully at the extraordinary change that takes place in Edmund, perhaps the least likely person in all of Shakespeare to ever have made a change towards the good. Indeed, there is a dying eloquence in Edmund as he slowly dies on stage and then is carried off stage, and we do not see him die any more than we will see Macbeth die. Edmund speaks, "What you have charged me with, that have I done, and more, much more. The time will bring it out." And I must say, this is something that carries more suspense with it than anything even in Alfred Hitchcock's films, because what that half line, "the time will bring it out," most certainly refers to is the order he has given to murder Lear and Cordelia. "'Tis past, and so am I." But still not having made up his mind, he looks at this unknown knight. "But what art thou that hast this fortune on me? If thou art noble, I do forgive thee." And Edgar, fully revealing himself for the first time in the play since he adopted the disguise of Tom of Bedlam, "Let's exchange charity. I am no less in blood than thou art, Edmund. If more, the more thou hast wronged me. My name is Edgar, and thy father's son." And then an extraordinary passage, burningly eloquent, endlessly memorable, but showing the high price that Edgar's transformation forces him to pay. "The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instruments to plague us. The dark and vicious place where thee he got cost him his eyes." That dark and vicious place does not refer to a room in which the adultery took place, where the bastard Edmund was conceived. It refers again to what jocularly is called by the populace the hell of the vagina, and that Edgar should describe the vagina as the dark and vicious place shows us that there is a horror of sexuality, which is the price that he is paying. Edmund, with tremendous power, says hesitantly, because he is dying, "Thou hast spoken right, 'tis true. The wheel is come full circle, I am here." Now that is the wheel of fortune, but it also refers back to an earlier passage in the play where Lear in his madness speaks of being bound upon a wheel of fire. Edgar now tells us the story of his reconciliation with Gloucester when he revealed himself to Gloucester and cries out, "O our lives' sweetness, that we the pain of death would hourly die, rather than die at once. Never, O fault, revealed myself unto him, until some half hour passed, when I was armed, not sure, though hoping of this good success. I asked his blessing, and from first to last told him my pilgrimage. But his flawed heart, alack, too weak the conflict to support, twixt two extremes of passion, joy and grief burst smilingly. We will see at the very end of the play Lear also torn between immense grief, knowing that his daughter is dead, and a momentary madness of believing that he actually sees her resurrected. One question that always occurs to me in reading the play, watching it, and teaching it is, why did Shakespeare not actually represent this great scene of the mutual recognition and the reconciliation of Edgar and poor Gloucester on the stage, rather than simply make it a recital or narrative on Edgar's part? I think it is because this final act and this extraordinary final scene are already so turbulent and immensely rich with significant emotion that it would simply expose the audience to too much pressure. Edmund, hearing of the death of his father, is beginning to undergo an extraordinary change, and says, "This speech of yours hath moved me, and shall perchance do good. But speak you on. You look as you had something more to say." And Albany says, "If there be more woeful, hold it in, for I'm almost ready to dissolve hearing of this." But Edgar goes on, "This would have seemed a period to such as love, not sorrow, but another to amplify too much, would make much more," and goes on to talk about his reconciliation with Kent, also in disguise. Now someone runs onto stage with a bloody knife, crying out, "Help, help, oh help." And this is the knife with which Goneril has just stabbed herself to the heart. And Edmund, hearing that Goneril with her dying breath has confessed that she poisoned Regan to her death, magnificently and ironically says, "I was contracted to them both." All three now marry in an instant. The bodies of the queens are brought onto the stage, and we come to a moment in Shakespeare that I think cannot be overpraised. It cannot be overpraised because in it we see the extraordinary process in which Shakespeare is the great pioneer, in which a major character overhears something that he says, almost indeed as though someone else had said it. As you or I, under Shakespeare's influence, sometimes perform a sudden start because we feel that we are overhearing someone else when in fact we are overhearing ourselves. Edmund stares at the bodies of the dead queens, Goneril and Regan, and utters 4 amazing words. Yet Edmund was beloved. A great shock to him that even though it was these 2 monsters of the deep who loved him, nevertheless he was beloved. And then haltingly says, since after all he is dying, "The one, the other poisoned for my sake, and after slew herself." And Albany impatiently says, "Even so, cover their faces." But Edmund, desperately panting for life, "I pant for life, some good I mean to do, despite of mine own nature." He will not acknowledge that his nature is beginning to change. He says instead, "Some good I mean to do, despite of mine own nature. Quickly send, be brief in it, to the castle, for my writ is on the life of Lear and on Cordelia, nay, send in time." And Albany desperately cries out, "Run, run, oh, run." And Edgar equally desperately, "To whom, my lord? Who has the office? Send thy token of reprieve." And the dying Edmund says, "Well thought on, take my sword, give it the captain." And the officer runs out with Edmund's sword, and Edmund says, "He hath commission from thy wife, Goneril, and me, to hang Cordelia in the prison, and to lay the blame upon her own despair that she fordid herself." And Albany cries out, "The gods defend her, bear him hence a while." Edmund is carried off stage, which fascinates me. Edmund will not know, as he dies, whether or not
he saved Cordelia and Lear, or whether he is responsible for their murders. And Shakespeare wants us to try to think ourselves into that extraordinary changing consciousness as it dies, because it scarcely will know who or what it is as it dies, any more than we any longer can recognize Edmund. He is carried off to die off stage, and the most colossal moment, perhaps, in all of Shakespeare is now upon us. Something which really goes beyond the resources even of a great actor's voice, and I am certainly not that, to carry. Lear enters with a triple howl. He is carrying his slain daughter in his arms. Howl, howl, howl. O ye are men of stones, had I your tongue's eyes, I'd use them so that heaven's vault should crack. She's gone forever. I know which one is dead. I know when one is dead and when one lives. She's dead as earth. Lend me a looking-glass. If that her breath will mist or stain the stone, why then she lives. But Kent, Edgar, and Albany, who are to be the only three survivors of this play, cry out simultaneously. Kent cries, "Is this the promised end?" And Edgar cries out, "Or image of that horror." And Albany cries out, "Fall and cease." And these are all apocalyptic outcries. They presage the end of a world. Lear desperately says, "This feather stirs, she lives. If it be so, it is a chance which does redeem all sorrows that ever I have felt." And Lear, realizing that she's dead, cries out, "Now she's gone forever. Cordelia, Cordelia, stay a little. Ha, what is it thou sayest?" Her voice was ever soft, gentle and low, an excellent thing in woman. I killed the slave that was a-hanging thee. And the officer says, "'Tis true, my lords, he did." And suddenly the others on stage, Kent, Albany, and Edgar, desperately speak to him, trying to explain who they are. But Lear says, "Aye, so I think." And Albany says he knows not what he says, and vain is it that we present us to him. An officer enters to say, "Edmund is dead, my lord." And Albany says, "That's but a trifle here." And Edgar, he addresses Edgar and Kent and talks about how they will, in effect, share power. And suddenly he cries out, "Oh, see, see." And what we see is Lear. Lear cries out, "And my poor fool is hanged," meaning at once Cordelia, "and my fool, no life. Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life? And thou no breath at all. Thou'lt come no more. Never, 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 never." And then desperately trying to speak, "Pray you undo this button. Thank you, sir." And suddenly he cries out, "Do you see this?" And I think that's simultaneous with Albany saying, "Oh, see, see." He suddenly cries out, "Look on her, look, her lips, look there, look there." And he thinks he sees in his delusion, in his madness, the lips move, and the joy is too great for his heart, and he dies of a sudden heart attack. Poor Edgar, who cannot acknowledge that his godfather is joining his father in death, cries out, he faints, "My lord, my lord." But Kent says, "Break, heart, I prithee, break." And Edgar desperately says, "Look up, my lord." But Kent says, "Vex not his ghost. Oh, let him pass. He hates him that would upon the rack of this tough world stretch him out longer." And poor Edgar says, "He is gone indeed." Kent says, most memorably, "The wonder is he hath endured so long. He but usurped his life." And Albany, full of grief and guilt, feeling that he has his own culpability in the tragedy, says, "Friends of my soul," speaking to Kent and Edgar, he says, "I abdicate. You twain rule in this realm, and the Gourd state sustain." But Kent says, "No, I have a
journey, sir, shortly to go. My master calls me, I must not say no. If Lear is dead, I will go off to serve him in the afterworld, whatever it is. And the final 4 lines of the play are spoken magnificently by Edgar, and the audience would know what we at first do not know, that actually Edgar came to the throne several reigns after the death of his godfather, and he spent his entire brief life as monarch fighting the wolves that had overrun all of England. He speaks these immense last lines of the play. Every other tragedy by Shakespeare ends with a clear sense that the continuity of the kingdom will go on, but Edgar ends in despair. The weight of this sad time we must obey. Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. The oldest hath borne most. We that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long. And everyone exits from the stage with Lear's body in a death march.
After listening to Lecture 10, a student posed this question to Professor Bloom. Why does Edmund change at the very end of the play? Let's listen to the professor's response.
The answer to that question takes one very deep into the heart of what might be called the ultimate mystery of Shakespeare. He reinvented the human by showing us that all of us are capable of sudden change when we acquire the perspective upon ourselves that is provided by self-overhearing. You get outside of yourself, you gaze in upon yourself, and quite suddenly, even if you are not a different man or woman, you see the possibility of it. Edmund, when he hears himself say, "Yet Edmund was beloved," for the first time in this extraordinary drama, acquires a capacity for feeling. And though he still says, "This is against my nature," which is, after all, a profoundly evil one, nevertheless, he says, "Some good I mean to do, despite of mine own nature." It may well be the most profound insight ever to be experienced in all of Shakespeare.
This ends Lecture 10. Remember to visit this course's website at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll find additional information about the lectures that you just heard. If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply.
This is the first of 2 lectures on the tragedy of Macbeth. The first lecture will concern Acts 1 and 2 of the tragedy, and the second lecture will cover Acts 3, 4, and 5. But I want to start with a kind of introduction. Theater people always tell me that Macbeth traditionally is the unluckiest of all Shakespeare's plays, particularly for actors, who all too frequently find they literally break a leg in performing it. Though Hamlet and King Lear are the most eminent of Shakespearean tragedies, I have had an immense emotional attachment to the drama of Macbeth since I was a little child, one that is surpassed only by my devotion to the 2 Henry IV plays, both dominated by my own alter ego, the great comic wit Sir John Falstaff. The particular fascination of Macbeth is its ruthless economy. It is just half the length of the play of Hamlet, and the hallucinatory intensity of this Scottish drama, which causes us to identify our own imaginations with Macbeth's phantasmagoric imagination, is simply extraordinary. Indeed, Shakespeare compels us to all but totally identify ourselves with Macbeth, despite his incredibly bloody career, which gets bloodier constantly. Lady Macbeth is taken off stage after Act 3, Scene 4, and returns only briefly in her madness at the start of Act 5. Thus, Macbeth is left wholly at the center of our attention. Shakespeare declines to individualize Duncan, Banquo, Macduff, and Malcolm, let alone the minor characters who all tend to blend together in a common grayness. Since Macbeth speaks fully a third of the drama's lines, nearly 700 lines out of the 2,000, he is more central than any other tragic protagonist except Hamlet, who speaks 3/8 of his play, 1,500 lines out of 4,000. As we have heard, King Lear divides the audience's fascination between Lear and the Fall and the half-brothers Edgar and Edmund, but Hamlet and Macbeth center our attention. I would venture that Shakespeare represented the capaciousness and brilliance of his own intellect in Hamlet's mind and the preternatural intensity of his own imagination in Macbeth's, which is the most proleptic in all of literature. By proleptic, spelled Proleptic, our dictionaries mean so anticipating an event, anticipating any event so strongly that the event seems to have happened already before it actually takes place. We all of us have some traces of this phantasmagoric imagination in us. Sometimes we call it second sight. But the warrior Macbeth is totally dominated by it. He barely is conscious of an ambition, a desire, or a wish before he sees himself on the other side or shore, already having performed the bloody crime that equivocally fulfills his ambition. I think Macbeth terrifies us just as much as his play does, because that element in our own imaginations is so frightening. Fantasy makes us seem murderers, thieves, usurpers, and rapists until we come out of our momentary fit of what I have called prolepsis. I want to take us now into the actual text of Act 1, which is dominated on the one hand by Macbeth's and Banquo's common victory over the traitor MacDonald, and also by the Weird Sisters, the famous 3 witches. And I want to begin with a wounded captain who has come out of the battle to tell King Duncan about how Macbeth has destroyed the merciless MacDonald, and the passage is perhaps the most violent of its kind in its bloodiness in all of Shakespeare. For brave Macbeth, well he deserves that name, disdaining fortune with his brandished steel, which smoked with bloody execution, like valor's minion, carved out his passage till he faced the slave, which ne'er shook hands nor bade farewell to him, till he unseamed him from the nave to the chops, and fixed his head upon our battlements. That is to say, literally, Macbeth, with one tremendous stroke of his sword, has cut MacDonald open. And later, one of the nobles in the same scene, Act 1, Scene 2, is explaining to King Duncan about another tremendous victory of Macbeth and Banquo, in which Macbeth is described as Bellona's bridegroom, which since she is the goddess of war, that means that Macbeth is being called the god Mars himself, a great killing machine, a great engine of war in every possible respect. It is this extraordinary personage, a man of ordinary intellect but fantastic power of imagination and tremendous potential for killing, who suddenly finds himself in the third scene of Act 1 confronting the 3 weird sisters, the 3 Norns or Fates, the 3 witches. And the first hails him by his proper title, Thane or Earl of Glamis, the second as Thane of Cawdor, Cawdor being a recent traitor to King Duncan. The third cries out, "All hail Macbeth, that shalt be king hereafter, and it sends Macbeth into a kind of second sight or trance, and Macbeth wants to know more, and the witches vanish after prophesying that Macbeth will be king, but that the children of Banquo will eventually be kings. And Macbeth says, after Banquo tells him, "You shall be king," Macbeth says, "And Thane of Cawdor too, went it not so, to the selfsame tune and words, who's here?" And suddenly it is proclaimed that indeed he is precisely that he has become the Thane of Cawdor, and he sees in that the truth of the prophecy. And you hear an extraordinary aside, the first of his tremendous soliloquies in this play. This is in Act 1, Scene 3. "Two truths are told, as happy prologues to the swelling act of the imperial theme." And he comes out of his trance-like state for a moment to speak to the others and say, "I thank you, gentlemen." And then he speaks aside again, "This supernatural soliciting cannot be ill, cannot be good. If ill, why hath it given me earnest of success, commencing in a truth? I am Thane of Cawdor. If good, why do I yield to that suggestion whose horrid image doth unfix my hair, and make my seated heart knock at my ribs against the use of nature?" And at this point, the proleptic element becomes extremely strong in him. "Present fears are less than horrible imaginings. My thought, whose murder," and he means the murder I contemplate of Duncan, "my thought, whose murder yet is but fantastical, shakes so my single state of man, that function is smothered in surmise, and nothing is but what is not." Banquo, speaking for the others, gazes upon Macbeth in his state of second sight and says, "Look how our partners rapt." But one wants to examine the lines that I've just read aloud to you. The single state of man means the unaided or singular or isolated state of man. When Macbeth says that function is smothered in surmise, function means intellect and its conscious workings. Surmise means the prophetic or proleptic imagination, the fantastic assumption that is overtaking him, until finally he says, "And nothing is but what is not." On the one hand, we find ourselves perpetually fascinated because, I repeat, in all of us there is some element of wish fulfillment or desire which makes us share in Macbeth's peculiar mode of imagination. On the other, Shakespeare, very shrewdly from the very beginning, makes everyone else in the drama, except Lady Macbeth, whom he will remove, accessories. We know that Shakespeare, when he wants to, can take an extremely minor character who speaks only 3 or 4 lines. I think of Barnardine in Measure for Measure, and gives that character a voice of his or her own so that they are forever memorable. But he declines to do that in this play. He focuses only upon Macbeth and, to a certain extent, until she is removed, Lady Macbeth, and I think he has a very deep and dark design upon us. He wishes to push us into the heart of darkness. He wants us to make an extraordinary journey into the interior so that we find ourselves alone with Macbeth, and the person we watch there on stage is in some sense ourselves, so that we cannot exclude ourselves from what is happening to him or his desires or his imagination. I want to take up this theme next in Act 1, Scene 4, in the lines that cluster about line 50, when Duncan, after honoring Macbeth and Banquo, nevertheless proclaims that his oldest son, Malcolm, is now going to become the Prince of Cumberland and thus the acknowledged heir to the Scottish throne. As he hears this, which he takes to be a threat to his own ambition, Macbeth again speaks in a rapt aside. The Prince of Cumberland, that is a step on which I must fall down or else o'erleap, for in my way it lies. Stars, hide your fires. Let not light see my black and deep desires. The eye wink at the hand, yet let that be which the ear fears when it is done to see. One reason the passage so fascinates me is that it reminds me, that is to say, unique among Shakespeare's dramas, with the partial exception of A Midsummer Night's Dream. Both of these works of high fantasy take place mostly at night, upon a darkened stage. And that also has to do with the darkness of Macbeth's own nature and the increasing darkness of our own under his influence. In Act 1, Scene 5, Lady Macbeth makes her first entry, and quite fascinatingly, we at first do not hear her own voice. She reads to us out loud a letter she has just received from her husband. By the way, let me comment on the marriage, because it is an extremely subtle and delicate and complex matter. I frequently tell my students at Yale, when we are studying Macbeth together, that the happiest marriage in all of Shakespeare is that of Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, at which they scowl at me because they think I am trying to be, in some sense, humorous with them. But in fact, it is not humor on my part, only perhaps a certain degree of irony. There is a furious, passionate attachment between Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, but it has some very curious and special features. The chronicle material of the history of Scotland, upon which Shakespeare bases the drama of Macbeth, tells us that Lady Macbeth, a very high noblewoman and a cousin of King Duncan, was originally married to another great nobleman by whom she had a son. Both her first husband and her son are murdered. Macbeth then woos her and wins her reluctant consent, she being a woman of great power and complexity, because he promises her that he shares her immense ambitions. But they are childless. For all of their mutual happiness, they have no child, and they begin to believe they are not going to have a child. And if you read the passages between them very, very closely, I may note one or two as we go along, I think there is an implication that Macbeth's violently prophetic imagination has created sexual difficulties for them by, in a sense, over-preparing the event, by anticipating too strongly. He, as it were, arrives too quickly, and so a proper sexual relationship does not seem to have been worked out between them. That may seem a very subtle and delicate kind of a matter, but as we have seen in Othello, it is very far from being un-Shakespearean. After she reads aloud the letter from her husband, which basically talks about the weird sisters and their prophecy, she says, "You shall be what you are promised, yet do I fear thy nature." And here comes that very famous line, amazingly ironic when you consider that this is the bloodiest villain, Macbeth, in all of Shakespeare. "Yet do I fear thy nature, it is too full of the milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. Thou wouldst be great, are not without ambition, but without the illness should attend it. What thou wouldst highly, that wouldst thou holily, wouldst not play false, and yet wouldst wrongly win. Thou'dst have great glamis, that which cries, thus thou must do if thou have it, and that which rather thou dost fear to do than wishes should be undone." In short, what she's saying is Macbeth is deeply divided against himself, that he has too much good nature to properly sustain his ambition. So she cries out, "Hie thee hither,
that I may pour my spirits in thine ear, and chastise with the valour of my tongue all that impedes thee from the golden round, which fate and metaphysical aid doth seem to have thee crowned withal. There again is one of those fascinating elliptical Shakespearean touches. Whenever you have the image of spirits or liquid of any kind being poured in the ear in Shakespeare, it is very difficult not to remember that Claudius poisoned the senior Hamlet, King Hamlet, Prince Hamlet's father, by pouring, while his older brother was asleep, by pouring poison in his ear. And there's, I think, a hint there indeed of what is coming. The news is given to Lady Macbeth that Duncan is coming, the king, to stay at her castle, and she makes another extraordinary speech. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thought. And then I have seen this very powerfully played on the stage by many actresses, and wise directors have them grip themselves in their centers as they cry out, as she cries out, unsex me here, and fill me from the crown to the toe, top full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood. Stop up the access and passage to remorse, that no compunctious visitings of nature shake my fell purpose, nor keep peace between the effect and ill of it. Come to my woman's breasts, and take my milk for gall, you murdering ministers. Whatever in your sightless substance you wait on nature's mischief, come, thick night, and pall thee in the dunnest smoke of hell, that my keen knife not see the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blanket of the dark to cry, hold, hold. And at just that moment, after this extraordinary outcry, Macbeth enters, and she cries to him, Great Glamis, worthy Corda, greater than both, by the all hail hereafter. And then she too has become proleptic or hallucinatory. Thy letters have transported me beyond the ignorant present, and I feel now the future in an instant. And when Macbeth says, my dearest love, Duncan comes here tonight, Lady Macbeth says, and when goes hence? And Macbeth answers in puzzlement, tomorrow as he purposes. And Lady Macbeth cries, oh, never shall sun that morrow see. And Macbeth, who feels hesitant, says, we will speak further. That hesitation is an extraordinary hesitation, and it will lead to perhaps the greatest of the earliest soliloquies that he comes to in the play. As he hesitates, he speaks at the opening of Scene 7 of Act 1, an extraordinary meditation, which in some ways, even though he has not got the intellect of Hamlet, does remind one of certain moments in Hamlet's mode of discourse. If it were done, when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly. If the assassination could trammel up the consequence, and catch with his surcease success, that but this blow might be the be-all and the end-all here, but here upon this bank and shore of time we jump the life to come. But in these cases we still have judgment here, that we but teach bloody instructions. And as he meditates upon Duncan, suddenly another phenomenon which is recurrent in Macbeth as Shakespeare represents him for us, a great voice, greater than his own, a voice of hallucinatory intensity, almost as though angels and or devils were speaking, breaks through him. He cries out, besides this Duncan hath borne his faculties so meek, hath been so clear in his great office, that his virtues will plead like angels, trumpet-tongued, against the deep damnation of his daking off. And then suddenly this enormous voice breaks through him, and pity, like a naked newborn babe, striding the blast of heaven's cherubins, horsed upon the sightless couriers of the air, shall blow the horrid deed in every eye, that tears shall drown the wind.
I have no spur to prick the sides of my intent, but only vaulting ambition, which o'erleaps itself and falls on the other, but before he can say on the other bank, as it were, of time, Lady Macbeth enters and says, "What news?" And Macbeth says to her, "We will proceed no further in this business," and she is furious with him, absolutely furious. He says, "I dare do all that may become a man, who dares do more is none." And then she bitterly, and there is, I think, an insinuation here of his complex sexual difficulty with her, "What beast was it then that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man, and to be more than what you were, you would be so much more the man. Nor time nor place did then adhere, and yet you would make both. They have made themselves, and that their fitness now does unmake you." And then she recalls, she is after all a high noblewoman. She has not been anyone's wet nurse, as it were, suckling another's child. She's thinking back to her son, who was slain by her first marriage. "I have given suck, and knows how tender 'tis to love the babe that milks me. I would, while it was smiling in my face, have plucked my nipple from his boneless gums, and dashed the brains out, had I so sworn as you have to this." And Macbeth says in great anxiety, "If we should fail," and she says, "We fail? But screw your courage to the sticking place," which is, of course, phallic in its implications, and clearly has to do with what she feels is his sexual failure, "and will not fail." She says, "It will make a man of you. When Duncan is asleep, we will take his 2 chamberlains, we will get them drunk. What cannot you and I perform upon the unguarded Duncan?" Notice that at that point she is talking about herself as being, if necessary, a fellow assassin, and at the very end of Act 1, Macbeth is overcome by her, and he indeed cries out, "Bring forth men children only, if indeed they are going to have any children, for thy undaunted metal should compose nothing but males. Will it not be received when we have marked with blood those sleepy 2 of his own chamber, and used their very daggers that they have done it?" And Lady Macbeth says, "Who dares receive it other, as she will make our griefs and clamour roar upon his death?" And Macbeth is persuaded, and we enter now on the quite horrifying second act of this drama, beginning necessarily with the moment of great turbulence, but also with a hallucinatory soliloquy which surpasses what we have heard before. Here is Macbeth. He is on his way in Act 2, Scene 1, at about line 33, to actually perform the murder, and suddenly in front of him he sees a purely visionary or fantastic dagger. Is this a dagger which I see before me, the handle towards my hand? And he does not doubt his own visions. "Come, let me clutch thee." But of course his hand goes right through it. It is a hallucination. "I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation, proceeding from the heat oppressed brain? I see thee yet in form as palpable as this which now I draw." Marvelous, symbolic stroke of stage business on Shakespeare's part. Macbeth draws his own dagger as he continues to stare at the visionary dagger. "Thou marshalst me the way that I was going, and such an instrument I was to use. My eyes are made the fools," meaning victims, "of the other senses, or else worth all the rest. I see thee still, and on thy blade and dudgeon, that is to say the handle, gouts of blood, drops of blood, which was not so before." What an extraordinary imagination he has. First, he is actually seeing a vision that you or I presumably would not see with this terrible kind of clarity. But secondly, the vision changes, and the visionary dagger becomes bloody. "There's no such thing. It is the bloody business which informs thus to mine eyes. Now o'er the 1/2 world nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtained sleep." And suddenly, in a moment that must have startled Shakespeare's audience, many of whom had read his remarkable narrative poem, The Rape of Lucrece,
in which Tarquin goes off to rape Lucrece. Thus, with his stealthy pace, Macbeth goes on to say, with Tarquin's ravishing strides, fascinating, that he has the vision of a potential rapist, as though in stabbing, phallically as it were, his cousin King Duncan to death, he is also accomplishing a ravishment. Towards his design moves like a ghost. Thou sure and firm set earth, hear not my steps, which way they walk, for fear thy very stones prate of my whereabout. And he cries out just as a bell starts to ring in another marvelous piece of stage business, I go, and it is done, the bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell that summons thee to heaven or to hell. Lady Macbeth, having gotten the chamberlains or grooms of Duncan drunk, awaits at the opening of Scene 2, Act 2, word that Macbeth has done the deed. She says, hark, I laid their daggers ready, he could not miss him, and then says something which is meant to shock us. Had he, Duncan, not resembled my father as he slept, I had done it. My husband, and there is Macbeth saying, I have done the deed, didst thou not hear a noise? And Lady Macbeth says, these deeds must not be thought after these ways. If it is done, so it will make us mad. But Macbeth cries out magnificently, methought I heard a voice cry. Macbeth does murder sleep, the innocent sleep, and then very beautifully, sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care, the death of each day's life, sore labour's bath, balm of hurt minds, great nature's second course, chief nourisher in life's feast. And Lady Macbeth interrupts him and says, why are you still carrying these bloody daggers? And he says, I'm afraid to look at what I've done. And she says, infirm of purpose, which is again a sexual innuendo, give me the daggers. The sleeping and the dead are but as pictures. 'Tis the eye of childhood that fears a painted devil. If he do bleed, I'll gild the faces of the grooms withal, for it must seem their guilt. And with that, a great knocking begins at the gate. Lady Macbeth, and you hear the knocks going on stage constantly. Lady Macbeth enters again and says, my hands are of your color, but I shame to wear a heart so white. I hear a knocking at the south entry, and then says bitterly to him then, your constancy have left you unattended, which is another sexual innuendo. And poor Macbeth cries out, wake, Duncan, with thy knocking, I wouldst thou couldst. And then we come to the remarkable scene, the only comic scene in this one extraordinary drama, which otherwise excludes all comedy, as indeed Othello excludes all comedy, but the fall keeps King Lear from excluding it. That's a very uncanny comedy indeed in Lear. The great scene of the knocking at the gate, in which the clown of the company, undoubtedly Robert Armin, A-R-M-I-N, comes up to the gate and says, knock, 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 who's here? And tells a series of violent jokes about it. But the crucial one is this. As he says to Macduff and Lennox as they come in, and Macduff, of course, ultimately will be Macbeth's nemesis in this play, what three things, they say to him, does drink especially provoke? Because the porter of the gate is dead drunk, which is why he's been so slow in answering. He says, marry, sir, nose painting, sleep, and urine. Lechery, sir, it provokes and unprovokes. It provokes the desire, but takes away the performance. And then goes on to use the extraordinary word equivocates. Equivocates him in a sleep, and we will hear that term equivocate again and again in this play. And I will go into the reason for that a little later on, except that very quickly, what is undoubtedly involved in it is that a famous trial of a Jesuit who supposedly had conspired against the life of King James, Father Garnet, was taking place, and in it, rather than answer the questions of the court, he took up what the Jesuits had taught one another was virtuous and permissible, which was to give equivocal answers in such a situation. Macbeth enters to cry out, had I but died an hour before this chance, I had lived a blessed
time, for from this instant there's nothing serious in mortality. He says that as a cover, but something very deeper and darker is going on, something which is building up in Banquo, who comes to understand that the actual murder has been performed by Macbeth and Lady Macbeth. When this is clearly established in Banquo's mind, quite clearly, Macbeth feels he will have to deal with that, and as we will see, he does. But I want now to conclude this lecture on the first two acts of Macbeth, and therefore the first of these two lectures, with the extraordinary scene 4, which closes it, where one of the noblemen, one of the minor characters, enters with an otherwise unidentified old man, and they speak of the extraordinary portents that accompanied the murder of King Duncan. The old man says, "'Tis unnatural, even like the deed that's done. On Tuesday last, a falcon, towering in her pride of place, was by a mousing howl hawked at and killed." And Ross replies, "And Duncan's horses, a thing most strange and certain, beauteous and swift, the minions of their race, turned wild in nature, broke their stalls, flung out, contending against obedience, as they would make war with mankind." And the old man says, "'Tis said they eat each other." And Ross replies, "They did so, to the amazement of mine eyes that looked upon it." The emphasis is that with the terrible murder of King Duncan, the course of nature has been violently altered, and we in the audience or the readership are being instructed that very strange things lie ahead of us in the remainder of this play. But as I conclude this first lecture, I want to emphasize again the ruthless economy of this drama. It is amazing how, in rather less than 700 or 800 lines, Shakespeare has managed to take us so deeply into what I've called, following Joseph Conrad, the heart of darkness in Macbeth.
After listening to Lecture 11, a student posed this question to Professor Bloom: why do we sympathize with a villain like Macbeth? Let's listen to the professor's response.
We sympathize, in spite of ourselves, with a great deal in Macbeth's nature. We cannot deny a kind of complicit identity with him, even though obviously we would like to resist it. That identity is founded upon a vividness that each of us has in her or his own imagination. It is true that unless we become mentally ill, most of us never hallucinate. Yet it is also true that quite frequently in the course of our lives, we so anticipate an event, we so want to see a desire realized, that afterwards we're not quite sure whether something has actually happened or not. And certainly I, now at the age of 75, as I look back at my increasingly long life, I am no longer altogether certain whether certain things did happen to me or whether I strongly desired them to happen. And I think I am not absolutely different from other people in old age. So the emphasis on the hallucinatory nature of the imagination has primarily two functions. One is to emphasize how extraordinary an imagination it is. In fact, I would go so far as to say that just as Hamlet's mind, Hamlet's intellect, is Shakespeare's own intellect, so Shakespeare has assigned his very own imagination to Macbeth. And the other part of the answer, the other major point is, this drama does depend upon our increasing inability not to identify ourselves with Macbeth. And the more
That special aspect of his imagination is emphasized the more we participate in him and with him.
This ends Lecture 11. Shakespeare, The Seven Major Tragedies, Lecture 12. Macbeth, Part 2.
I will now commence the second of my two lectures on the tragedy of Macbeth. As we will see, Act 3 centers itself upon the murder of Banquo. Act 4 will center itself upon the massacre of Lady Macduff and her children after Macduff has fled to England to join the king's son, Malcolm, Duncan's son, Prince of Cumberland. And Act 5 will take us from Lady Macbeth's madness and her sleepwalking through the nemesis of the English and the rebellious Scots closing in upon the tyrant Macbeth until his final duel with Macduff, after which he is slain. But I want to commence now in Act 3 with an extraordinary exchange between Lady Macbeth and Macbeth. Macbeth says, "Duncan is in his grave. After life's fitful fever, he sleeps well. Treason has done his worst. Nor steel, nor poison, malice domestic, foreign levy, nothing can touch him further." And Lady Macbeth tries to get his mind off this and says, "Come, we are about to entertain our guests. This is our new status as royalty." What Lady Macbeth does not know is that Macbeth has sent murderers to kill Banquo and his son Fleance. They succeed. Banquo is murdered, but his son Fleance gets away. Something very crucial for this play, because it has been prophesied by the Weird Sisters that the descendants of Banquo will become the kings of Scotland. And it's important also to remember that in the audience, indeed at the center of the audience, is King James I, the first of the Stuart kings of England, who succeeded the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, who had succeeded Elizabeth I after her death. He had been James VI of Scotland, the culmination of a long line of Stuart monarchs, ultimately descended from Banquo. As Macbeth invokes the night, we suddenly see a fascinating transposition going on between the previously ferocious Lady Macbeth and her until now recalcitrant husband when it came to deeds of horror. He has plotted the murder of Banquo and brought it on and has not told her about it at all. "There shall be done," he says, "a deed of dreadful note." She said, "What's to be done?" And he replies with an extraordinary speech, which reminds us indeed that most of this play, almost all of it in fact, takes place at night. "Be innocent of the knowledge, dearest Chuck, till thou applaud the deed." And then suddenly, with that great voice breaking in upon him again, though now it is diabolic rather than angelic, he invokes the night. "Come, sealing night, scoff up the tender eye of pitiful day, and with thy bloody and invisible hand cancel and tear to pieces that great bond which keeps me pale." That bond, B-O-N-D, is actually a metaphor for the sun, S-U-N, the sun by day. "Light thickens, and the crow makes wing to the rooky wood. Good things of day begin to drop and drowse, whilst night's black agents to their praise do rouse. Thou marvelst at my words, but hold thee still. Things bad begun make strong themselves by ill, so prithee go with me. A crucial line, things bad begun
make themselves strong by doing still worse things. And that, of course, is the quandary in which he finds himself in this play. When he is informed that Fleance has escaped, he is mortified and shocked. He says, "Then comes my fit again," but he is assured that Banquo at least is dead, even if Fleance has gotten away. Then suddenly at dinner, the ghost of Banquo appears, a ghost, however, visible only to Macbeth. So we do not know whether this is actually a ghost or whether this is that hallucinatory imagination making itself quite literal. Again, when he sees that, he becomes absolutely furious, and there now begins a motif which will become stronger and stronger throughout Acts 3, 4, and 5 of this play. Macbeth is, in fact, an outrageous personality. No one could be more consistently outrageous than Macbeth is. But increasingly, he feels more outraged himself than outrageous. He begins to have the horrible sensation that outrages are being visited upon him because all his expectations are continually unfounded. He goes from one event to the next, from one massacre or murder that he's brought about to the one that he feels will culminate it, and nothing culminates it, and everything goes wrong. Indeed, he becomes increasingly like, as he will eventually speak of, a poor player upon the stage, a poor actor upon the stage. He becomes the equivalent of a bad actor who is always missing her or his cues. Thus, when he stares at the ghost of Banquo, he is deeply outraged, and he expresses the outrage in an amazing formulation. "Blood hath been shed ere now in the olden time, ere humane statute purged the gentle wheel. Aye, and since too murders have been performed too terrible for the ear." And then this would be comic if it were not so frightening. "The time has been that when the brains were out, the man would die, and there an end," and then in real outrage. "But now they rise again with 20 mortal murders on their crowns, and push us from our stools. This is more strange than such a murder is." And the banquet breaks up in general disorder, with Lady Macbeth crying for everyone to go, with her very famous outcry. And I don't want to be comic about this, but there is something weirdly comic about it. She cries out, "Stand not upon the order of your going, but go at once." Occasionally, when one dismisses dinner guests, one invokes that, but of course as a complex sort of a joke. But we pass now to Act 4, which is an act in which Macduff's family is massacred, an act also in which the entry of Macbeth into the night world of the three witches, and in particular Hecate, their goddess, becomes stronger and stronger. When they confront Macbeth, they assure him of two things: that none that is of woman born will be able to harm you, to slay you, or wound you, and that you are safe in your kingdom until Birnam Wood, the forest of Birnam, comes to Dunsinane, his high castle or fortification, which is up on a hill. And he says, if that is the case, then indeed I am safe, and there is nothing that I need fear. After he goes even further, hoping to kill Macduff, and discovers that Macduff has fled to England, he has Lady Macduff and all her children butchered, and upon discovering that Macduff is fled to England, he cries out, "Time, thou anticipatest my dread exploits," and turns to child murder instead. "The flighty purpose never is overtook, unless the deed go with it.
From this moment, the very firstlings of my heart shall be the firstlings of my hand. That is to say, as soon as I feel an impulse, an emotional impulse, I will act on it. And even now, to crown my thoughts with act, be it thought and done, the castle of Macduff I will surprise, seize upon Fife, give to the edge of the sword his wife, his babes, and all unfortunate souls that trace him in his line. Down indeed to the very servants. No boasting like a fool, this deed I'll do before this purpose call. And clearly he is reaching his own kind of edge of madness, but it is very different from her madness, which opens the extraordinary fifth act to which we come now, and in which we have to work our way, I think, very slowly and carefully, because it is one of the most complex and beautiful structures in all of Shakespeare. It opens with Lady Macbeth sleepwalking, and that should in itself remind us of the transposition that has taken place. She, so absolutely resolute and bloody-minded, has become increasingly fearful and contrite and has turned mad and has been out of the play for all of Act 4, and now, once we see her sleepwalk, she will be out of Act 5 until we are told eventually of her death, undoubtedly through suicide. She utters a very famous prose speech, but terrifyingly eloquent, in Act 5, Scene 1. As she sleepwalks, she cries out, and she still has the blood on her hands that she had washed off, the blood of she smeared on the faces of the grooms, the blood of the slain Duncan. Out, damned spot, out, I say. 1, 2, why then 'tis time to do it. Hell is murky. Her mind is gone. Fie, my lord, fie, a soldier and afeard. What need we fear? Who knows it when none can call our power to account? That is to say, none can question us. Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him, which is one of the most frightening sentences in this terrifying play. And Lady Macbeth goes on, speaking of Lady Macduff and Macduff. The Thane of Fife had a wife. Where is she now? What, will these hands ne'er be clean? No more of that, my lord, no more of that. You mar all this with starting, as though she has Macbeth present with her on the scene, though he is not there at all. Beth is told that he is going to be dethroned. He is informed of his wife's madness. He says to the doctor, "Can you not physic to a mind diseased?" And the doctor says, no, he cannot do it. There is Macbeth at Dunsinane, at a room in his high castle in Act 5, Scene 3, and he is absolutely defiant. He could not be a greater contrast to his wife, who is so terribly oppressed by the bloodiness of everything that has happened. And he cries out, "Bring me no more reports. Let them fly all, till Burnham Wood remove to Dunsinane. I cannot faint with fear. What's the boy, Malcolm? Was he not born of woman? The spirits that know all mortal consequence have pronounced me thus. Fear not, Macbeth. No man that's born of woman shall e'er have power upon thee. Then fly, false thanes," that is to say, his noblemen are leaving him, "and mingle with the English epicures. The mind I sway by and the heart I bear shall never sag with doubt nor shake with fear." And then another servant comes in, and he shouts at him, "The devil damn thee black, thou cream-faced loon, where gotst thou that goose? Look." And the servant, trembling, says, "There is 10,000, and Macbeth interrupts him, "Geese, villain!" The servant says, "Soldiers, sir." And he says, "Go prick thy face and overred thy fear, thou lily-livered boy. What soldiers, Patch? What soldiers, Wayface? The English force, so please you." Macbeth says, "Take thy face hence."
throwing the servant out, and calls out to his lieutenant, Satan, I am sick at heart when I behold Satan. I say, this push will cheer me ever or deceit me now, and then utters a most extraordinary speech. Indeed, the burning eloquence that Macbeth evidences in his fall is surely another part of his enormous appeal to us. I have lived long enough. My way of life is fallen into the sere, the yellow leaf. And that which should accompany old age as honor, love, obedience, troops of friends, I must not look to have. But in their stead, curses not loud but deep, mouth, honor, breath, which the poor heart would fain deny and dare not. Satan, and he calls to Satan, Seyton, but it's very curious indeed that this evil subordinate should have a name that puns on Satan, Satan, and says, what news more? Satan says, all is confirmed, my lord, which was reported. There are 10,000 English troops. I'll fight till from my bones my flesh be hacked. Give me my armor. Satan says, 'tis not needed yet. And Macbeth says, I'll put it on, send out more horses, scur the country round, hang those that talk of fear, give me mine honor, and give me mine honor, and indeed with it my armor. And then he cries out again, Satan, send out, the tains fly from me, bring it after me. I will not be afraid of death and bane till Birnam wood come to Dunsinane. But then to his immense shock, it indeed does come, because in a very skillful move indeed on Shakespeare's part of stage business, the English army and the Scottish rebels approaching cut down branches. The wood of Birnam, let every soldier hew him down a bough and bear it before him. Thereby shall we shadow the numbers of our host and make discovery in report of us. That is to say, we will be camouflaged. We will be a kind of moving forest. And we are moving now to the great visionary climax of this play, where, I repeat, one must slow down most extraordinarily. We are in Dunsinane, within the castle. Macbeth enters with Satan, his subordinate, and armed men, and cries, hang out our banners on the outward walls. The cry is still, they come. Our castle strength will laugh a siege to scorn. Here let them lie, till famine and the ague eat them up. Were they not forced with those that should be ours, we might have met them dearful. That is to say, if they were not reinforced by the Scots who should be with me, beard to beard, and beat them backward home. And suddenly there is a cry within of women crying out, and they're crying out in anguish, though we don't know that as yet, because they have discovered that Lady Macbeth has committed suicide. He cries out, what is that noise? A cry within of women. And Satan says, it is the cry of women, my good lord. And Macbeth says something quite remarkable, that he is suddenly afraid. I have almost forgot the taste of fears. The time has been, my senses would have cooled to hear a night shriek, and my fell of hair would at a dismal treatise rouse and stir, as life were in it. I have sopped full with horrors. Direness, familiar to my slaughterous thoughts, cannot one start me. And when Satan re-enters, wherefore was that cry? And this extraordinary exchange, the queen, my lord, is dead. And then undoubtedly Macbeth's most famous speech, and I think indeed the most famous speech in all of Shakespeare, except perhaps for Hamlet's to be or not to be soliloquy. A speech that has always been much argued about by critics and directors. Macbeth says, she should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Now clearly the antecedent, the word being referred to by the word,
there would have been a time for such a word, is the word hereafter. But so upset did the greatest of all Shakespearean, and indeed of all literary critics, Dr. Samuel Johnson, get by this, that he insisted, no, this did not make sense, that the text had been misread, and that Macbeth was saying there would have been a time for such a world. When it was proved to Dr. Johnson that this could not be the case, then Johnson still insisted that the antecedent was not hereafter, but simply meant a word in the sense of intelligence or information. But for once the great critic was wrong. Time, which has been Macbeth's true antagonist throughout this play, time which increasingly is outraging him and driving him further to depredations in his fury, time has now reversed itself on him. She should have died hereafter, not now. There would have been a time for such a word as hereafter, but now there is no hereafter. And then an extraordinarily famous line, not being Scottish and not being an actor, I cannot render it as I have heard it rendered so brilliantly by the magnificent Scottish actor Sir Ian McKellen. Each time I have seen Sir Ian in the part, he has taken this line, and by rolling the R's in the Scottish mode, he makes the line indeed creep in a petty pace forever. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death, where fools means, as it means in the drama of King Lear, victims. Out, brief candle, and then a marvelous use of a theatrical metaphor, as magnificent in its way as King Lear crying out, "We cry when we are come to this great stage of fools." Shakespeare perpetually uses for a stage player or actor the term shadow. He says, the best in this kind are but shadows. Here Macbeth says, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player, that is to say, a poor actor, that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more, and then returning to life. Life, is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Since William Faulkner took the title of one of his great novels, The Sound and the Fury, from that passage, it rings a special bell, I think, in our intellects. Suddenly, Macbeth is informed that indeed Birnam Wood has come to Dunsinane, and he becomes absolutely outraged. I pull in resolution and begin to doubt the equivocation of the fiend that lies like truth. That is to say, the equivocal nature of the prophecies that Hecate and the weird sisters have made to me. Fear not till Birnam Wood do come to Dunsinane, and now a wood comes toward Dunsinane, arm, and out. If this which he avouches does appear, there is nor flying hence nor tarrying here. And then the great voice speaks in him, I gin to be aweary of the sun, and wish the estate of the world were now undone. Ring the alarum bell, blow wind, come rack, at least we'll die with harness on our back. These apocalyptic longings on the part of Macbeth lead to even greater senses of having been outraged on his part, until suddenly, in the midst of the battle, as Macbeth is heroically but horribly fighting, suddenly Macduff enters and cries out, Tyrant, show thy face. If thou beest slain, and with no stroke of mine, my wife and children's ghosts will haunt me still. And Macbeth cries out, Why should I play the Roman fool and die on mine own sword?
while I see lives the gashes do better upon them. Macduff re-enters. Turn, hellhound, turn! And Macbeth refuses to fight at first. Of all men else, I have avoided thee. But get thee back. My soul is too much charged with blood of thine already. Macduff says, I have no words. My voice is in my sword. Thou bloodier villain than terms can give thee out, and they fight. And Macbeth cries, Thou losest labour. As easy mayst thou the entrenchant air with thy keen sword impress as make me bleed. Let fall thy blade on vulnerable crests. I bear a charmed life, which must not yield to one of woman born. And Macduff shouts at him, Despair thy charm, and let the angel whom thou still hast served, meaning the fallen angel, tell thee Macduff was from his mother's womb untimely ripped, that is to say, what we call a Caesarean. And Macbeth is utterly outraged and terrified. Accursed be that tongue that tells me so, for it hath cowed my better part of man, and be these juggling fiends no more believed, that palter with us in a double sense, that keep the word of promise to our ear, and break it to our hope. I'll not fight with thee. And Macduff says, Then yield thee, coward, and we will exhibit you. We'll have thee as our rearer monsters are painted upon a pole, and under it, here may you see the tyrant, like a circus exhibit, as it were. And Macbeth, in the very last thing he says, cries out, I will not yield, to kiss the ground before young Malcolm's feet, and to be baited with the rabble's curse. Though Burnham would be come to Dunsinane, and thou opposed being of no woman born, yet I will try the last. Before my body I throw my warlike shield. Lay on, Macduff, and damned be him that first cries, Hold, enough. And they go out together fighting, and then Macduff enters carrying the head, which he has cut off, of Macbeth in his hand. It fascinates me, and should interest you, I think, that Shakespeare does not actually show you Macbeth at the moment of his death. I think that is because our identity with him has been so overwhelmingly established that it would be almost too much of a shock for us to see it. Macduff holds up the head and cries out, The time is free, and that essentially ends this extraordinary drama in which the oppressive sense of time has finally amounted to a dread burden from which at last we are liberated. This is, beyond any question, I think, the most fearsome of all Shakespeare's tragedies, one that one can never get out of one's head once one has seen it properly performed or one has read it with real understanding for oneself. I leave it and conclude this lecture with the realization of how deeply implicated I myself, as well as I think you, have been in the fate of Macbeth. In the end, the extraordinary thing about this play is that we are forced into intimate sympathy with someone whom we know is almost a mass murderer. The next two lectures, which will conclude this series of 14, will both be on the extraordinary play Antony and Cleopatra, which Shakespeare composed directly after he had finished Macbeth.
After listening to Lecture 12, a student posed this question to Professor Bloom. Why does Macbeth feel more and more outraged as the play goes on? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Again, I find the question absolutely relevant to what is at the dire heart of this frightening tragedy. All of Macbeth's expectations are confounded in the course of the play. All of his crimes only steep him deeper and deeper in blood.
He has a prophetic or proleptic imagination of hallucinatory intensity, yet again and again what is prophesied to him by the powers of darkness, the three witches and Hecate, turns out to be equivocal, turns out to be something which possesses a double sense. And feeling more and more betrayed in terms of the promises that have been made to him, feeling, in fact, more and more betrayed, as I think he is not intellectually capable of understanding, but Shakespeare and we are, more and more betrayed by his own imagination and its power, Macbeth goes deeper and deeper into a sense that he somehow is the victim of outrage, that he is absolutely outraged. But I would like to add something as a kind of final note to this amazing play. Any representation which is successful in a play, in a motion picture, in a painting of outrage is extraordinarily compelling for us. It provokes our sympathy. And I think that Shakespeare is playing upon that also to force us into a close identity with the dread figure of Macbeth. All of us ultimately face an outrage we cannot avoid. The final outrage is the fact of human mortality, that each of us in his or her own consciousness, however much we try to evade it, each of us knows that he or she eventually must die, and that is an outrage for consciousness to confront. Part of the power of Macbeth as a play is to force us to confront that private outrage that someday we must sustain.
This ends Lecture 12. Shakespeare, the Seven Major Tragedies, Lecture 13. Antony and Cleopatra, Part 1.
This is the first of two lectures on Antony and Cleopatra, which is the seventh and final of the seven great tragedies. I will devote the first lecture to the first four acts of the play, which culminate in the death of Antony, and then I will devote the entire second lecture to the magnificent fifth act, which is Cleopatra's superbly staged apotheosis of her own suicide. I'd like to begin, though, by brooding on Shakespeare's really astonishing creativity. Of all the wonders that I know about Shakespeare, the most amazing is that in 14 consecutive months, nonstop, he wrote King Lear, Macbeth, and then Antony and Cleopatra. Hamlet, Othello, Lear, and Macbeth are all tragedies of blood. Antony and Cleopatra is something radically new and is a play that no one has been able to match. It swings out and away from domestic tragedies of blood into a vast political and historical conspectus involving the whole world and the struggle between Antony and Cleopatra, lovers and political allies on the one side, against Octavius Caesar, grandnephew of Julius Caesar, who by the end of the play is the Emperor Augustus, the first of the crowned emperors of Rome. I want to make one other remark before I begin. More than ever before, Shakespeare in Antony and Cleopatra hands over the whole problem of perspectivism to the audience and to his readers. By perspectivism, I mean, what attitude are we to assume towards the protagonists, towards the apparent hero and heroine of this great work, towards Antony and Cleopatra? In Troilus and Cressida, Shakespeare has Troilus remark at one point, "What's aught but as it's valued?" And that is indeed the crucial question for the spectators and readers of this great play. What perspective are we to adopt upon Antony and Cleopatra? Are they finally both heroic and authentically in love with one another? Or was theirs only a political alliance involving mutual betrayals? And are they something less than they present themselves as being, and that their followers take them as being? And it's therefore appropriate that I go into the text now in Act 2, Scene 2, at about line 190, where Shakespeare bases himself very specifically upon a passage in Plutarch's Lives where Cleopatra first appears to Antony when they meet. Here is Enobarbus, the faithful lieutenant of Antony, and himself a man of very considerable and rugged character, describing the advent. "I will tell you, the barge she sat in like a burnished throne, burned on the water, the poop was beaten gold. Purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were lovesick with them. The oars was silver, which to the tone of flutes kept stroke, and made the water which they beat to follow faster, as amorous of their strokes. For her own person it beggared all description. She did lie in her pavilion, cloth of gold, of tissue, or picturing that Venus where we see the fancy outwork nature." That is to say, she is a Venus in which the imagination goes beyond mere nature of any kind whatsoever. And she is, after all, not exactly in first youth. She is going on 40, historically speaking, and Antony himself is a man in his middle to late 50s. And when someone remarks to Enobarbus that she is frequently out of breath as she hops along in the street, and says, "Now Antony must leave her utterly," and Enobarbus magnificently replies, "Never, he will not." And then the greatest tribute ever paid, I think, to the beauty of any woman and the mystery of any woman anywhere in the world's literature. Enobarbus says, "Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety. Other women cloy the appetites they feed, but she makes hungry where most she satisfies." The play, throughout its first 4 acts, will give us many manifestations of what is beautiful, mysterious, intriguing, endlessly seductive, and very shrewd politically about Cleopatra, but it will trace in Antony something very different, a pattern of decline, as his fated defeat by Augustus Caesar to be becomes clearer and clearer. It is a defeat that he meets with enormous dignity, but again and again we find him bungling, making very serious mistakes in judgment, utterly baffled when Cleopatra first sells him out, and yet there is an enormous dignity, as I've said, in this decline, and I want to pick that up now in the extraordinary moment in Act 3, Scene 13, where Antony speaks and says, "Come, let's have one other gaudy night," that is to say, before a final battle. "Call to me all our sad captains. Fill our bowls once more. Let's mock the midnight bell." And of course, he is never more heroic, never more impressive, as he gradually comes to accept the imminence and reality of his defeat, and yet in that dignity with which he greets his sad captains, there is a very dark element also. Thus, in Act 4, Scene 2, he says, "Well, my good fellows, wait on me tonight. Scant not my cups, and make as much of me as when mine empire was your fellow too, and suffered my command." And Cleopatra, who is bewildered by this, says in an aside to Enobarbus, "What does he mean?" And Enobarbus, very disapprovingly, says, "To make his followers weep." And again you hear this great premonitory dying music on Antony's part. "Tend me tonight. Maybe it is the period of your duty," that is to say, after that I will be here no longer. "Haply you shall not see me more, or if a mangled shadow. Perchance tomorrow you'll serve another master," meaning indeed Augustus Caesar. "I look on you as one that takes his leave. Most honest friends, I turn you not away, but like a master married to your good service, stay till death. Tend me tonight 2 hours, I ask no more, and the gods yield you for it." That immense dignity of his decline will continue. And as it does, I think as an audience and as a readership, we value him more and more as he becomes more and more humanized, and as he shows the enormous generosity of his spirit. Thus, when Enobarbus decides this cannot go on and abandons Antony, Antony sends all of Enobarbus's treasure after him. That breaks the heart of Enobarbus, and eventually he just lies down in a ditch and allows himself to die. That he can inspire both loyalty and, in the case of Enobarbus, a disloyalty which breaks and kills Enobarbus is an extraordinary sign of the kind of personage that Antony is. But I sometimes think that the best moment of seeing this is an extraordinary change that Shakespeare makes. By and large, he does follow Plutarch. But in Plutarch, Antony is the particular descendant and devotee of the god Bacchus or Dionysius. Shakespeare changes that. In Act 4, Scene 3, when it is perfectly clear that Antony is going towards his inevitable death by suicide, music is heard beneath the stage when several of his loyal soldiers are on stage, but Antony and Cleopatra are not. And they wonder what it is that they are hearing. The first soldier says, "Hark," and the other says, "Music in the air, under the earth. It signs well, does it not?" "No." "Peace, I say, what should this mean?" And then the extraordinary meaning assigned to this cognitive music. "'Tis the god Hercules, whom Antony loved, now leaves him." Antony has been the Herculean hero, and that is now going to depart from him forever. And in some sense, that dying music, an amazing aesthetic and dramatic effect, goes on all through the first 4 acts of the play, to climax, of course, in the act in which we now find ourselves. But I want to interrupt this for a moment to point out what I've always felt is the most extraordinary ellipsis or deliberate handing over of something essential in the play to our perspectivism, to our judgment as audience and readership. I had read this play for many years and taught it for many years until I suddenly realized that Shakespeare does not once give us a scene showing you the domestic life of Antony and Cleopatra when they are not surrounded by their loyal followers and worshippers. We never see them alone together except for one particular moment, practically in the wings, and it lasts only a second or two, where he is furious with her for her treachery and she flees from him. The enormous fascination of this deliberately left out matter is that Shakespeare wishes us to use our own imaginations to conceive what could this extraordinary emperor and empress of the East, who have had children together, and though they betray one another, nevertheless always go back to one another in the end, and who, to raise a point that I'll spend more and more time on, both in this lecture and then the next, finally do seem to have been authentically in love with one another, though the full force of this does not seem to strike Cleopatra until he dies in her arms. At different times, I can imagine very different ways in which Antony and Cleopatra behave when they're alone together. I doubt they spend much time plotting or talking about Octavius, who will be Augustus, their sworn enemy, and ultimately their undoer. As lovers, no doubt, a great part of their activity necessarily is erotic. And yet, after all, since they are both of them quite mature, in the end, what passes between them, whatever the degree of sexual intimacy must be considerable, has to be conversation. To try to envision what that conversation would be like, Shakespeare wishes to leave entirely in our hands. After the god Hercules has abandoned Antony, there is a kind of last glorious moment that Antony and Cleopatra achieve together on stage, surrounded by all of her and his followers. He has just come back from a highly successful last-ditch, though by no means decisive, battle against the legions of Augustus. And she greets him magnificently, this is in Act 4, Scene 8, by crying out, "Lord of Lords, O infinite virtue," and virtue does not mean virtue in our sense, that is to say, being honest or kind or charitable, but has something of the older meaning of virtue, which we still preserve in the word virile, the Latin sense of what it is to be a man. O infinite virtue, comest thou smiling from the world's great snare, uncaught? And clearly, she had never expected to see him again. Unlike Augustus, who might be called the first CEO or field marshal or combination of the two, and who carefully avoids going into battle himself, Antony, champion as he is, Herculean hero as he is, always battles at the very forefront of his men. And he cries out, "My nightingale, we have beat them to their beds. What girl, though gray,
do something mingle with our younger brown, that is to say, though I am indeed getting on into late middle age, yet have we a brain that nourishes our nerves and can get goal for goal of youth. That is to say, and I think sometimes that Yeats, in his brilliant late verse play, The Death of Cuchulainn being the Irish, the Celtic Hercules, as it were, perhaps remembering Shakespeare's Antony at this moment, Cuchulainn says to his beloved, "Time makes younger, but not better men." Here then is that last moment of real triumph, that last glory. It is followed by her betrayal, when by prearrangement with the envoys, undoubtedly, of Octavius, her fleet dashes away, leaving Antony to be defeated. And we get a great scene of the loss of identity on the part of the Herculean Antony. And it's a scene that I want to really center on. One of the extraordinary elements in this play, by the way, is not only its vast scope, but the extraordinary profusion of scenes. This is scene 14 of Act 4. As it opens, Antony speaks to his freedman and chief chamberlain, his servant, who bears the name Eros, Cupid, or love. And Antony knows, and Eros suspects, that it is time for Antony, in the Roman manner, to commit suicide, so he does not run any risk of being taken by Octavius to be exhibited in a Roman triumph, which is indeed, as we will see in the next lecture, why Cleopatra stages her own magnificent suicide. There is an eloquence in scene 14, so subtle that it marks one of the many new departures in Shakespeare that this play exemplifies. Antony speaks, and he's clearly very baffled. He says, "Eros, thou yet beholdst me?" Which means, as you stare at me, are you still seeing Antony? Am I still myself? And Eros, who is very confused, replies, "Aye, noble lord." And then Antony, for one rather remarkable meditation, sounds almost like Hamlet, and I think this is deliberate on Shakespeare's part. Antony is looking up, since they are outdoors, at the clouds gathering at evening, for what will be, after all, his last evening. And he meditates, sometime we see a cloud that's dragonish, a vapor sometime, like a bear or lion, a towered citadel, a pendant rock, a forked mountain or blue promontory with trees upon it that nod unto the world and mock our eyes with air. That is to say, we see things in the heavens that are not really there, because the cloud formation suggests them. And then speaking again to Eros, he says, "Thou hast seen these signs. They are black Vespers pageants." That is to say, as evening comes on with its darkness, these are the pageants presented. And Eros, who is still
baffled, simply says again, I, my lord. But Antony goes on and sounds more than ever like Hamlet. That which is now a horse, even with a thought, the rack dislimns and makes it indistinct, as water is in water. And Eros, who still does not understand and is just being a kind of yes man, says, it does, my lord. But then Antony, who is indeed suffering from a tremendous sense of lost identity, very movingly says, my good knave Eros, now thy captain is even such a body. Here I am, Antony, yet cannot hold this visible shape, my knave. I made these wars for Egypt and the queen, whose heart I thought I had, for she had mine, which whilst it was mine, had annexed unto it 1,000,000 more now lost. She, Eros, has packed cards with Caesar, and false played my glory unto an enemy's triumph. Nay, weep not, gentle Eros, there is left us, ourselves to end ourselves. Cleopatra has fled to a monument from which she will not come down, and since she is a master of duplicity, she sends one of her chamberlains, Mardian, to tell Antony that she has killed herself. Antony, responding to this, says, dead, then? And her chamberlain says, dead. And then magnificently, exploiting the name of Eros, Antony says, get my armor off me in effect, unarm Eros. The long day's task is done, and we must sleep. Pluck off the sevenfold shield of Ajax cannot keep the battery from my heart. O cleave my sides. Heart, once be stronger than thy continent, crack thy frail case. Apace, Eros, apace, no more a soldier. Bruised pieces go. You have been nobly born. And then, needing to be alone for a moment as he grieves for Cleopatra and for his own lost identity, he says to Eros, from me a while. Eros exits, and then Antony says, I will o'ertake thee, Cleopatra, and weep for my pardon. So it must be, for now all length is torture. Since the torch is out, lie down and stray no farther. Now all labor mars what it does. And he calls on Eros to come back and says to Eros, since Cleopatra died, and of course she hasn't died, nevertheless he has no reason to believe that she hasn't, since Cleopatra died, I have lived in such dishonor that the gods detest my baseness. I that with my sword quartered the world, and o'er green Neptune's back with ships made cities, condemn myself to lack the courage of a woman less noble mind than she which by her death our Caesar tells, I am conqueror of myself. And he says, therefore, to Eros, you have long pledged that should the occasion rise, you would strike me dead, and Eros will not do it. Antony says, Eros, wouldst thou be windowed in great Rome, and see thy master thus with pleached arms, bending down his corrigible neck, his face subdued to penetrative shame, whilst the wheeled seat of fortunate Caesar drawn before him branded his baseness that ensued, Eros said, I would not see it. Antony says, therefore, you must do this. Antony turns away from him. Eros says, my sword is drawn. Eros nobly says, my dear master, my captain and my emperor, let me say before I strike this bloody stroke, farewell. Antony says with great nobility, 'tis said, man, and farewell. Eros cries out, farewell, great chief, shall I strike now? Now, Eros. And Eros kills himself. Why, there then, thus I do escape the sorrow of Antony's death. And humiliated by this, believing Cleopatra dead and having seen Eros die, rather than do it, Antony, who has botched everything throughout this play, now botches his own suicide. Come then, and Eros, thy master dies thy scholar, to do thus, and he falls upon his own sword. I learnt of thee, but he has only wounded himself to a slow dying. How, not dead, not dead? The guard, ho, oh, dispatch me. The guard comes in with the other guards, and they are shocked at what they see. Antony says, I have done my work ill, friends, so make an end of what I have begun. But they break into apocalyptic and magnificent language, since they regard him as a god. The first cries out, the star is fallen, and the next, and time is at his period, alas and woe, and they all refuse to give him the death wound. Only then does Cleopatra send to him, and he is carried in scene 15 to her monument, and we get their extraordinary last scene together. I'm at the 9th line of Act 4, Scene 15. Antony is brought in, carried in. And Cleopatra, who is, and we will be talking about this a great deal in the second lecture, the most theatrical personage in all of Shakespeare, surpassing even Hamlet in that regard. That indeed is why I think she is the most difficult role ever created by Shakespeare or anyone else for an actress to play. Because how do you impersonate, how do you act the part of someone who herself always seems to be acting a part, so that you can never quite be certain when it is pure self-dramatization or not? Here she cries out, O sun, burn the great sphere thou movest in, darkling stand the varying shore of the world, and she urges her friends and followers, including her two handmaidens and friends, Charmian and Iris, to help draw him up. Let's draw him hither, because she still fears to come down from the monument. Antony cries out, peace. That is to say, cease this lamenting. Not Caesar's valor hath o'erthrown Antony, but Antony's have triumphed on itself. Cleopatra weeping, but at such a moment I don't mind calling her Cleo, because one is beginning to get very fond of her indeed, duplicitous and magnificent as she is. She weeps, so it should be that none but Antony should conquer Antony, but woe, 'tis so. And then with a dying music so extravagantly glorious that Antony himself, in a sense, is taken by it, as Shakespeare is, because this great line will be repeated again. Antony says, addressing her as Egypt, I am dying, Egypt, dying. Only I hear importune death a while, until of many thousand kisses the poor last I lay upon thy lips. But Cleopatra will not come down. They heave Antony aloft to her, And she cries out, and welcome, welcome, die when thou hast lived, quicken with kissing, had my lips that power, thus would I wear them out. And he repeats again that magnificent line, I am dying, Egypt dying, give me some wine and let me speak a little. And then a moment strangely hilarious, and I think the hilarity is deliberate on Shakespeare's part. Antony and Cleopatra, like most personages in Shakespeare, and I think like most of us here in life, never really listen to what another is saying. And here, after he says, give me some wine and let me speak a little, she cries out, no, let me speak, and let me rail so high that the false huswife fortune break her wheel, provoked by my offense, which is just Faustian rant. And he says, one word, sweet queen, and then he tries to give her good advice, and as usual gives her bad advice. He says, trust but Proculeus of those about Caesar. In fact, Proculeus will lie to her and say she will not be led in triumph, and Dolabella will tell her the truth. But then this wonderful dying music. Again, Antony says, the miserable change, now at my end lament nor sorrow at. But please your thoughts in feeding them with those my former fortunes wherein I lived, the greatest prince of the world, the noblest. And do now not basely die, not cowardly put off my helmet to my countrymen, a Roman by a Roman valiantly vanquished. Now my spirit is going, I can no more, and he dies. And she utters a lament, which I frequently feel is the greatest instance of what you could call the high sublime in English. Oh, withered is the garland of the war, the soldier's pole is fallen. Young boys and girls are level now with men. The odds is gone, and there is nothing left remarkable beneath the visiting moon. And she authentically faints. She is not play acting. And when her women rouse her again, she ends the fourth act by saying magnificently, not an empress anymore, because they're saying empress, empress. No more, she says, but e'en a woman, and commanded by such poor passion as the maid that milks and does the meanest chores. It were for me to throw my sceptre at the injurious gods, to tell them that this world did equal theirs till they had stolen our jewel, that is to say, Antony, all's but naught. Patient is sottish, and impatience does become a dog that's mad. Then is it sin to rush into the secret house of death, ere death dare come to us? And she says to Iris and Charmian, we'll bury him, and then what's brave, what's noble, let's do it after the high Roman fashion, and make death proud to take us. And with that, they go out. In this extraordinary fourth act, in this sublime play, ends with a preparation for the act which will be entirely her own when Antony is off the scene. If in some sense the whole of these glorious first four acts are a kind of scaffolding for her to ascend to her tremendous glory and apotheosis in the fifth act, that in itself would enormously more than justify them. But of course they are something more than that. They are an extraordinary image of the teeming life of the whole ancient world at the moment of the most extraordinary changeover in it as the Roman Empire truly begins.
After listening to Lecture 13, a student posed this question to Professor Bloom. Why does Antony lose his sense of identity? Let's listen to the professor's response.
The question for this lecture is, why does Antony lose his sense of identity? It seems to me an excellent question, indeed the inevitable, the right question for the first four acts of this play. To some extent, he has been in decline for some time. But that, I think, is not the determinant factor in his loss of identity. To some extent, it is undoubtedly the betrayals by Cleopatra, his over-involvement with them, the truth that at least until now he has been more deeply in love with her than she with him, though there have been backslidings on his part, as when he marries Octavia, the sister of Octavius, in an attempt to make peace and an alliance, though it does not last. Most fundamentally, he has been so much a kind of mortal god that the godlike aspects do depart when the god Hercules leaves him, and he indeed becomes a mortal and understands implicitly what it is to be mortal, and yet has regarded himself as the Herculean hero really all his life, so that now indeed he cannot recognize himself any longer. His loss of identity has been gradual, but when it has fully come upon him, then it is shattering and total.
This ends Lecture 13. Shakespeare, The Seven Major Tragedies, Lecture 14. Antony and Cleopatra, Part 2.
This is the second of the two lectures on Antony and Cleopatra, and will deal entirely with the fifth act of the play, which doesn't just climax with, but in a sense triumphs with, the suicide of Cleopatra. It is also the 14th and final lecture of this series on Shakespeare's seven major tragedies. And I think it is accurate to say that we have come an amazing distance in terms of the development of Shakespeare's tragic art from Juliet to Cleopatra. Act 5 begins with the news of Antony's death being brought to Octavius, and Octavius, though he has to desire the death, nevertheless is absolutely shocked and startled. He cries out, "The breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack. The round world should have shook lions into civil streets and citizens to their dens. The death of Antony is not a single doom. In the name lay a moiety of the world," that is to say, a considerable part of the world, and in shock, not in grief, but simply as the recognition of one great man, though a very different kind of great man, the first CEO, as I sometimes like sardonically to say, and the last Herculean hero. Nevertheless, Octavius is startled. He says, "My mate in empire, friend and companion in the front of war, the arm of mine own body, and the heart where mine his thoughts did kindle, that our stars unreconcilable should divide our equalness to this." And then he stops, knowing that he must get on to the next order of business, which is that he wishes to lead Cleopatra in a magnificent procession of triumph in Rome, which will be to his immemorial glory but therefore to her enormous shame. We meet Cleopatra again in the second scene of Act 2, where Proculus, whom Antony had wrongly advised her to trust, comes to lie to her. And Cleopatra says, "Antony did tell me of you, bade me trust you. But I do not greatly care to be deceived, that have no use for trusting." And as always, she is much shrewder than her slain lover and husband, as indeed he must now be called. Proculus lies to her and insists that she will not be led in triumph. And yet, even as this happens, he gives a signal, and Roman soldiers come behind her and seize her. She pulls out her dagger, but they take it from her. She is disarmed, and she says, I will starve myself. I will eat no meat. I'll not drink, sir. This mortal house I'll ruin. And then Dolabella enters. Proculus goes off. And then in a dialogue between Dolabella and Cleopatra, she moves Dolabella, though he has fought on the side of Octavius, by her amazing and accurate praise of Antony. She says, "I dreamt there was an Emperor Antony. Oh, such another sleep that I might see, but such another man." Dolabella, who is trying to get her to face reality, seeks to interrupt her, but she goes on. "His face was as the heavens, and therein stuck a sun and moon which kept their course and lighted the little the earth." And Dolabella again tries to get her to pay attention, but she goes on tremendously. "His legs bestrid the ocean, his reared arm crested the world. His voice was propertied as all the tuned spheres, and that to friends. But when he meant to quail and shake the orb, he was as rattling thunder. For his bounty there was no winter in it, and autumn 'twas that grew the more by reaping. His delights were dolphin-like, they showed his back above the element they lived in. In his livery walked crowns and crownets. Realms and islands were as plates dropped from his pocket." And Dolabella almost desperately cries out Cleopatra, and she's called back to herself and says, "Think you there was, or might be such a man as this I dreamt of?" And he says, sadly, "Gentle madam, no." And she cries out, and it's one of those passages in Shakespeare that never leave my memory and heart. "You lie up to the hearing of the gods. But if there be or ever were one such, it's past the size of dreaming. Nature wants stuff to vie strange forms with fancy, yet to imagine an Antony were nature's piece," meaning nature's masterpiece, "'gainst fancy," not imaginative at all, but reality, condemning shadows quite. But Dolabella desperately is trying to tell her the truth. She says to Dolabella, "Know you what Caesar means to do with me?" He says, "I am loath to tell you what, I would you knew. Nay, pray you, sir." And Dolabella, reluctantly but necessarily, though he, Octavius, be honorable, Cleopatra, he'll lead me then in triumph. And Dolabella says, "Madam, he will, I know it." And in comes Augustus Caesar, the former Octavius, to lie to her and to tell her that she and her children, by Antony and indeed by Julius Caesar, she has had quite a career. Pompey, Caesar's rival, having first come to Egypt with a conquering army, she became Pompey's lover. Then she became the lover of Julius Caesar, and finally, as we have seen, the lover of Antony. When Octavius withdraws, supposedly having her promise that she will in no way harm herself, Shakespeare begins to speed up the climactic action and glory of the play. Left alone with Charmian and Iris, Cleopatra says to them, speaking of Octavius, "He words me, girls, he words me, that I should not be noble to myself." That is to say, he is trying to deceive me. But hark thee, Charmian. And she's whispering something to Charmian, and we know implicitly she is sending for the asps, ASPS, the serpents of the Nile, that bite you and you die swiftly and without pain. Iris, in the meantime, the gentler of her two attendants, desperately says, magnificently again, "Finish, good lady, the bright day is done, and we are for the dark." Cleopatra speaking to Charmian, "Hie thee again, I have spoke already, and it is provided. Go put it to the haste." And Charmian says, "Madam, I will." Dolabella comes to tell her again, and then goes off. And then Cleopatra begins her quite gorgeous farewell. She speaks to Iris and says, "What thinkst thou? Thou, an Egyptian puppet, shall be shown in Rome as well as I?" And then speaking of the Romans, "Mechanic slaves with greasy aprons, rules, and hammers shall uplift us to the view. In their thick breaths, rank of gross diet, shall we be enclouded and forced to drink their vapor." Iris cries out, "The gods forbid." And Cleopatra goes on in an extraordinary passage, which I treasure for many reasons. One, that it shows Shakespeare's own increasing discomfort with the laws of England, which require him to use boy actors to play the parts of women. Cleopatra says, "Nay, 'tis most certain, Iris. They will catch at us like strumpets, and scald rhymers ballad us out of tune. The quick comedians extemporally will stage us and present our Alexandrian revels. Antony shall be brought drunken forth, and I shall see some squeaking Cleopatra buoy my greatness in the posture of a whore." And Iris desperately cries out, "Oh, the good gods!" Cleopatra says, "Nay, that's certain." Iris says, "I'll never see it, for I'm sure my nails are stronger than mine eyes." And Cleopatra rightly says, "Why, that's the way to fool their preparation and to conquer their most absurd intents." Charmian re-enters, having summoned the supposed fig seller, who underneath the figs in his basket has the fatal serpents, the asps. "Now, Charmian, show me my women like a queen." She sends them off to get her most extraordinary costume. "Go fetch my best attires." And she thinks back to that magnificent moment that I described in the last lecture, quoting Enobarbus, the barge she sat in like a burnished throne burned on the water. That was at Sindus. Go, fetch my best attires. I am again for Cydnus to meet Mark Antony. That is to say, I will meet him in the next world. Now, noble Charmian will dispatch indeed, and when thou hast done this chore, I'll give thee leave to play till doomsday. Bring our crown and all. And now, a great scene in which the clown of Shakespeare's company, undoubtedly the marvelous actor Robert Armin, who had played the fool in King Lear, and the porter in the knocking at the gate in Macbeth. I sometimes think this is the most remarkable dialogue in all of Shakespeare. A guard comes in to say, here is a rural fellow that will not be denied your highness's presence. He brings you figs. And Cleopatra says, let him come in. And she muses out loud, what poor an instrument may do a noble deed. He brings me liberty, my resolutions placed. And I have nothing of woman in me now. From head to foot, I am marble constant. Now the fleeting moon no planet is of mine. If in a sense she is denying her own humanity or her status as a human, in another sense, a deeper sense, I think, she is moving us by affirming it. The guardsman re-enters with the clown and says, this is the man, and Cleopatra sends the guard away. Avoid and leave him. And then speaks directly to the clown, who is one of the most fascinating minor figures in all of Shakespeare. And I want to take their dialogue very slowly and carefully and interpolate my comments. Cleopatra speaks to the clown and says, hast thou the pretty worm of Nilus there that kills and pains not? But she is playing upon another meaning of worm, which is not only the serpent, but the phallus. And the clown replies with a mode of speech entirely his own, truly, I have him, but I would not be the party that should desire you to touch him. That is to say, as he gazes on her beauty, he realizes that he doesn't wish her to destroy herself, and says of the asp, for his biting is immortal, which is a wonderful kind of a joke. Those that do die of it do seldom or never recover. And Cleopatra, who necessarily is very interested indeed, and who seems to want to prolong the moment, though not as long as it will turn out the clown wishes to prolong it, she says, rememberest thou any that have died on it? And he utters a remarkable prose speech with meanings on many levels. He says, very many, men and women too. And then he tries to make a kind of jest out of it, though a jest with a warning, because it is becoming increasingly clear that he doesn't want her to destroy herself. I heard of one of them no longer than yesterday, a very honest woman, but something given to lie, and he's punning, of course, upon lying down for sexual purposes, as a woman should not do, but in the way of honesty. How she died of the biting of it, what pain she felt. Clearly a sexual innuendo. Truly, she makes a very good report of the worm. And then speaking in general as a man in regard to womankind, but he that will believe all that they say shall never be saved by half that they do. But this is most fallible. That is to say, what should be believed. The worm's an odd worm. And suddenly Cleopatra wants to get on with it and tries to dismiss him. Get thee hence, farewell. And he, with some bitterness, but also with sorrow, sets down his basket and says to her, I wish you all joy of the worm, which is a bitter remark. And impatiently she says farewell, but he doesn't want to go as yet. He warns her, you must think this, look you, that the worm will do his kind, that is to say, the kindness to yourself that you want, but in kind he will kill you. And she's very impatient now. And she says, I, farewell. But he turns very fascinating to us because he will not go. He says, look you, the worm is not to be trusted, but in the keeping of wise people. For indeed there is no goodness in the worm. And she, still impatient, says, take thou no care, it shall be heeded. And he realizes that she is not agreeing with him, and he says, very good, give it nothing, I pray you, for it is not worth the feeding. And then a moment that can hardly be overpraised. A moment unlike any other, even in Shakespeare, and I think which makes us love Cleopatra, because suddenly she is a little child again. She says, will it eat me? And the clown, I suppose partly encouraged by this, says, you must not think I am so simple, but I know the devil himself will not eat a woman. I know that a woman is a dish for the gods, if the devil dress her not. But truly these same whoreson devils do the gods great harm in their women, for in every 10 that they make, the devils mar 5, which is a way of saying, you are so wonderfully made. You are such an extraordinary kind of a being that you really should not throw your life away with what, at your instructions, I have brought to you. But now she absolutely dismisses him. Well, get thee gone, farewell. And the clown now, in real bitterness, does exit, but I think with great sorrow, and says, yes, forsooth, I wish you joy of the worm. It is a scene that transcends any other scene of its kind in Shakespeare. It goes beyond the knocking at the gate. It goes beyond, I suppose, its only real rival has to be the graveyard scene in Hamlet, where the grave digger, played undoubtedly by the same great comic actor, Robert Armin, actually matches the wit and wisdom, the dark wisdom of Hamlet in their colloquy. But this is now very different from Hamlet. Shakespeare allows Cleopatra a dying music that in grandeur and glory surpasses that of her now beloved Antony. She says to Charmian and Iris, who come in with a robe, a crown, and all the royal jewels, give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. Now no more the juice of Egypt's grape shall moist this lip. And then quickly she says, "Yea, good Iris, quick. Methinks I hear Antony call. I see him rouse himself to praise my noble act. I hear him mock the luck of Caesar, which the gods give men to excuse their after wrath." And then magnificently, "Husband, I come. Now to that name my courage prove my title. I am fire and air. My other elements I give to baser life. So have you done. Come then and take the last warmth of my lips." She kisses Charmian and Iris a long farewell, and Iris's heart gives out and she dies. And she says, "If thou and nature can so gently part, the stroke of death is as a lover's pinch, which hurts and is desired. Dost thou lie still? If thus thou vanishest, then tells the world it is not worth leave-taking." And Cleopatra says, "This proves me base. If she first meet the curled Antony, that is to say, there in the afterlife, he'll make demand of her and spend that kiss which is my heaven to have." And she speaks to the mortal wretch, the asp, which she applies to her breast, and says, "Poor venomous fall, be angry and dispatch." And Charmian, one of those marvelous apocalyptic moments in Shakespeare, cries out, "O eastern star!" But Cleopatra is already in a kind of death hallucination or trance as the poison enters into her, and she feels that the asp is one of her babies whom she is nursing at her breast. "Peace, peace! Dost thou not see my baby at my breast that sucks the nurse asleep?" And Charmian cries out, "Oh, break, oh, break!" And Cleopatra croons, "As sweet as balm, as soft as air, as gentle. O Antony, now I will take thee too," as though she is having Antony take suck from her breast. She applies another asper to her arm, and she cries out, "What should I stay?" And she dies. And Charmian says, "In this vile world, so fare thee well," and then follows her in suicide. And then we have the closing moment of the play. Augustus Caesar, Octavius, enters with his men and stares at her and cries out, "O noble weakness! If they had swallowed poison, 'twould appear by external swelling." And then magnificently, "But she looks like sleep, as she would catch another Antony in her strong toil of grace." As if to say, she is in no way disfigured. She is as beautiful as ever. And with that, and a exit of Augustus and his legions, this extraordinary suicide, to call it that, but it doesn't somehow seem like a suicide. It seems indeed a kind of immortal ascent, as much an apotheosis as the death of Hamlet, though this is altogether a different person. I'm always fascinated that the great Edwardian critic of Shakespeare, who has deeply influenced me, A.C. Bradley, says that the four characters in all of Shakespeare most endless to meditation are Falstaff, Iago, Hamlet, and Cleopatra. I myself, I think, would want to add Lear and Macbeth to make 6, but one understands what Bradley meant. This subtle and magnificent consciousness, this extraordinary woman, glorious if histrionic, invariably witty, surpassingly, magnificently seductive of the audience as much as of Antony, is never more extraordinary than in the moment of her self-immolation. And something glorious forever passes out of Shakespearean tragedy with her death. I have reached the conclusion of this course of 14 lectures. I cannot meet the members of my audience, of my course, of my class, but in spirit, I would like to believe that I have been in the act of meeting you, as in a sense in the course of a semester I meet my own students. I myself have been teaching Shakespeare for some 35 continuous years of my now 50 years on the Yale faculty, and I intend to go on until death. But I feel that having to extemporize these lectures to an unseen audience has allowed me to achieve insights into Shakespeare's great tragedies that I have not experienced before. And so in that sense, even if I never meet any but a few of you, I am grateful to you. Thank you and farewell.